Hello everybody, here we are, day 3, ready to get underway for the Lima Major as we get ourselves ready for our first series of the day, which will be Evil Geniuses against eHome and Lacoste. As we can see on the screen, the full match schedule in front of our eyes.
Yeah, some really good games today, some really good series. First two, we have South America against China, then Southeast Asia against Europe. So I'm gonna say I'm more hyped about this China versus South America. They don't get the chance to play against each other, so first one gonna be interesting. eHome, definitely a team that I had higher expectations from them. It's starting day 3, they should be able to do better. They looked okay. They looked solid. A team that got 4th place in the Chinese DPC in a stacked region. Now sitting at 1-5 only. So that's gonna be, I think, a bit of a problem. I know that these players can play better. They played some really amazing Dota. EG on the other side, the team that has a lot of potential to end up in the 3rd place. Yeah, not the score that I also expected them to have after 2 days, sitting at 2-4, which is not ideal. Currently at the 5th place in Group A, so I want to see if they can take a W here. Not a draw, but I think what EG is looking for here is to get this duo.
Yeah, that's the important thing, right? You think about the later days of the group stage and think about them as being the most important, because obviously that's the end. That's where you're rounding things up. But day 3, bang in the middle, it's where you need to get these wins to try and edge yourself, out of that bottom 3 spot in towards top 3 and look for those positions there. Because like you're saying, the Chinese region currently being represented by those 4 teams, all down in the bottom 3 of their respective groups, while South America currently sat pretty in the middle. EG and Beast Coast, who we'll be covering later on today as well. But yeah, this is definitely where you need to be picking up those 2-0s, really trying to cement yourselves and get that momentum going, because that's what you need heading into playoffs. As we can take a look at the standings as well, just to see Europe doing very well up at the top of the groups.
Yeah, Europe, I think everybody expected them to do well. Yesterday when we were casting the first part of the day, the top 4 teams were all from Europe at one point, but we see, Southeast Asia getting close. Talon playing extremely good Dota. They only managed to drop 2 games, and Shopify Rebellion, the old EG squad, I think this is the team that they always do well. Like, no matter what, that they're gonna have something to show off in LAN environment. But I gotta be honest, I'm a little surprised with the PSG.LGD where they are right now. Same goes for Knights, because I said that China is stacked. It is stacked, but compared to previous years, compared to previous seasons, China this year looks, I'd say, the weakest in terms of skill, because you had like 2-3 teams that weren't really contested at all. Usually it was 6 really good teams and 2 teams that came out from Division 2 that got relegated down to Div 2 next door. But yeah, also Bedboom, a lot of people were talking about the team. This is a superstar team, but they do tend to underperform under pressure, which I think a lot of people were saying that coming into this tournament. And on the other side, I say, a Team Spirit, a team that has 1 TI. They only swapped 1 player after the TI, and then they're still doing good. Team Spirit on LAN, different kind of a beast.
Yeah, it feels like Western Europe has kind of taken a leaf out of China's book, where it used to be there's 1 star team that everyone aspires to be. They kind of take strats from, they learn from. That used to be PSG.LGD.
Yes.
Europe kind of used to be Team Secret. Now Liquid, the ones at the top that everyone's looking towards, is that kind of star team right now. And it feels like these regions where there has been 1-star squad and they've had a few roster changes here and there, they're just lifting all the boats. The high tide raises all boats, making sure that everyone's kind of moving towards that higher level of competency and play, which I think is something that South America has had a lot of in the past couple of years, thanks to the DPC seasons having now a number of very, very solid rosters.
I want to see if some of these teams are going to be able to bounce back. TSM looks like they're in a spot where it might be too difficult. Like PSG.LGD, they still look solid. I think the team looked really good throughout the DPC. It's not there's a lot of legacy to their name compared to previous years. You knew that they're going to be a powerhouse, but they swapped the players, so maybe they need a little bit more time to be able to make this work.
Yeah, that's what the group stage is for, right? You're kind of finding your identity on the international stage. Some of these teams, haven't played a LAN together, haven't played a LAN in general, and I think I covered Eastern Europe, so I kind of look at Team Spirit in this regard, where I had very high expectations from Betboom. The roster they had currently sat bottom 3 at 3 and 5. Team Spirit, the reverse, 5 and 3 in the opposing group. And that Team Spirit has that core LAN experience where they understand how to kind of mitigate pressure and how to play against these other teams at that high international level. As they're back on our screen, the match day for Group A, for Line A on this stream here. Looking very exciting. And EG against eHome, start to think about this match in front of us as well, as Evil Geniuses with the old roster changes they had, swapping a couple of players with Beast Coast, bringing in Chris Luck and Whisper from Beast Coast, and of course the remaining members used to be that Thunder Predator squad, looking very solid.
Yeah, they're looking good. I think I said it the other day that I feel like EG got a better trade when they swapped the players overall, and we'll have to see. I know you're a big fan of both of these teams, so it's kind of hard to choose, but I'm still favoring EG squad in terms of like how they're gonna do in this tournament. I feel like Beast Coast, there's still a team that has like the same mentality, even though like they swapped the players, they're still playing the same style of Dota. But looking at some of the other matches, Execration versus Gaming Gladiators, gonna be a tough one for Execration, because Gaming Gladiators, they are currently sitting at 7-1. This team has been constantly improving since Quinn joined the squad.
Best mid in the world.
So,
what are you laughing at?
No, because I thought you meant, because he's been the best in NA, and now we finally see him in playing in different region, playing in European region, and finally get to show his worth, I'd say.
Yeah, I honestly think that's one of the biggest things about Dota in the past, let's say 5 years. We have much more sort of dissemination of information. You have players moving between regions. You think back to European players going to China, European players going to SEA players going to North America. As we can head into the draft quickly and take a peek at what we're looking at. But it's the fact that Quinn moving out of NA where he was the best, and now moving into Europe where maybe he didn't really consider him the best. Then he's playing against these high-caliber teams, and he's just got that little bit more to prove. That pushes him, pushes him over the edge to really show how skilled he can be. But anyway, enough about our boy Quinn. Evil Geniuses against eHome. Draft is underway, and we've already got ourselves the classic Brood Timber ban against Whisper, Lina, and Pango. Probably the two of the best heroes of the patch, removed by EG, and eHome with a Nature's Prophet to start things off.
Yeah, Nature's Prophet has been their hero throughout the DPC. They do flex it, but most of the time it's been played by MKS. And like this Nature's Prophet, he allows you to play extremely fast. I've seen games where like enemy 2 towers, like mid tower and the safe lane tower, they fall so quickly, especially if you have something else to pair him up from the off lane, something that puts like that can completely push out the enemy carry from the safe lane. And very interesting pickup here. EG opening up with the Batrider. No surprise there. I want to see if eHome tends to go for something that is good in the lane against the Batrider, if they want to pick Queen of Pain, but then you're like already showed 2 of your cores immediately. But EG might have done the same thing, because I feel like this Marcy, she just not suitable to be played as a support. Like, you can do it, but the chances of you losing the game are extremely high.
Yeah, we've seen a fair amount of this, like Battle Fury or the BKB Basher build on Marcy really come to the forefront of play. And this Batrider, of course, very popular hero, very often banned in the second phase, so no surprises to see him picked up first. Good at catching out heroes like the Nature's Prophet. You play from Fog, you've got that surprise jump initiation. But yeah, we'll see where they go, as they are pretty flexible on Evil Geniuses. They could have it both mid and off lane for the Bat and keep things open for themselves heading through that draft.
Even Matthew plays this position 4 Marcy, which I'm not a big fan of, but looking at the bans to potentially come out for, EG is also a team that does flex Batrider, so could be mid, could be on the off lane, so the eHome definitely needs to check some of these boxes. They're banning out Kunkka, so could be... I mean, if they want, I'm still down for Queen of Pain. There's a couple of heroes that do well from the mid lane against the Batrider. Puck, Pango does okay, and Queen of Pain, of course. Queen of Pain just completely shuts down Batrider. I don't know if you want to like pick it immediately, because EG, as I said, is the one team that loves to flex it.
Yeah, we've had some attempts of like a Storm Spirit against Bat doesn't do super badly compared to other matchups.
Yes.
And I know that some like EG and Beast Coast, they've attempted like Slark and things like that.
Yeah, I was about to say it. Like this can also work.
I'm not sure if the Chinese teams will be that fruity with their kind of picking, Slark heading mid. And DP gone now. And eHome into that 4th ban for themselves. And I guess the thing with Batrider being so flexible is the fact that he's not an aura buyer. Does this bother you at all if you have to shove him into the 3 role?
Not at all. I feel like you can make these type of lineups work. Definitely, if you can have a position 4 that can get something like a Guardian Grease, that'd be really cool. What are you laughing about?
I just got game sounds in my ear suddenly. I was like, where's that music? There's trumpets and stuff. Oh, it's Dota 2 music. Yeah, it's in our headphones. It's
Oh, it's a good old Dota music.
yeah, just building up the suspense, building up the drama.
So looking at the ban now from eHome, they banned out Troll. So I assume eHome's looking to potentially shift this Nature's Prophet to the off lane. On side of EG, Slark banned out. So this also could mean that EG wants to play this Batrider from the off lane.
Yeah.
But you can also like do a 200 IQ move, ban it, and then try to put it on a mid lane. So
The
that
bait
like
and
yeah,
switch.
yeah, pretty much.
You think you know what we're doing, but you really don't. Quite a lot of thinking going into this last ban of the phase from eHome. Now the Troll Warlord, get that out of the hands of EG, but it's really difficult to think of what you want to get out next. There's still those support heroes out there like the Clockwork and stuff, right? That can be a little bit annoying when you're playing as Nature's Prophet. Treant.
I mean, there's a lot. There's a ton, right? Puck is one of the other ones that he does struggle versus, so that could be something Tundra's perhaps looking at, even though it's not outside the box as much. And 9, I mean, he definitely plays the puck, but he hasn't played it in quite a long time, if I'm not mistaken. I think he played it about a month ago or something. Yeah, I think he played it versus Entity, and they did lose with it, so might stray away from it. And there's the Enchantress ban, so looking to shut down that safe lane in particular. And they'll get Beastmaster. Okay.
I like this. I like this as well
like it.
because this is something that Tundra themselves might have been considering.
Yeah. This
So being
matchup
able to take that away.
sometimes... This sometimes can go both ways, right? This lane, I've seen these lanes sometimes literally like the Beastmaster dies 3 times and the game's over. Something like that. So I think just looking at this lane, if the Beastmaster does well, the game's going to be pretty good for LGD. If the Beastmaster has a rough laning phase, this game could be very one-sided very early on. And quickly, Tundra, that's a great snag. The Tiny, the Enigma.
Getting the Tiny here, yeah.
This off lane is... This is also still flexible, right? So it's more than likely Saksa playing Tiny with the Enigma. We've seen this duo so many times, just the toss under towers when you're pulling it back with Eidolons and stuff like that. But still could potentially be that mid laner, since we've seen Tiny versus Pango matchups a lot.
Yeah, hasn't played it in a while, the Tiny mid-9.
No.
But, yeah, that definitely leaves it open for an opportunity on that.
Yeah. Going back to the Beastmaster a little more, I love this hero versus Bloodseeker through most stages of the game. Laning phase, like I said, can sometimes be a bit rough because Bloodseeker is just a killer laner, and he heals up through all your axe harassment and stuff like that. But in mid-game, that roar can just, Bloodseeker's all about running around inside the team fights. You just hold him down in place, so... PSG.LGD. Oh... So the other counter, that's why you see so they love the Enchantress, even if they're not playing versus Enigma. But versus Enigma, we've seen what Enchantress can do. You just take an Eidolon, and it's a super jacked up Eidolon. Chen can be a similar type of concept thing, so a bit interesting. But could be a little redundant with their draft. Right now they have Beastmaster and Chen. It's a lot of summons and stuff like that, but Tundra might have more answers for it then. And this can be a bit all-in-y on the side of PSG.LGD, where, your pushes and stuff don't start working. You really start to fall behind in the scaling aspect of the game.
Let's say you're kind of just looking back at what sort of carries they've liked to run whilst they've had the Chen in their strat. They did the Monkey King a couple of times, and they also have done the carry TA. They've done Drow Ranger. So all these options still in. Any of those sort of strike your fancy as could be a nice closer for PSG.LGD's lineup?
Drow looks okay. I mean, the lane can be volatile, though. It's just like one toss back and you're likely dead, but it's like that for a lot of heroes. So I think I like the Drow. It suits their draft pretty nicely with like the Beastmaster and stuff like that with the auras.
Oh, a ban on the 9 Kotal there.
Yeah, cool. I mean, they're banning out a lot of illusion type of clearing stuff like that, but Not really anything left. The Naga's gone, the TB's gone already. Now I'm curious to see what Shiro's going to play. Is there like a really obvious one I'm missing right now?
No, not one that's played, or at least that he's played recently. Yeah, the main two, as you say, taken out.
All right, and we get the reveal in a second. Which one's it going to be? Is it going to be mid-tiny, or is it going to be the 4? More than likely the 4.
I think it's going to be the 4. Get something for 9 here last.
Honestly, I keep asking for it. Give me a Void Spirit, damn it. I've really been asking. There's limited disables. Good matchup versus Pango. It's very annoying. It's explosive.
Sure. I kind of like, it's the one he's been playing a lot as well recently, the Tusk, right? We've seen before, how nice kind of good shards can be against a Pango. You can really mess with Rolling Thunder if you get the shards out in an annoying position.
That's probably just better. It's also just a great save versus Beastmaster Roar and stuff like that, even if you have to find
true.
it.
Just give him the Tusk.
I feel like I'm seeing so much Tusk. Come on.
We have, actually. It always seems to get, and it always seems to be kind of the last pick, It gets left in quite a lot. And it always does quite well.
They could use a little more spam, too. Like, the Ice Charge is pretty nice versus the push.
Oh, so we are getting a switch up here, Fog.
Wait, what?
Well, we're going to get, mid-tiny and
wait, what?
Support Enigma, right?
Wait, what?
We're getting an Enigma Centaur lane, right? And wait, what?
What?
Gyrocopter. All right. Well,
okay.
I can't remember the team I watched the other day.
Wait, it's Centaur mid.
Wait, hold up.
Oh, he's done this before. Okay.
Wait, did he? When did he do this before? This is a long... When did he do Centaur mid?
In pubs. I think it's in pubs.
Oh, in pubs. Okay, here we go.
So what you can do is retaliate versus Swashbuckle is actually very strong. You get each individual hit. It does, of course, prog back that retaliate onto him. But I'm seeing a lack of wave clear on Tundra, which concerns me a tiny bit because they're Chen and a Beastmaster. So the push can overwhelm, but...
and I tell you what, I'm seeing it here as well. So looking at that, they did do this actually 12 days ago in the Bet Boom tournament. They did it 12 days ago. They did lose with it. They did lose with it. 9. He took it to the mid. He goes for like the build that game was blink straight into heart. He went blink to heart and then he went back for the hood. But yeah, did lose with that game. And then outside of that,
heart.
He went blink heart. It was against Team Spirit.
Not even like a. I'm like looking. Not even a shard in between. I was like, okay, if he gets shard, I get it. But blink heart. Okay.
So this is exciting. I mean, so looking at the stats, that's the only other game that he's done it in competitive, in professional play. 9. And then, for LGD, bringing back the gyro. I've seen teams try and do this before. They, one of the things they do sometimes when there's an Enigma in the game, because the flak against the Eidolons. But I feel like I've just not seen teams succeed when they've just tried to make gyro work in this current day and age. It's always kind of ended up flat on his face. What do you sort of make of this hero right now?
I mean, I'm always just wondering, like, what build are they going to go for, right? It's like you really want to go Aghanims, but we used to see just straight Maelstrom. But then people started adapting and going to small crit into the Aghanims. So I'm curious to see what build is going to be for Shiro. Is it going to be more farming? Is it going to be more fighting? Who knows? Let's see. This is exciting. We got a Centaur,
this is good.
Centaur and Gyro. If you told me this, you were just literally asking me, have we seen anything different so much in this tournament? There
here you go.
We got
here we go.
Gyrocopter.
Indeed. Centaur last pick mid and Gyro last pick carry in 2023. These two things you probably won't see in many of the other games going on in this tournament. Unless one of these, one of these is going to win. Let's see what it is. Is it sort of the new strat of putting the Centaur in the mid, or sort of an ode back to the old days? Bringing in the gyro carry here for PSG.LGD. Either way, it's going to be exciting.
I mean, I'm looking forward to watching the Retaliate or something like that if 9 really wants to play around that versus Swashbuckle, but I don't know. This is weird. I have no idea what to really expect from the side of Tundra with this Centaur. I mean, it's aggressive, but like I said, what I prefaced with a little bit is I'm a little worried just about the lack of D-push. Sometimes when you're playing versus like Helm of Overlord, Chen's creeps and everything like that, their best D-push is Bloodright. It's like Decay and Bloodright. So it's pretty underwhelming if the push does start building up from the side of PSG.LGD. So that's the thing I'm going to be looking at least in the early game. But it might not ever even happen because they do have a gyrocopter that might not be able to get involved. So we'll see. Very
I
interesting
mean,
stuff.
I feel the lane. You know, Shiro CSing as a gyro against sort of an Enigma and a Tiny. It feels like you're going to get a lot of creeps denied against you.
Likely. But as long as you get a couple of these Eidolons, you know. You just get a couple of these, it makes it all worth it, even if you miss a couple
does it?
I mean, maybe. I don't know.
Sax is just going to deny everything, I feel. I mean, this
I
team's
think
got like 90 damage against Shiro's 50.
Oh, and I'm trying to be hopeful for this gyro, you know? Because they know this. They know how this is going to be played out, right? Like, look at the way 33. He hides the Eidolons just inside the tree lines, just waiting to see when Shiro does pop the flag. He'll just hide him over.
Yeah, and what about this top lane then? I mean, I feel like sometimes we have seen Beastmasters getting kind of pushed out the lane by a good Undying play. Is this going to be that sort of same situation here, or is you know, the backup of a Rubik, is this sort of strong enough that PSG.LGD will still be able to slow down Skeeter a bit?
No, I don't think they will just slow down Skeeter whatsoever. I think this is a free lane for the Bloodseeker, especially with Undying. And yeah, Beastmaster. This is literally the lane I feel like we've seen so many times he just gets pushed out of. Rubik, there's just nothing you can do. You have to just try to pull waves, but these teams, especially like Snaking, he is like the master of manipulating creep waves. Him and Tundra in particular, right? This is literally their bread and butter. All about pulling creeps, all about being annoying. As mid lane, I mean, 9 is bringing a lot of harassment onto nothing to say.
I mean, what is the skill build then for the mid center? Like, how many points are you putting in the Retaliate?
Maybe 0. He might just go full aggro.
Okay, go.
I was just saying like theorizing a concept of like the damage thing, but I think he's just going full burst. Maybe at 4 he puts a point in Retaliate. This is so funny to watch. It's a Centaur mid. Bottom. Shiro. Can't even finish off the Eidolons. Once he's got more points in flak, it becomes a little bit easier. 7-2, 8-2. Not too shabby. And we're seeing already the effect of the Beastmaster versus that Undying. Skitter, Tundra, they're already catching the creep waves constantly here. And they're actually denying multiple waves. This is brutal up top for the side of PSG.LGD.
Yeah, not really a lane that's going to get any better for PSG.LGD. As if anything, they're going to be potentially just a bit of a risk themselves, especially if Skeeter's able to start charging them down, sets up for the blood right.
Yep. Skeeter can. I mean, he's also just rushing phase boots. This could be a lane that can get really dangerous really quickly. I mean, already for Old 11, stepping up at all. If he gets hit by a blood right, very likely just that. Planet also still just level 1. This is painful. It's painful to watch up here. It's a level 3 Bloodseeker already. 3.5. Level 1 on Rubik, and only just hitting 3 on Old 11.
And we're losing another wave here to the small creep pool.
Oh my goodness, yeah. These lanes are brutal. And mid lane, Centaur's owning. He's got a ring of health already. He actually does put the second point in double edge for the spam. And bottom is already starting to get pretty one-sided also. They're starting to get a lot of denies onto Shiro.
That'll be indeed what the inevitable was set to happen. This top play.
Uh-oh. Big concerns. So 9, the way that he's playing it is not only just like last hitting, of course, with double edge, but he's keeping him harassed. So it's keeping nothing to say a bit lower. So it's also giving Skeeter that extra pumped up movement speed to be able to dominate his lane even harder. This will be a slow start, it seems like, for PSG.LGD today.
Nothing to say. We'll be able to get the water in top. Neither side bringing their supports over at this moment. Try and control those runes. It's going to have to be careful. If 9 does continue to get in with these double edges, maybe even potential once the 6 is hit for 9 to go for a dive.
It's just so hard to bully. Look at this HP regen. Do you see this? Like, look, Pango's got 4. Centaur's got 17. He had 20 when the flag bearer creep was in the lane. How do you push that out of lane? Look at this, 20.6. Sorry, I'm striking.
Lane. Now 33 in sack, so they'll kill off while you smile. So another kill here for Tundra in these lanes.
Constant tossback threats, and now the Enigma, he has arcane boots. So Saksa, a little bit low on mana, just gonna get pumped up. They can keep going aggressive. Dangerous lanes across the board.
top. Skeeter was just about to hit the 5. Once he gets the 6 in this lane, it's just not going to be a place for Old 11 to beat.
Thankfully, I guess for Old 11, silver lining, there's no stun in the top lane. So if he gets ruptured, he can just TP out, but that's still going to feel pretty damn bad. All 3 lanes going very successful for Tundra. And now 9, Stampede is online. So they can do that play bottom even easier. Like Saksa can just get Stampeded in, toss Shiro under tower on the next Eidolon usage.
We'll see the movement over towards the mid from Saksa.
Okay.
Let me see if they can make a play onto nothing to say before he hits the 6. But that one creep will do this. So level 6 now online for nothing to say. He's not going to be able to pick the rune up. Snaking also heading over. As Tundra bringing both supports towards this mid area to make life a bit tougher for nothing to say. Won't be able to get the toss there though, Saksa. Can't quite get close enough to the Pango. Nothing to say will be fine.
This Centaur's an issue. I mean, 1500 HP already at this point. There's no way you want to go mid and gank this. There's nothing. You can't kill him. Even if you bring like 5 heroes, you don't have the damage for him at this point. So nothing to say. He's gonna have to look to make probably some early moves onto the side lanes because top.
They're going in for Old 11. Skeeter has to back away though, getting pretty low. And nothing to say with the rotation. Will be here to help out. Not before Old 11 goes down, but with the Rolling Thunder, will manage to claim the life of Snaking. So something in return. But still, Old 11 continuing to struggle on this top lane.
And the second that he leaves, too, like 9, he just starts spamming the mid lane. So Siege Creep is already dead. He's got his Siege Creep still alive. He's going to be able to get a little bit of damage on the tower. And it's a rotation that it feels like nothing to say has to do, but it doesn't feel good because he doesn't get the core kill. He only gets that support. Flip from 9. Keeps that Siege alive.
So they're trying for Saksa. Avalanche is out. Of course, 33 has hit the 6, so always going to be the threat of the black hole in the lane.
And Shiro's got a bit of mixed build. Usually when we've seen this gyrocopter, it's just stats, right? Usually mostly like that. And mid lane.
He's going to go for this with the Stampede. See if he's able to get the kill. He's a little too speedy, nothing to say, but you can see Saksa coming across, throws a tree across. Not enough to take him out.
Top
he will have TP in a second, but he's still a bit short on mana. And Saksa, he'll TP over towards the tier 2 and make sure that he's indeed still able to take down nothing to say. And same time up top, they'll get Snaking. See if they can get Skeeter as well. Be a pretty nice kill, but Skeeter a little... Oh, okay!
What a snipe!
11 there, bang on target with those axes. Skeeter was just starting to speed up as well, but Old 11 actually having the reach to take him out. Very nice kill for the Beastmaster.
I mean, pretty big mistake there from Skeeter. He was overplaying his hand because he had that move speed from the low HP Pango. The second the Pango dies, he was still running in aggressively. The move speed ends, and he's like, oh my god, wait, I'm in the middle of 2 heroes with no move speed. So gets punished for being over-aggressive, and things have stabilized a little bit here for the side of PSG.LGD. Old 11.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
He's level 6 with a Dominator. After everything that was going on inside this laning phase, that's amazing.
Yeah, getting sort of solo kills like that, that's definitely going to bump your game back up. Well played there by Old 11. I see in the mid.
Was beautiful.
Oh, it's just a bottle refill there. Actually, no, they want to try and make the move with the smoke. Nothing to say and Planet. Ready to go up towards top. Maybe see if they can knock Skeeter out of this lane once more. You know, very shortly after he's returned to this top safe lane to farm.
I mean, they should be able to. The way that 11's gotten his recovery, he's actually quite a big threat right now. If he gets the roar onto Skeeter, it's very likely he just dies. So down.
Drop the tombstone. Avalanche as well. Toss to the side as well as the rupture. Old 11 getting very, very low, but still able to get the roar off. Turns his attention over towards Skeeter. The mech's popped as well, keeping him alive a little longer. The black hole's there for 33. Old 11 still alive. We'll get another round of the axes off. In fact, he's just living through it all. He's going to get a double kill. They can't kill him. The backup here from the team. Finally, 9 slams him down with a double edge. But he got a hell of a lot done there. We'll see if 9 can clean up any more kills. Closes the gap onto Why You Smile with a Who Stomped double edge. Will find a second. So 9 able to rectify the fight a little bit here for Tundra.
They turn up with numbers on PSG.LGD. That mech comes in
They
perfect time. heals the Beastmaster up a ton for him to stand his ground there versus the Enigma. That was crazy. I really thought he was going to die, but Chen comes in at the perfect time. PSG.LGD. Not too bad in this early game. 9. This does a lot of damage. When you have this type of levels, I mean, you're used to not really seeing... Oh! Solo kill. You're used to not really seeing such an over-leveled Centaur because it's played from offlane, but a level 10 Centaur with max double edge this early on, I mean, 9 is... When he connects on these heroes, he really just eviscerates them. Pretty cool.
I'll tell you what, though, with all the action top, Shiro's been getting space, and he's having a good start as the Gyro.
Yep.
You know, he's very farm. He's second highest, only just 100 or so behind 9. And, you know, if this continues, he'll get a good timing on the Aghanims. So if there was ever going to be potential for us to have a game where the carry Gyro was going to work, this is the kind of start he needs. You know, this is as good as it gets here for the safe lane Gyro in terms of the opening 11 minutes. So definite potential to see what Shiro's able to do on this hero.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to be able to farm at a much faster pace than Skeeter is, especially with Skeeter getting slowed down after what should have been a very kind of dominant lane. These 2 mistakes, they really add up. Huge stuff. Yeah, 1K lead, 6-6. I think PSG.LGD very happy considering they were playing a Beastmaster Rubik versus the Sundying Bloodseeker.
No, absolutely.
Yeah,
they didn't have the easiest lane matchups, but they've come out of that laning stage kind of across the board in good shape. And top lane, old 11, he's really just popping off. You know, 4-2-2. He had the toughest lane, but he's done the most with it out of his team. He's getting a lot done on this top side of the map.
Nice, Skeeter. It's definitely a risk. Like, anytime that the roar is up, too. Anytime Skeeter does show versus this Beastmaster, they can set up for him pretty easy. This is huge. Lots of space making being done. So Shiro, he's got tons of freedom. That being said, though, they are blocking camps. I see they do have a Sentry Ward on the hard camp, so Shiro is going to be slowed down a little bit. Can't use Flak at its maximum. But either way, very good stuff.
Let's see now. Tundra's turn to go for a bit of a smoke play between 9 and Snake King.
Yeah, 9 getting closer and closer to his Blink Dagger. Level 11. No roar available, too. He's getting the sandwich onto old 11.
Yeah, 9. In with a Stampede. I'll even pop the Rupture to make there's no chance of running for old 11. This is caught by the Blood Bright Silence. 9 will be able to finish him off. They'll also catch Planet at the side of the engagement. Tundra.
And the creep. Look at it. Nice move.
Very nicely done there. As you can see, of course, odds on your screen from our sponsor, BetBoom. And you can check out their website underneath the stream on the link below. 7-8. Less than 1K gold. 13 minutes, and it's a close start. So and sort of both the last picks, you know, they're the ones at the top 2 spots right now. So, and 9 very much ready to show us that, you know, this mid Centaur is going to work out. So far, so good. 3-0-2. And Shiro looking to show that Gyro's still relevant in this day and age as a carry. Is you know, it hasn't been killed yet. They haven't caught him, and he's farming up a tree. You know, about 1,300 gold away from having the Aghanims. It's going to be a very, very good timing on the Ags.
Yeah, it's like the thing is, this Gyro, he doesn't have the buff up of like an IO to accelerate his farm rate or anything like that, but he does have in the team fights the buff up of his allies with the Beastmaster, with the Chen, with the mech and stuff like that. He's got tons of auras, so that could be a big thing that leads to his success for sure. Nothing to say. He's got another swash in 2. Can he get away?
He's trying to get the roll off, but between the Malefice and, well, definitely with the Black Hole, not a chance to roll away. 33 puts a stop to his escape.
Very worth it. And the bottom tower, it will drop to those 3 little islands.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Great spell to steal. Planet got one of the better ones you can get this game, of course, other than the black hole and everything. But Decay, one of the better basic abilities. And it does an insane amount of damage. I think everyone knows that at this point. Playing versus so much. Blink on the Centaur. Shiro. Uh-oh.
They'll finally find him. He's been having a lot of freedom to farm in, but at the point that he decides to start trying to take some of the farm from Tundra's half of the map, they'll completely knock him out of the area.
I mean, an incredibly over-aggressive position by him. He doesn't really have like the allies to be able to play around him in that point up top. He wants to be able to play a little more aggressive because doesn't want to just farm triangle, but that's a really painful death. That's gonna push Tundra a good chunk in the lead in these next few moments. As 9, he can just freely move around the map. Cool. So he's adapting his build too, since he's playing versus this gyrocopter versus these summons and stuff like that. He's queuing up the Crimson Guard, and he immediately switches it right
Dire's
afterwards.
middle
So.
tower is under attack.
But I can see the concept. The Crimson doesn't sound bad. Shiro back to business, joins his team, and that should be the. Oh, never
Dire's
mind.
middle
11 got the
tower
last hit.
has fallen.
Should pretty much be the Aghanim Sun.
I mean, do 9 and Saxa want to try and approach this from behind? No, they're going to
Nah, they
go
don't.
towards top.
Radiant's top
I don't think they
tower
need
is
to.
under
I don't think they
attack
have to like go fight in this here. They already lost the tower, so there's nothing really to fight for. There's no way LGD pushes for a tier 2. Setting up around top though. Whoop.
There's the opening. 9's in with a hoof stomp. Saxa able to follow up with the toss combo. There's no way out of this for nothing to say.
Radiant's
And make the
top
quick
is
jump.
fortified.
And yeah, smart move there. 9 and Saxa with the swing towards top, knowing that it was likely for somebody to come in and try and
Dire's
clear
middle
this
tower
wave
is
out. And
under
unfortunately,
attack.
for nothing to say, it was himself.
Feels like 11 has to do so much this game now in this early game because these few deaths, they do add up a lot. And thing about nothing to say, they might be able to find 33 here. This should be a pretty good kill.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
He's got the horn.
Yeah, Greaves won't save him here.
No.
As with the 3 of them, Shiro, Planet, and 11.
Yeah, I feel like most of the
Easy kill.
plays have to come from 11. The game is very difficult for nothing to say. You know, the first 2 pick Bloodseeker, it's always going to make it hard. You have to itemize as well for it. So you see he's got the Lincolns already queued up. He's got the components and everything. This hurts. You know, it feels good once you get the Lincolns and stuff like that, but not having a diffusal, it kills your timing. This hero feels like it does like no damage when you're unable to get that diffuse. Definitely worried for PSG.LGD on that front. Skeeter just always going to have the counter for this Pangolier. And he is actually getting the better farm rate versus a Gyrocopter. And I have more faith in a Bloodseeker overall than a Gyrocopter.
That's pretty understandable. We just haven't seen Gyro succeed, at least consistently, in this current sort of patch. Not one of the hottest heroes, to say the least, when it comes to carry picks.
You just don't hit hard. Especially if the thing is too is if you have to actually max your abilities like this, right? He's maxing Rocket Barrage as well instead of going like the stat build. So he's actually a lot more fragile than usual. The reason that Lina is so insane is because you just go stats as well as have crazy stat gain. Say. Should get brought down here.
My thrift rewarded.
Amongst a lot of other things why Lina's busted actually, so just wanted to emphasize that, of course. They're gonna go to the pit. Okay. They do kill it at a pretty fast rate. Tundra able to fight in this area, snaking it. He's not gonna make it back up in time.
I mean, 9 could go for a steal with Blink and Stampede out.
I think they're gonna go for it. BKB's finished on Skitter. It's dying too quick though. They haven't scouted it.
Yep, they check it out too late. Shiro's going to be able to grab the Aegis. PSG.LGD taking Roche.
Okay.
Very nicely played there by PSG.LGD. Now with the Aegis, would you imagine they're going to try and force some objectives, take some tier 2s? Like, what's sort of the plan? You know, when is the moment where Shiro's going to be at his strongest in comparison to the progress that Tundra's cores are having?
Probably the BKB, but I think he can actually fight as long as they're together. I think they have to play together with like the Chen and the Beastmaster. Then he's going to be so much stronger because of those auras. So I think they can fight right now with Aegis. I think they're pretty good to go.
Yeah, I mean, he's just picked up the crit as well, so decent bump up to the damage he offers.
Yeah,
Be able to catch Saxa. Will at least give time for the rest of Tundra to escape the area. And Saxa will be the one left behind.
Yeah, I think it's go time. Helm of Overlord is finished. They've got Lincolns. Decent items on the gyro. Little bit, doesn't have the best survivability, but if he's with his team, he has it. So, yeah, I think it's time to start running at them. Run at the side of Tundra. 11.
He's going to walk straight into this later.
Tanky.
With the rupture. Indeed, he's getting healed up, but not quite enough to live through this. So lose their Beastmaster. And that does seem like, you know, with old 11 gone, that's enough for PSG.LGD to sort of call to back off. They don't want to try and push on for more without their Beastmaster.
Doesn't get the roar off. And now top, nothing to say.
What?
Uh-oh.
He used the swashbuckle to try and get in close towards the haste rune, but he's not able to close the gap and pick it up. A Stampede will be stolen. Wait, he'll still die. A good attempt there from Planet to try and get him out of there with the stolen Stampede, but won't manage to do so. So dying for his efforts there to try and take the rune. And now despite PSG.LGD being the team that got the Aegis, it's actually Tundra off the back of these 2 kills. You know, catching on 11, catching nothing to say, that are able to push back a bit themselves, take this tier 1 tower, and start to open up the map for their cause to continue farming.
They kind of split up a little bit, right? Even in the bottom side, the Beastmaster charging in, he was a bit away from his team. He gets caught before he gets roar, and then, yeah, nothing to say with an over-aggressive swash, gets caught out himself. And 9, in case you didn't notice, he did the little disassemble play. So disassembles his Vanguard, finishes up the heart, and he is going to Q shard. I was thinking that you have to go shard if you're going to go this type of build.
Now, if you're rushing the heart, right, yeah.
But he didn't do it the other game. That's why I was like, wait, what? So, I mean, this is
Well, he
gonna
just
be cool.
didn't get it at all.
He didn't get it at all, unless the game just ended before the chance of it. Let me look really quickly, actually.
I know, because he got the hood after the heart.
Yeah, he didn't buy the shard in that game. He went hood, heart, hood, and I guess maybe they did lose the game relatively.
Maybe I think the game might have ended that one, because that was a rough one. It certainly wasn't
never
anything
mind.
like this one. Oh,
He
what
did
happened?
have it. He did have
Oh,
it.
he
I'm
did.
so
You just
sorry.
okay. That's all right. It should be.
I was like, I was looking at the, you know how it's split. Oh yeah,
what are you looking at?
Showing nothing. I was just looking at the wrong hero. So yeah, okay. I mean,
okay.
that is definitely the timing he's looking. I was like, why would he go this build if he's not going shards? Okay, all things make sense. I'm dumb. They're smart. 4K lead, Tundra. Even versus the Aegis, still able to fight back. LGD, if they do want to take these fights, they have to be together and they have to get roar off. So 11, just queued up the blink dagger so we can get that positioning a little bit better.
Who's on 11 roaring? It's got to be the Bloodseeker, right?
Yeah, it's got to be.
Because you don't kill the Centaur. Do you just have to ignore the Centaur?
I think so. He might deal a lot. I mean, his damage is going to get pretty ridiculous when he has shard, though. So you might not be able to. You probably have to ignore him, but you might not be able to. He might just clean up the fights. So ideal for PSG.LGD is like you roll in on the Pango, start the fight, and then the Beastmaster is able to like blink and pick and choose his target who he wants to go for the roar. But Blake's not quite online. Planet is the answer for the black hole. So he's the one who has to just like, stay pretty far back. And right now, Planet, he still has Stampede for this next fight. So that could be an entrance into the fights for Shiro and for Old 11.
It's
a big wraparound
from PSG.LGD. Can Old 11 get the roar off? See if he can find his target. Snaking will manage to get the tombstone down very, very quickly. Stolen tombstone, though, is going to be in place by Planet.
Old 11's dead.
PSG.LGD will have that to fight around themselves. They did immediately lose the Beastmaster. He didn't manage to get his roar off. We'll see the chase from nothing to say. Look at towards 9. He'll actually back off from it. Doesn't want to try and waste any further time chasing the Centaur. It'll just be the 1-for-1.
Tundra very happy with that. They just got smoke wrapped on and they just insta-deleted the Beastmaster. Only losing Undying. Clean from 9. Literally just jumps, hoof stomps, kills him in one set of burst.
Yeah, it's looking very solid, this mid Centaur. I mean, and why do you think that is? Like, what do you imagine Tundra saw from this draft that PSG.LGD had that said this is the time to bring out this 9 mid Centaur that they've been working on?
They probably just they definitely seem to like it, I would say, versus the Pango. I think it's actually really cool because you can just stampede and reset and help your teammates a lot of the time. But I think it's just a 9. You know, I think 9 just saw something in this hero. I think he just, you know, sometimes he does do that. We mentioned it yesterday, like his clockwork mid and stuff like that. This might just be one of those concepts that can actually look good versus a lot of melee heroes in the mid lane.
I mean, the question is as well, is it... Oh, top lane. Nothing to say. He's finally going to be forced to have to roll just to get away from them. Is this going to only ever be a 9 exclusive thing? Or if it looks this good and continues to look good this game, could you see other mids trying it against heroes like Pango that are very popular right now? You see a lot of Pango.
I mean, I want to say this is just a 9 thing. But
Just a
he
9
does.
thing,
It does bleed into other things. Even people were doing Wyvern mid, right, for quite some time when he started doing it. People saw the reasoning for it. So, hey, maybe. He's 505, top of net worth. But he is, and his damage. I don't have exact damage numbers, of course, at the moment. But I want to say I'm pretty sure he's highest damage right now in the game.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's bottom
And how do you kill him?
tower is under attack.
He is just so disruptive. It's 3,600 HP. Even if you bring him down, you'll have to commit, feels like everything to kill him.
Radiant's
The smoke
top
again from
tower is under
PSG.LGD.
attack.
They've got the BKB done on Shiro.
Okay.
See what they can catch. And they'll get the quick setup onto Snaking, but he's able to force out to the side. They
Shiro's
won't be able to
ruptured.
kill him that quickly at all. Shiro's going to have to hold his position whilst he bleeds.
That means no rupture, though, for the Pango ult, so nothing to say.
Now he's going to look to try and go for 9. But Stampede's up. Old 11 not able to get the roar off. So 9 off to a fair distance away.
Okay.
Tundra once again just making sure that these smoke moves from PSG.LGD don't get anything at all sorted for them. PSG.LGD not able to find anything with these plays.
Hard to get the jumps. Old 11, I think he he just was like, I don't really want to roar Centaur. Because it looked like
I
he
think
had the
so,
range
yeah.
for it, and he's just like, is this actually a good idea? This feels like it could be a disaster. Saksa, looking for nothing to say.
Oh,
They get the
gets
toss.
the toss back into the hoof stomp. He's still going to have the swashbuckle. He still has the backup as well. Raw this time
they
will
roared
be
him.
committed onto 9. Let's see if they can kill him. Shiro's trying to stay on top of the Centaur. He gets forced to the side. Will get dragged back by the Wild Wing Ripper. 9 getting very, very low. Managed to get the hoof stomp off onto Shiro, but 9 will... He's got to be going down. Indeed he will. Shiro finishes him off. Double kill for Shiro. And they're not done quite yet. They're fine 33 in the trees. They get the 3 of them. Finally, PSG.LGD able to find this fight that they've been looking to force, with the last few moves that they've made. Shiro gets a double, and he gets the big one. Finally being able to take 9 out of the game for the first time.
That's huge. I mean, that was Tundra making the initiation, and they kind of initiated on themselves. 9 probably thinking that he's tanky enough to survive absolutely everything, but when everyone's together on the side of PSG.LGD, these auras, they add up. That's where the gyro actually becomes amplified, and yeah, now he almost pretty much, he actually does have the Daedalus finished up, so his damage is jacked up a lot since even that last fight. Okay,
This gyro could do it. He could do it. This is exciting to see. 3-1 and 3. Big farm, big damage. Shiro's got it sorted. Top lane. He's going to get involved in another grab here. Here's Planet. Finds Saxa in the trees. All right, gyro, he's turning up.
And they're afraid to really use their black hole or anything like that, right? 33, he's got the Wraith Pact build to try to prevent damage. He doesn't feel like he can use black hole this game. Even though Roar was used and everything like that, he's playing versus Rubik, he's playing versus this Gyro Aghanim, so he can just kill you during it. So another Roche PSG.LGD's going to take out of this.
There we go, Aegis. And is he just going to take the shard for himself as well, Shiro, or is he going to pass it over to someone? I mean, it's a pretty good it's pretty good shard, right? Why not?
It's him or Old 11. I don't think I'd mind if he gives it to the Beastmaster, but he's going to take it himself, it looks like. I really like the root on the Hawks, but pump up the carry. Why not?
Yeah, I mean, he's having it's his game right now, Shiro.
Yep, all about him. Level 19, how's the Bloodseeker doing? Level 19 as well. Skitter, still very farmed. But teamfight aspects and all, when PSG.LGD's grouped up, these auras and everything, it is very potent with what they're playing up against. And Shiro,
Yeah,
look at Undying. Look at that one hit.
They're ready to roll. They've got the lead in onto 9. They're going to see if they control him. Saxa will manage to toss him out to the side. So gets him away. Shiro will stand his ground to take down the tombstone. And Saxa looking to fall very low. There's nothing to say. Attempts to chase him. 9 gets back in with the Stampede. They're closing onto Shiro, but he has the Aegis. He's going to be back for round 2, but he will lose the backup of Why You Smiles. The chain goes down. He'll get the BKB off. Telekinesis onto Skeeter. Skeeter popping the BKB as well, trying to stand his ground against Skeeter, but there's too much damage coming out from this gyro. Skeeter's got to run as Tundra desperately scrambled back towards the base. The buyback comes out from Saxa. He'll jump in with the combo. Will manage to land on top of Shiro. They'll burst through the gyro. A solid buyback there from Saxa ensures that they will kill this gyrocopter off.
Needed buyback. Very needed.
Yeah.
You can see how much damage Shiro is able to pump out in the fight. Skeeter cannot fight him. He cannot man-fight versus this gyrocopter by any means. They need the stun. They need the control. Back and forth, a little bit of overextensions from both sides. The buyback lets Tundra now put some pressure on. 45 seconds, no gyro. This gyro really, I mean, he hits so damn hard. Once he's got Satanic,
I mean, yeah,
that's going to be a problem. Like, they barely were able to bring him down there, and it's just because of a buyback and control. The next set of go, once he has Satanic, he's probably going to be able to sustain through all this damage. So Tundra could be in some concerns these next team fights if they're not able to keep this gyro, if they're not able to hunt him and gank him this next time before he gets that Satanic. There could be big issues with damage in their lineup.
For the twins.
Still some time though. They got 5 more seconds. They got some good aggressive wards down. And 33. Okay, he's opted away from Blink Tag. He's going to be going toward that BKT. Still very difficult for him to get any black holes off this game, but... And interesting, I mean, Nine's build, it's pretty greedy, I would say.
I mean,
He's
yeah,
not
going for this Octarine, right?
But he's going for Octarine. I mean, it's all about just spamming double edges, I guess, but...
All right, because we have seen, you know, he can die. Yeah, he can die, despite, you know, the 3,600 HP. And, yeah, as you say, especially with the farm that Shiro does have, you know, he's going to be able to do damage to the Centaur without a doubt. So we'll see if Nine doesn't spend up that. He's also queued up the Overwhelming Blink, so we'll see which sort of big upgrade he favors first as the next step of the build.
I mean, the build does get very nutty if you're able to actually constantly spam double edge, and then you get Overwhelming Blink. You just blink into them with plus, you know, 200 strength or whatever it is, and you pop heroes very quickly, but definitely fragile. Definitely can get locked down, can get focus fired pretty easily from the side of PSG.LGD. What are these neutral items looking like also? Shiro finds himself an Elven Tunic. Satanic is almost finished.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, it should be fine to finish it down on this area of the map.
Tundra? Oh. Oh. Okay. Went for the toss back first, and then the avalanche on the Beastmaster instead of the Chen. Totally whiffed. And that's a Stampede wasted.
Yeah, and that's space for Shiro to continue farming those waves down bottom. He'll join the rest of the team. He's got his Satanic. He's got his level 20 as well. Actually, is that a surprise, actually, by the way, that he takes the Rocket Barrage damage over the flat cannon?
I think I was looking at him considering which one he wanted to go for, and I guess because he has like the shard given to him for free, he wants a little bit more barrage damage. I mean, it's definitely weird, but
yeah.
Mid lane,
Oh my goodness, 9! Is he? He's still alive somehow. The missile's going to still finish him off.
33.
He died so quickly there. That was a he just disappeared, folks. This sort of 3,600 HP Centaur. I mean, if he's dying like that now, it doesn't look good for Tundra. He died so quickly.
Not only do they feel like they now lack the damage, they also don't have the HP pools to deal with.
By the bashes of Skeeter. And still Skeeter just not quite having the damage to deal with this gyro. Shiro gets a triple as they're just cleaning up Tundra. I think this might just be game over for them. They can't deal with this gyro.
Nope. He just holds his ground. Even though the Scotty's there, you see the reduction of healing. The auras, he's got a pipe, he's got Greaves, he's got all this extra healing coming in from old 11 from those auras too. That's it. I think that's just it.
I think that's game. There's no buybacks available. PSG.LGD, they're on to the tier 4s. And there you go, ladies and gentlemen. Shiro making it work with the gyrocopter. 9 will jump in for one last
Final farewell as he gets taken out. We saw indeed some innovation from both teams with the last pick. One of them certainly ended up working much better than the other. And Shiro brings back the gyrocopter and has a fantastic game on it. This was, yeah, it felt like we were sort of in a different year for a moment. It felt like sort of an ode to the past there, you know, seeing this gyrocopter pop off as it did. I feel like I haven't seen a gyro get to do that in a very long time, Fold.
Yeah, as soon as they recognized, wait a minute, the Centaur is actually not as tanky as we expected him to be. They focus fire him. That top play, right after that top play, it feels like the whole momentum shifted into their favor. They get an early Roshan that they were able to sneak away to. They get a secondary Roshan, and this gyro fully enabled from his allies. All those buff ups. Damn, Shiro. I mean, like you said, he's got a massive hero pool. He can bust out gyro as well.
He does. Yeah, no, absolutely. As I said, of the sort of the carries that I've been looking at so far in this major, Shiro's versatility has been pretty impressive. He'll play anything. He really will. And yeah, I'll be interested to see if PSG.LGD get more chances to bring the gyro into the game for him, because definitely showed its potential here. 12-2-5, and a very good draft around him, of course, from PSG.LGD to enable it. So tough one for Tundra. As yeah, here we have again the highlights. For the laning stage, it looked alright for Tundra, right? And the mid game, it did look like the Centaur was going to be a problem. Like 9 was off to a good start, impressive KDA, but things turned around very quickly at the end, where he just died for it.
Yeah, 9 just died, and 33 can't play his game, right? 33 unable to really get any black holes off. The threat of the black hole is really not enough in this game, and you can see once these far, like he walks in as 33 to try to cast a spell, gets caught by call down, and then he's just likely dead. So feels like they did find a lot of answers on the side of PSG.LGD for what they were up against, and some really good plays in the early game from Old 11. I think like some of these roars were super good. His even Wild Wing like tornado pullbacks, either him or the Chen, some of these plays were super clutch, and yeah, they enabled this gyro and played around it. Besides like the 1 or 2 deaths that Shiro had, they played around this gyro pretty much perfectly. While on the side of Tundra, Skitter couldn't get involved at all, right? Like he would run in and he's like, oh my god, I actually cannot trade with this gyrocopter multiple times. So really well played from PSG.LGD with these auras.
No, absolutely. Yeah, just didn't hit the timing at all, Tundra. PSG.LGD having a very good approach to this one. We see these moments again just at this point already. Gyro, very, very tough to deal with. Even if they get on top of him, couldn't find the damage to kill Shiro. I mean, I guess that was, yeah, just one of those good answers of a hero. Once you've got the farm against something like a Bloodseeker, because you don't care if you're ruptured, you stand your ground, kind of like a Medusa of sorts, and you're just able to take any sort of fight that's brought straight on top of you. Again, here that final fight where Shiro just holds his ground and is never at any risk of dying. So very, very well played there by PSG.LGD in this game one. And quite a treat this game one draft was between Tundra and PSG.LGD. I'm looking forward to see if we get any more surprises in game 2 that's going to be coming up around the corner. Fog, any predictions?
Who knows at this point? All I know is I'm happy to see that LGD finding a little bit more of their footing, right? Because they've been struggling a little bit here. This game looked much better as a team aspect. That's the big thing,
It
right?
did,
like,
yeah.
It wasn't like, sure, yeah, the gyro ends up popping off, but it's because his team enabled him. So I'm glad to see them playing a little bit better. And Tundra starting to suffer a little bit here. I think that's, what, the 3rd loss in a row.
Yeah, indeed. Right, coming off the back of their series against GAIMIN Gladiators the other day. So we'll see if Tundra can pick themselves back up in game 2, or PSG.LGD can continue this newfound strength that they've turned up today with, as they look very impressive in this game 1. Don't go anywhere. We'll have a short break, and then we will be straight back with PSG.LGD versus Tundra game 2.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're here ready with the Game 2 draft of PSG.LGD versus Tundra Esports. I'm only Pixel, joined by Fox. We just got to see Game 1 where PSG.LGD were able to make the magic happen with a last-pick gyrocopter for Shiro that popped off around the draft that they were running. Meanwhile, Tundra, they tried to impress with the final pick of the 9 mid-centaur, but ended up getting shredded in those final few fights. Here in this game too, folks, what are we going to see different? You know, anything you think Tundra's going to be changing about their opening of the draft, considering how game 1 went?
Maybe not rushing the Bloodseeker pick. I'm not saying that it was the Bloodseeker's fault in the game. I think they didn't play around the Bloodseeker as good as they could have. They took a couple fights where he just wasn't really even there. So, I mean, maybe they just like opt away from getting it so early because it seemed like there was a lot of answers from the side of PSG.LGD. The Beastmaster was amazing. The auras were amazing to shut down and to buff up this gyrocopter. So maybe Tundra just, yeah, changing up a little bit of how they do that. But I think it was a lot of down to the play, like a lot of down to the plays, because they did definitely. And they just split up a lot, right? They started taking these fights away from Skeeter, who's like their strong carry, and like 3 fights consecutively, PSG.LGD kind of just stomped them. So.
No, yeah, the last few moves made by PSG.LGD were very, very nicely done. So some good smoke plays to close the game up.
This is a lot of time for a.
Well, hold up. They're going through like all of the bonus time.
They're remaking. That's why.
Oh, okay. I was going to be like, hold up. This is the longest first ban we've seen in ever. But indeed, we've got to join a new lobby.
I was like, no way that they're taking this long for a first pick ban. What the hell? All right, guess we gotta redo it. Also, we're probably not going to see Mid Centaur again. Also, just as a. But even though the thing is, though, I don't want to like talk about it being bad by any means or anything like that. 9 actually, I feel like played the best on his team. I think he did the most on the Centaur. I think he was like highest damage for his team as well too, while also being very impactful. So I didn't really want to harp on him because I think he actually played super well. So.
Okay. Well, that's fair, that's fair.
Am I sure I want to leave this game? I'm always scared to click this button.
I already did, so...
Okay, you did, so
you can join me on that. I'm pretty sure we met.
Wait, there's no lobby.
Yeah, they haven't made it yet, right?
Oh, God.
No, but they can't use the same lobby. Because it had already started the game. So they have to remake a new one.
Okay.
So, indeed, yeah, it's just been remade now. So we're just joining the new lobby, guys and girls. There was an issue. Not sure what it was. Maybe they had the settings wrong for the first pick or something. Sometimes
yeah, I think
that
he
happens.
said. I thought I saw
Was it-
staking say either it was. I think he said SP, so I think we're SP.
So I think he's saying like we were supposed to not be second pick or something.
Oh, yeah, I think that might
Might have
have
just
been
been.
set incorrectly then. Yeah.
All right, well, we'll be getting ourselves loaded back in. So apologies for the delay, ladies and gentlemen, but should be able to get back in very, very shortly. And indeed, then we'll see how things change up. So in terms of Tundra, as you say, it was definitely something a bit different to do the Bloodseeker as early as it was. And whilst that might not, it's not really like that's one thing that was the real reason why they struggled.
No, definitely not.
There's definitely more kind of standard ways that Tundra can and has done, and most teams have done, right, opening their drafts that don't revolve around kind of showing your carry. You're very clearly as well your carry hero. Not really a hero that's very versatile or flexible between the roles. Not showing that as early as the second pick.
Yeah, I mean that's a possibility. I think just LGD played really good, and Tundra they split up after laning. So just like these few mistakes really like compounded very quickly because they're playing versus these auras, this gyro. Like things accelerate quickly. You make 1 or 2 wrong fights, they get Roche. He gets like a full item. He gets another full item very quickly. So. Yeah, there's some small adaptation I think Tundra can do for Drent, but I think play was a big decider of this one. Because, like, the Centaur, he played really well. The Tiny, I think Saksa played really well. But I think, like, 33, he couldn't play. He couldn't really do too much as this Enigma. Maybe he could have itemized a little different. Maybe the Wraith Pact wasn't needed. Maybe it didn't do as much as he thought it would. But he didn't really get to play Dota, right? This Enigma pick, he would walk in and just die after casting 1 spell, and then he knows he can't black hole because he's playing versus Rubik and stuff like that. So some adjustments perhaps to be made, but I think play was a big decider for me.
Oh, and in terms of play as well, for PSG.LGD, did anyone sort of as an individual shine in that game for you in terms of what they were able to do with their hero for PSG.LGD?
On LGD?
Yeah.
11, I think him.
Yeah.
Besides, the gyro being buffed up and stuff like that. Nothing to say had good rolls because of his positioning, but for me it was old 11. I think his Beastmaster opened up the game completely, where he could have not even had a game. Sometimes this lane, it can be so one-sided, where you're just playing versus Undying and stuff like that, and you just don't get off the floor. He got a very early Dominator, took the tower early, and his roars were ideal. Sure, he didn't catch the Bloodseeker with every single one of them, but the ones that he caught on the Centaur were super impactful, so definitely want to give big props to 11.
Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We've now got ourselves to the new lobby. The draft has started, and the bans, they're flying out fast here. PSG.LGD opening up with the bans of Ricky and Marana, and Tundra, they'll open with the bans of Brood and Lina. And PSG.LGD, this time round, a hero that was it was ignored completely last game, right in the draft. We didn't have any bans or picks on the Tusk. They'll go for a Tusk opener today.
Also, Ricky Marana. These heroes were ignored.
They were actually also ignored completely.
Yes,
that's true.
So
Yeah, it's a big change up.
Interesting. I mean, very cool. I've seen them banning Ricky a lot versus other teams, so I can understand why they'd want to get rid of that one. And you're playing versus Tundra, who loves the Marana, but both heroes completely ignored last game. So pretty cool adaptation, pretty cool. Like, I mean, this is a Zhao 8 stuff, right? This is the Zhao 8 brain. He's got a concept in his mind.
All right, Tundra. They'll take the Enigma again early. They'll also have the Tiny come up at the first one, and some Warlock action here from PSG.LGD. Hell yeah.
Holy, the old school Enigma counter. That is...
yeah, that's true.
And Curtis, look at Curtis immediately grabs the notes. He's like, what the hell is going on right
He
here?
grabs the notes back from the 90s. Like, oh, what did we used to do against this? Dealing with that old counter.
I mean, that is
Yeah.
interesting. So usually, like, I think for most people, they know you usually want to pair this hero, especially with some just, like, very late game kind of farmer like the Spectre or something like that in the safe lane. But this hero's definitely gotten some pretty cool changes for those who don't know. Upheaval does damage now, and it does a pretty good amount of damage. So this spell can sometimes be slept on. It's, in my opinion, actually his most powerful spell. This and Fatal Bonds are pretty crazy, pretty nutty if they're forgotten inside of some of these fights. And then, yeah, Chaotic Offering, Enigma, you can't itemize, you can't do anything to really deal with this. If he sits in the back on Warlock, you always have that cancel. So, okay, this is cool.
Okay. So,
and this hero also works with Gyrocopter, by the way. So it could actually be maybe some like Warlock Gyrocopter if it's
You know what? I could see them doing it again. I could absolutely see them doing it again. It worked out, and, you know, there's an Enigma on the enemy side, so already one hero that the Flak's going to be feeling pretty good against. Tundra, they might even consider banning Gyro in 2023 Fogged.
Maybe. I mean, you're going to definitely see Spectre ban, so that's the first one. But I think they might be tempted to just get rid of that Gyro because of last game. He's not going to be as buffed up, though. There's no Beastmaster auras, so that does limit you a lot in farm and team fight.
And there won't be
Fatal
a Chen.
Bonds helps, but yeah, I think like the auras really do help a lot. And even like Pango, right? These little things, they compound. Minus armor, plus attack speed, plus damage, etc. So maybe some different answers. Maybe they'll pick out a couple of those, but maybe still do ban out the Gyro. Well, on the side of LGD, they'll just still target Skeeter. They'll take out that Naga Siren. It's the best hero for Tundra, and they will also now start targeting some of these 9 heroes.
All right. Now looking in the past as well, sort of about 7 months ago, PSG.LGD were playing some Warlock. They pair it up with carries such as the Monkey King, the Faceless Void, and the Terrorblade.
Okay, interesting. I mean, Monkey King could work. Not a huge fan of the Terrorblade versus the Enigma.
Well, let's see, Tundra, do they want to ban out any of these potential carry combos that PSG.LGD are going to be looking towards for Shiro?
So yeah, we saw the Alk yesterday from Entity. It didn't end up working, but the concept of it may be something they are considering. Shiro plays it.
I like that, but he plays it, and that also actually looking again at the kind of history of Warlock games, it was also something that they would run in the lane with Warlock in some of the games PSG.LGD. So Tundra, I think, doing some research there on what used to kind of click for PSG.LGD in terms of Warlock plus carry roles.
Yeah, I actually like Shiro and his Alchemist. I think they played it a couple times in the DPC, if I'm not mistaken. I remember some games. I'd have to go back and look. I think
they did.
Early.
They
was very
played
early.
He's played 2 games of it in the last 3 months.
Okay, cool.
And he did win both of them. They were both wins.
And they were versus, I think it was versus Nature's Prophets, not Enigmas, right? Because I know they picked it to counter like Treants and stuff like that in lane, at least one of the games.
Are you asking me for in-depth stuff now?
Okay, I found it. I found it.
Yeah. It was against Ares and it was against Dawn.
Okay, well, it was versus 2 of the weaker teams, at least in the region. But either way.
And those games, one was won in 29 minutes, one was won in 22 minutes. They were
I mean, if you didn't watch the Dawn Gaming games, that team lost every single game.
Oh no!
In like 20 minutes.
Poor lads. They were really? Oh. Oh wow.
PSG.LGD. They're gonna stick with. I like this. I think this is. He played it so damn well last game. Great counter versus Enigma. It looked amazing.
It's gonna be the Gyro again, right?
I feel like it's gonna be the
Why not Gyro? Why not Gyro once again?
Yeah, looks
literally
pretty
no
decent.
reason to not gyro. Shiro can just get it again. Now, would you pick it now, or would you just leave it in and get it as your last pick?
There's
Like-
they'll definitely ban it then, right? But maybe you have other options, and you kind of want to bait the ban on PSG.LGD. Like you said, maybe they do want the Monkey King. I think it's likely the gyro, but okay, we'll see. Cool. Xiaowe's got an idea in his head for sure.
I mean, I think they're going to be feeling really good about it after that game 1 play.
I think Old 11 especially was going to feel good about playing as Beastmaster again. Played it
Yeah,
so damn well.
you know, it didn't have an easy lane. I mean, he was laning up against an Undying. Had a slow start on the farm, but a few rotations coming in, and suddenly he's getting these kills. Very nicely played.
Okay.
Disruptor.
Bit different. That's cool.
Well,
they have the Beastmaster.
what do you like about the Disruptor here? Yeah.
They have Beastmaster for vision, right? So they can get these like consecutive catch plays and stuff like that. It can be just like this very strong laner as well too to play with the Beast. So pretty interesting. It definitely means it's going to be a 4 Disruptor though, which not a lot of teams are doing. I think GAIMIN Gladiators is one of the few that does it a lot of the times on Tofu, but definitely a bit of a difference there. As Tundra, they're going to go for their CK. Here we don't see too much anymore. Only them. I think they're literally the only team that... Actually, no, we did see another team picking it. I think SI picks it too, but...
So for Tundra, we're still waiting for Nine's hero. We'll see the puck get banned this time. So the
I like
thing that
that.
you mentioned could have been considered last game. This time won't have the option of it. Tundra, what do they want to ban from Shiro's hero pool? And indeed, will they give some attention towards the gyro? I mean, how does, back in the day, how would CK gyro go?
Gyro farms much faster, but
Yeah.
CK can just delete him once you get the 20 talent and stuff like that, right? You just, like, sure, Gyro has BKB, but you just reality rift him in and disintegrate him with everything, so... It's all based on, like, farm. Gyro, if he's able to continue staying, like, that item or two ahead of the CK, then he can actually win the matchup. But CK, if he's ever on, like, even grounds with this Gyrocopter, he rips him to shreds. Post-early game, like, once we're, like, mid-game. Level 20, yeah. You get that reality rift talent, and it does make a big difference. And they're going to ban it. Okay, so,
they'll
yeah,
respect.
no
Yeah,
Gyro.
I like
I
that.
think it's
there was
appropriate.
definitely a chance they were going to. I mean, and Nine's going to have a pretty good shot here with the final pick because he knows that the matchup is going to be the Tusk mid, right? From nothing to say.
Yeah.
Nine, of course, himself, big Tusk player, so he's going to know what's going to feel good against a Tusk in that matchup.
Yeah, I wonder which one he'll go for. Don't know if it'll be the... I don't think it'll be the Centaur again, though. Imagine it is. They've gone 0-2 with it now, so I don't think he's going to go for it one more time, but... Oh, so the other thing they still can do... I mean, this is maybe a little crazy, because I haven't seen it in a long time, but Warlock 4... I don't like it, I don't know. Fatal Bonds plus Axes is pretty strong in the laning phase and stuff like that, but I think I just like... I think I'd prefer to see Innocence playing the Warlock.
Yeah, I feel like the carry would be sad that he doesn't have the Warlock by his side,
Yeah.
then healing him up.
I'm just trying to think maybe some other type of variety thing. So the Disruptor for me is just a little strange, the pick. Like, I get it with the Beast, with the catch and stuff like that. And to be able to get these, like, consecutive team fights with your lower cooldown spells with Tusk, but... I like the Zeus ban from PSG.LGD. I think Tundra right now is lacking a bit of damage, so I think that would have been a pretty good solution for them. Is it going to be what? A Monkey King ban? I think that's probably the likely one I'm seeing for Shiro. There's Ursa, there's Monkey King.
I wouldn't mind of what's wrong with Faceless Void? Are we not scared of that now?
I mean, I guess Void could work. Their damage looks a little weird then. That's the only thing. But... Whoa!
Oh, okay. This was, again, this is something else they were running with the Warlock a while back. So some carry bristle coming in. What do you make of this one, Fogged?
I have not seen this in ages. Honestly, this was an old counter to Enigma, right? This is what people were doing. It was right before TI, I think it was, right? You just pick Bristle, park it in the lane versus Enigma. You're last hitting the Eidolons constantly. But now 9.
Ooh, 9. It's just.
It's a
I'll
good
play
pick.
some Timber. Oh, you got a couple
There.
of strength cores, and that
Not a lot of magic damage either.
no, and that probably that's one of the matchups where 9's going to be like, oh, this is going to feel really good against the Tusk.
Whoa, I like
Okay.
that last pick.
I tell you what, it's. I think this definitely hits a bit harder than the Centaur last pick from game 1. This one has much kind of clearer strengths in terms of matchups, and as you say, now we thought the Centaur would be unkillable. It wasn't, but this game, I think the Timbersaw should be able to become unkillable, right?
Should be able to become pretty unkillable. That being said, there is a lot of these auras. All right, the
Okay.
Beastmaster is going to be carrying these auras. If Bristle gets like his Ags timing, he's able to stack up the goos, get that crazy type of right-click damage. In the later stages, could have some type of answer for the Timber. But this Timber early game definitely feels like he's pretty immortal. Interesting.
All right. Well,
I did not think that we'd get a Bristle here.
No, both games we've had Shiro and 9 finishing the drafts with some fun stuff. Last time round, Shiro's Gyro ended up being the last pick that would have the bit more impact and being able to take the win. This time round, we'll see if he's able to do it again on his Bristle, or if this 9 Timbersaw will prove to be a bit too much for the cause that PSG.LGD are going to try and run at Tundra with this game, Fogged.
This might be the perfect last pick for Tundra, honestly. Like 3 strength cores. The 2 supports that are side of PSG.LGD don't really do damage by any means. Disruptor and Warlock, they're kind of just like amplifiers for your cores. So, I mean, if this is any game for this mid-Timber to pop off, if there's any game for it, it's this one. So, yeah, looking at that pick for 9, how well he's going to be able to do, how much he's going to be able to control the state of the game. PSG.LGD, it's going to take some time for their lineup to all get together with this Bristle back, but let's see if they're able to actually deal with this Timbersaw, because it's not looking like the easiest solution.
Absolutely. I mean, what are the best things that PSG.LGD do have against a Timbersaw?
It's just like long duration, and they do have like the Tusk Burst. Like if he doesn't have the reactive armor stacks and you get the initial go on him, then perhaps. And they have that hard lockdown of Roar. But their damage overall, like it takes some time to build up throughout the team fights with Bristleback. So definitely not the easiest. It's just going to take time. Take time and items really to deal with him.
There we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game 2. The Tundra versus PSG.LGD.
This should be... I mean, this could be really interesting. It could be very one-sided. If they don't deal with 9 early on, he could just take over the map. And then that's all the space in the world for something like the CK. I think 33 will still really suffer this game. It does not look like an easy Enigma game by any means. Playing into Warlock, playing into Beastmaster, playing versus Bristle. Even if you cast Black Hole, it's likely to get cancelled or you die because you get the Bristle inside of it and you just spam it. Gets the close off. But I think 9 overall, he could just dictate pace completely. But we'll see how all this does end up going down. See how these lanes end up going.
Let us fight.
2 for 2.
Let's see if... I mean, the top lane, right? Old 11. Whilst he had a bit of a slow start in the lane last time, still had a great game. This time round, is the lane a bit easier for him, straight from the start?
For 11, it should be much easier. The CK plus Rubik, it's not an Undying. Undying just like makes any of these strength offlaners just really, really suffer. So it should be a much better start. But that being said, though, he did make miracles happen last game. And he's taking quite a beating here from Snaking. Snake? Does he get the courier? No, can't commit for it.
I see mid lane already in that first trade. 9 doing a heavy amount of damage to nothing to say. Already getting the Tusk very low in this matchup.
Even catches that second Whirling Death.
The dusk is always ready.
These courier. I mean, I wish we need a counter of how many couriers die in each of these games. I think last game had like 10 dead couriers. It's pretty nuts.
And bottom lane, Shiro, he should be pretty untouchable, right? Like, Saxa and 33 aren't going to be able to get this Bristle out the lane, especially backed up by a Warlock.
No, I don't imagine so. It's the only thing that could happen is like if he gets tossed under tower and they have some godly body blocks or some Eidolons. But even then, not easy when there's a Warlock behind. Shiro should free farm.
And is the build-up still, what, you get the phase boot Vanguard and then you rush for the Ags?
I'd imagine so. I don't know if you can deviate for any other type of build. The Ags is just way too strong. It's too big of a peak timing. Maybe maybe there's a small chance he does deviate just to try to find something for the Timber, some type of solution. But I don't know what would you even itemize. I think you just have to go for it.
So far in the matchups, I mean, mid 9 having a bit of an edge here against Nothing to Say.
Yep. Gets better and better with the levels for 9, but that being said, I don't know if he's going to be able to push a Tusk out of lane. Tusk just always shoves the lane in with shards and snowball, always able to get those last hits. Once 6 comes out, of course, then 9 is able to go in, but that's going to take some time. I love the high fives. This cracks me up.
On top. Well, this might be first blood here. Snaking. 11 and Planet. Very persistent there with the aggression onto Snaking. Very well done. Also keeping Skidder pretty low in the mid, underneath the tower, up top. He's still with the 9-1 charges though.
Yeah, and he'll have. Does Snake actually bring any regen? Okay, he had it on the courier.
Yeah, he's got
so Snake will
tangles
have an
himself.
extra. Yeah, and Skeeter does have a couple extra regen, but they've done a good job of spamming down the CK. He's still farming well, and he's got the Chaos Strike, of course, for the natural built-in regen, but very good aggression coming out from PSG.LGD up top. So bottom is stabilized, top is having some good aggression, and mid is coming up pretty even. Sure, there's those 5 denies for 9, but he's not really missing too many last hits on Nothing to Say.
On top lane, Skeeter, and he'll get the kill. And he's also going to be fine. Oh, Lemon's trying to stand his ground against Skeeter.
Even denies the boar. Nicely done, Old 11. Nah, Snake just says screw it. Fade bolts it away. Disruptor was very low mana, so I don't think Planet's too upset with having died there and having to go back to base. We'll be able to reset. We'll to keep that aggression going. But on the side of Tundra, with Snake and getting that kill, he's opened up the opportunity to get him pull off. That being said, though, Skidder, he should be fine. And yeah, Snake gets off a half pull, so the most ideal type of pull he can get with that single pull. So we'll be able to deny at least 2 of those creeps away from top. Yeah, this Bristle's not getting slowed down. I mean, there's 11 denies on the Enigma, but he's getting, I think he's gotten a couple of these Eidolons just with the close sprays.
Yeah, for sure some of those are.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, sure, he can just play behind the tower. He knows that nobody else is going to be coming over here from Tundra.
I mean, this is a danger. He could get tossed under tier 2. Like, look, they're setting up for it. Oh, he is super dead.
Oh, okay. Okay. A little deep there for Shiro indeed. All right. He thought he could get away with being there. I thought he could as well. I think we both, yeah, me and him both underestimate the fact that toss under a tier 2 could occur.
As soon as
I don't think he'll be going there again.
No, as soon as I saw that Soxa was level 3, I was like, wait, they can just play this really smart and toss, and they did it perfectly. Shiro gets punished for his over-aggression. Who got the last hit too? Shared. But either way, I mean, that's going to be the arcane boots for 33, so Soxa will be pumped up. They can keep looking to make these type of toss-back plays. Top.
Oh, Snaking. He's going to try and turn towards Old 11, but the backup's in. Old 11. Is he going to be able to get away from this? He's got the stick charges. He's away. And now Skeeter, he's in trouble as well. The sharp blocks there. Very nicely done from PSG.LGD. Nothing to Say turns up to the top lane. And they're going to make sure that once again, Old 11, you know, whilst he didn't have the easiest to CS at the start of this lane, you know, with these sort of moves that are coming in to enable this top half of the map, his Beastmaster's going to be feeling pretty good.
That was crisp. The second I think he hit level 6, they make an aggressive move top. He TPs him right away. Perfect usage of spells too. He grabs like the little instance of grabbing Old 11 even in a snowball, perhaps saving him. Really good plays. So now he's still sitting up top.
Snaking's He's looking very dead. All right, straight back to the lane and then straight back to his grave. There's nothing to say. Joins forces with Planet and Old 11 to take him down again.
Super smart. Like, you kind of want to do this as a Tusk too when you're playing versus Timber in the mid matchup, right? You don't want to just sit versus this Timber, so perfect rotations coming out for him. Half damage on the tower, so 9 does get a little bit of a benefit at the least from those rotations. All 3 lanes, though, looking pretty good for the side of PSG.LGD. That Beastmaster looking to have an even better game than last time.
Absolutely, he's going to be on track for a good timing on the level 6. He's got the full helm on its way out.
Skeeter might be bullied out of the lane pretty soon, if not already. It's not an easy lane to now contest versus this early Dom with this Disruptor who's playing aggressively and with the constant Tusk rotations. So Skeeter might have some difficulty catching back up in this one here in the early game.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Level 6 already, Old 11. He's found the Dark Troll Summoner. Very strong.
Bottom.
creep.
They'll look to toss back onto Shiro. Get him nice and close to the Timber Saw. And they'll drop the Black Hole as well. They'll take a fair bit of damage from the Quill Sprays coming out, but not enough to lose anyone here from Tundra down bottom as they'll kill Shiro off cleanly. Same time back on top. Snake King, he'll die again. Quite a few deaths here from Snake King now in the laning stage, going down 4 times already.
They didn't even have to use the Roar. So, yeah, Skeeter, he leaves the lane. They just use axes plus just like a kinetic field. They catch Snake King, and Old 11 holds onto the Roar, and now he's going to be able to probably push this entire tower because he's that Dark Troll Summoner. So, are they going to even look to react? I mean, Snake King's TP'd back up.
Oh.
Disruptor's here. See you later, Snake King.
This is going to be a 5th death for him. Snake King's having a very rough start to this game as PSG.LGD, they're bullying him time and time again, Fog. This is quite a few deaths to give away to this duo.
And with the game that Old 11 had last game, I mean, he is well and truly enabled to really pop off. 3-0 and 3, all 6 of the kills up in that top lane. And yeah, he's going to be able to take top tower. And he's going to be able to boot, like CK's booted out of the lane. So he's going to be able to hunt him, scout him out with the Hawks and stuff like that. Really good early game from PSG.LGD. 9, he's got his work cut out for him this early game to make these rotations to start to shut down some of these heroes. But he can't be everywhere.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
He doesn't want to
Dire's middle
play around
tower
too much in
is
the jungle.
under
Knows
attack.
that nothing to say, sweeping over. Doesn't want to push it too hard here, 9. Yeah, this top half of the map, Old 11 really will start taking over now.
He's already level 7. He's got the max boar, max hawk, so he can scout, he can put pressure on, and this Rubik really does not like to play versus these summons this early. They're going to send 9 to occupy this area. Planet, he's spotted.
I mean, Old 11's coming in from the side. He's going to drop the Raw onto Skeeter, try and get the safety for Planet to escape, but 9 is in with the Timber Chain. Will manage to cut down Planet. Old 11, he's
Skeeter's in
turning
trouble.
towards Skeeter. He's actually going to kill him. Old 11 now dominating. 4-0-3. I mean, he had a great game after the slow laning stage in game 1. This time around, he's just having a great game through and through. I mean, 4-0-3. This Beastmaster's a massive problem for Tundra. Old 11's
Snake King might
crushing
just
them.
die. Like,
Wait,
Snay
no,
with
not
the boar.
again.
The boar and the summons. This Dark Troll Summoner's no joke. Snay. He's got lift. He's going to have to use it, but he's just dead.
All right.
My
Old
goodness.
11's just walking away with the game right now. 9 is going to look to try and take him out. Saxon will be here to stop the TP. So they'll finally be able to bring down Old 11. They needed to do that because Old 11, he was getting out of control. We'll see in the mid.
They say. They almost could have killed Skeeter. They had a punch available.
8-5. 1k lead still here for PSG.LGD. See where they want to make the move towards next. Shiro getting some space in the jungle. And Phase Boots finished on top of the Vanguard. There's stacks being made by Planet as well, setting up the triangle for Shiro to be able to come across and clear soon.
So is
Speed
why
up
you
his
smile.
acceleration.
He's got a double stack at hard camp, or triple stack at hard camp and a double stack at the medium camp here to boost up Shiro. And yeah, it's the Aghanims queued up for him. So Shiro does have those 2 deaths that have slowed him down a little bit, but with the way that this Beastmaster's been able to pressure Skeeter, Shiro has a clear advantage over the CK for quite some time right now. Very good early game from PSG.LGD by the hands of Old 11. And these auras, they do matter a lot. Especially if you're playing with something like this tempo kind of lineup that you see that PSG.LG has. They want to be able to play fast. And yeah, this type of timing for the Beastmaster is crucial. So I see Tundra. Yeah, they want to be able to take him out a couple more times. He is a problem, so these kills, they'll be pretty big.
Yeah, just going all in on Old 11 now. And look at the roar off. A bit of a boost to the movement speed to try and run.
Under attack.
There's only so much he can do here on his own. Tundra, they will be able to take him out a second time now from this top lane.
Very good kills. Good rotations from 9. Skeeter getting some time to catch back up. At bottom of the core is on the
Dire's
CK.
bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
See if Tundra can find more from this position. Saxa.
Basically
Got
played it.
eyes on Planet. Planet will quickly turn with the static storm drop down, but Saxa's able to walk out to the side. Turns with the toss. So we'll get trapped in by the shards. Try and walk this off, but surrounded by the 3 of them. Saxa nowhere to run. PSG.LGD will take him out.
Illusion.
We got nothing to say gets the kill as well too. Level 10 on this Tusk already. All 3 cores looking pretty damn good. Church the 3 strength cores versus that Timber Saw, but a really good early game to, jack up Shiro. Right? And they're just continuing to get these stacks going. I see why you smile. It's a quad stack now at that hard camp. Looks like nothing to say is going to be the one to take it away though. And look at that upheaval damage. Just kidding, it's level 1.
Tundra. They're trying to play as fast as they can with the moves. And they make the 2 plays up top to take down Old 11. Now they're going to look to go bottom, see if they can find Shiro on the bristleback. And up walking into Why You Smile instead. Still, though, Saxa is able to close the gap. And with the toss back, he gets the bristle nice and close towards the timber, but the golem's got to be dropped down.
Stolen golem.
Trying to hold the back. Stolen golem and deep for staking. Slammed straight down on top of Why You Smile. With the Chakram 9 bursting through Shiro. Shiro will fall. The original golem will end up killing Snaking still. Up on the high ground, Skeeter also joins the fray and gets the pullback to set up onto Nothing to Say as well. So Tundra will manage to take the fight here, getting the big kills, 2 of them. Both the carry and the mid down for PSG.LGD.
Very nice moves. 9 in particular, he's the one to lead the charge. If he's getting involved in these fights, he will be able to kill these tanky cores. He has all the answers. Level 11, Kaya Sanj finished up. So good aggressive moves, shutting down. Goes from lane to lane to lane, right? Shuts down the Beastmaster twice, goes bottom, gets the bristle, and also finds the Tusk. This is a good recovery here from Tundra after a little bit of a shaky early game. A little bit of a shaky start versus this
Radiant's
Beastmaster.
bottom tower is
Starting
under
to get their
attack.
footing. And Snag, he does go down to Golem, but at least he gets the steal off. It looks fancy. And should be able to finish off this bottom tower. So good moves from Tundra, and they keep killing this bristle. So it's a tempo-based lineup on the side of PSG.LGD, and that is 3 deaths now for Shiro. That can really slow down the momentum.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Bottom's out. Cleaned up by 33. As Tundra start to claim some control off PSG.LGD's half of the map. Skeeter still having all the space on his own side to farm the jungle without too much of a threat being thrown towards him from PSG.LGD.
Yeah, Tundra's found very good solutions to the problems that were happening, and CK still bottom of that net worth, but soon going to start accelerating to catch back up toward this Bristle. Not exactly caught up, because Bristle's going to be able to farm all these stacks and stuff like that, but slowly but surely catching up whenever 9 looks to make any of these aggressive moves. And 9, level 13. An incredible game. To be expected, a last big Timber versus 3 strength cores.
Radiant are scanning. Radiant's middle tower
It
is
looks like
under
maybe they're
attack.
actually going to get this mid tower. Nice little Eidolon micro. Eidolon sent to the mid lane from the bottom lane with a catapult wave. Yeah, they'll just clear out that full mid tower for free.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Do they have the Helm of Overlord? It is going to be finished up. Okay, time to make some moves again on 11. Because I think if they start, it feels like if they start losing this mid game on the side of PSG.LGD, the game could get a bit complicated for them. So definitely want to see them look to continue making space for Shiro, who he's actually changed the build, by the way. After being killed by this Timber Saw a couple times, he's actually queued up BKB instead on Bristle. Wants some type of protection versus Timber.
GG for Skeeter.
is under attack.
If the fight does kick off, I mean, they're looking for action. PSG.LGD, they'll get the glimpse back onto 9.
They found 9.
Let's see if they can blow him up. They can. They'll get him caught here in the combo, roar into the golem. They take 9 out of the game, and that'll give them the freedom to take this tier 1.
And Roche, maybe.
They could
might be
go
able to
straight
go in
into the pit. Yeah, with 9
This
out of the
big move.
game, they can walk in, and I don't think Tundra's going to have the ability to sort of set up as the 4 of them to do much about this. TP comes up from Saxon to join here with Snaking. Also 33 heading over. We'll see if the 4 of them can get into the pit, because Roshan is falling very quickly. They're going to try. But
Big Static Storm.
That Static Storm indeed fantastic here in blocking off Tundra from having any chance of getting over towards the pit. And now PSG.LGD, they can get the Roche, get the Aegis, they can step out and take the fight. They'll kill both supports. Saxa and Snaking taken out. Big moves here from PSG.LGD.
Hitting when they need to, right? This timing, catching the Timber, sure, 9 was tanky, but if they commit all 5 heroes on him, they're able to get that kill, and it's the perfect one to open up Roche. And now Shiro, he feels comfortable. He had the BKB queued because he died those 3 times, but now since he's got Aegis coverage, he's actually just gone for the Aghanims himself. So PSG.LGD hitting their timings very nicely here. Nothing to say, BKB finished as well, starting to get more and more solutions for 9. We're definitely seeing if they can commit and isolate 9, they do have that damage. Just like that last time.
Yeah. I mean, just excellent call from PSG.LGD for those sequence of events after getting the kill on 9. As this really puts them in a position where they can absolutely look to turn up and fight around Shiro, and it's not going to be quite as easy for Tundra to deal with it. It's sort of getting to the similar territory as Game 1 was, where when the group up came in from PSG.LGD, Tundra, some of their heroes will die very, very quickly when PSG.LGD just have 5 of them charging at them one by one in the team fights.
Yeah, and 33 not able to play his hero again, it feels like, right? He's 0-0 and 5. He's got these aura items and stuff like that, but he's unable to cast the black hole. He's unable to get in position to even cast it. PSG.LGD hitting huge timings and continuing to pressure here. This Helm of Overlord timing is massive, right? The fact that Old 11, that was kind of the big go for them to make that move to bind 9, and now starting to really kick up the pace a little bit here.
Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's top
Skeeter
tower
not,
is under attack.
I mean, he's still not really accelerating to catch it. He's still bottom of the net worth of the cores.
Dire's top tower.
I imagine we'll see him go for the disassemble soon to get this BKB, but even with that, he's still 1,000 or so gold away.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And the PSG.LGD know that they can take a lot here around this Aegis. They take the tier 2 top, they'll swing over towards the mid. I don't really see any reason why they would hold back from this sort of push. They're very strong right now. They know they go for these pushes as a 5-man. What did Tundra do about this? They just have to watch the towers getting taken here. Nothing to do in terms of a defense. And it's already 19 minutes in. 2 tier 2s taken here by PSG.LGD.
They just look for full dominance of the map right now, right? Just sweep over it. 33, he shows himself on a ward top. Nothing to say, just gets a solo kill.
Dire's courier
Things are falling apart for Tundra. LGD playing this like perfect tempo kind of draft around a perfect timing around that Beastmaster with the Helm of Overlord. And now, yeah, they're all just getting BKBs, right? So Tusk has BKB, Beastmaster about to have his, Bristle soon as well. So that Timber Saw feels like they're going to have all the answers for 9 as this game progresses.
Yeah, Tundra have to get out of this bottom lane. They were getting chased there as Planet was trying to see if he could get the glimpse back onto 9, but TP's out from Tundra. We'll get them out of harm's way. They'll leave the bottom lane. See if they want to bring heroes back down at Tundra. Because PSG.LGD with Shiro clearing out this bottom wave, they could set up to start removing the towers from this bottom lane.
And they see multiple more heroes coming over too. So for Tundra, I mean, they're swinging over, but they see that at least 4 of the side of PSG.LGD is over here.
Zaxa.
They'll catch the Warlock.
They'll get the toss back and see if they can take him out before he can get his spells off. They won't. He's able to get the Golem off. Roar as well, thrown down onto Saxa. Saxa, he'll be the first to fall on Tundra, so 1-for-1 in between the support. PSG.LGD, they're ready to try and push for more. Shiro charging up the high ground, still has a minute left on the Aegis. Will hold back there due to the heavy burst that 9's able to catch him with as the Timber Saw. With the shard traps there, Snaking gets held back. Old 11 cleans up the double. They get the vision for the glimpse onto 33. Thunderstrike as well. Nothing to say. He's in with a punch. 33. He'll turn with the black hole. He's caught the 2 of them. 9 throwing the chakrams in as well. It's enough to be able to take down the Bristleback once, but nothing to say. Gets his BKB off. Tundra, they'll still lose 33. And that black hole there, it will just give them the chance of taking the Aegis out of Shiro's hands. But it was an Aegis that was about to expire anyway. So still, all in all, Tundra just struggling to really threaten PSG.LGD at all. PSG.LGD continuing to grow the lead.
They're just running at them. Like, they do not care if they even throw ultimates onto one hero. Saksa got a Golem and a Static Storm committed, and then they're just like, keep going, because we have these constant glimpse backs to get these resets, keep getting these catches. Really good aggression coming out from PSG.LGD. Skeeter just still trying to recover, still trying to find this BKB so he can get involved. But is this BKB even going to be enough for him to do enough damage? Starting to feel pretty difficult for them. 9, he does a ton of damage if he does get ignored, but if he does get targeted, can definitely see them just be able to blow up this Timber Saw too. Really good plays from PSG.LGD in these last few moments. This Planet, he's got 2 components of his Aghanims as well too, so getting more and more answers as the game progresses. So much vision control too. I see these wards that they placed early on from PSG.LGD in the base even, to just catch any movements from Tundra, and then these Hawks constantly scouting any type of rotations, any type of Hawks. So they're seeing majority of where Tundra is setting up at the moment. Saksa, 5 seconds left on BKB. 2 seconds.
It's back up. Able to get the blink out. In fact, he's able to get the blink back over towards Saksa. As Saksa gets glimpsed down to the low ground, they'll take out Tiny.
Almost a perfect timing. The BKB literally came up as ideal as it could be for the side of PSG.LGD. A nice try from Saksa. 4K lead. Keeping their momentum going. Keeping Shiro all the way up at the top there. His items are just starting to get overwhelming for the CK. He's literally a full item ahead. Yep, they're feeling that momentum as well. Looking for the smoke. They've got Chaotic offering up again. Roar, everything's at the ready. Besides that BKB, of course, in the Tusk, but they're feeling confident even without it. Skeeter.
They've got eyes on Skeeter. He's going to have to put the BKB here to make sure he doesn't get glimpsed back into the Static Storm. Nothing to say. He's still able to close the gap with the shards and the punch-up. Shiro turns towards Snake King. Snake King, and he's got no way out of this, and buys some time here with the stolen snowball. As Shiro with his back turned, ready to kill him off with the quill sprays. YE Smile also popping the golem to put Tundra off from being able to get on top of the Bristleback. 9, it's glimpsed back. They'll try and Timberchan away, but the Roar's there. They've got the control punch up as well. They take down 9. 2 heroes dead on Tundra. Shiro, he's thinking about going up towards the high ground as they trap 33 in with a shard. Saxon tried to toss him back to his safety, but he'll only end up in Saxon dying. They get the glimpse set up as well onto Skeeter. It's going to be a team wipe here from PSG.LGD as they take everything from Tundra and they lose nothing. They're down the mid lane onto the tier 3s here. Fortification will buy a bit of safety for Tundra. But once again in this game too, everything is just coming together perfectly for PSG.LGD. And Tundra, they're just looking a bit lost.
Yep, 33. He's stealing the creep wave with a courier. So they will. Backdoor is probably going to kick in. Okay, they got the courier. Innocent's able to finish it. YE Smile able to finish it up. But that's 2 Raxes. That's 2 sets. CK so far behind. Gets evaporated. PSG.LGD actually will back off. They will allow this Rax to survive. They hit, and they hit hard. That's pretty much the Aghanims now finished for the Disruptor. And Tundra, unable to really take any of these type of actual head-on team fights. There's nothing to say. Able to blink away.
Saxon's walking into this. They could just turn towards him if he's not too careful. He will get dragged back to safety by Snake King. Yeah, go into the Roche pit. They could look to take this. I mean, Tundra, do they have a chance of sort of trying to catch PSG.LGD in a team fight before Roshan?
It's
like how do Tundra take a fight on their own sort of call? Because it really feels like in the last 10 minutes, it's just been go, go, go from PSG.LGD, whereas as Tundra, they've not really been able to make any plays happen.
No, I mean, they can't catch the front line, and the back line heroes are too far back, right? This Warlock and this Disruptor are always in perfect position with their 3 tanky cores, and they can't go on the 3 cores now that they have BKB. The Timber damage just isn't there. The Enigma can't really play the game, so it's really difficult for 33, and yeah, these BKBs just keep being the kind of the bailout every single time for PSG.LGD. This is really well played. I like how they're also just like, they just drop Golem, right? Like in that fight, in the mid lane, a Golem actually hit nobody. It was just for the vision aspect to get the glimpse, and it ends up working out. So PSG.LGD really understanding their timing. As Golem back up in 10 seconds. Tundra trying to force the issue here, but this is a scary position to be in. Nothing to say. Okay.
Well, they'll get the catch on him. See if they can push for the high ground. The Static Storm's going to get laid down. They've got the combo as well with the Golem. Skeeter will get dragged out the side by the telekinesis. Has to put the BKB to stop him from getting glimpsed back. Shiro will now turn up for the defense. So Tundra will have to consider very carefully how they want to continue to go about this. I'm sure nothing to say is not in the game, but even with just the 4 members of PSG.LGD, it's proving to be too much here. Tundra, they back away. They're not going to try and push in, even with Tusk dead.
Good catch, though, at least on the Tusk. Nothing to say, playing a little bit over-aggressive there inside the lane. Doesn't expect them to still be there. But LGD, Tusk respawning in about 14 seconds. They still have that outpost taken away, so they're making an aggressive smoke themselves. Tundra, 9. He will take the outpost to prevent the TP, but they're still on the charge.
Here we go.
Roche, it's back up. Very difficult fight for Tundra here.
Old 11's got the roar ready. It's going to be Saxon with the jump first. Gets him with the toss back onto Old 11. That's Old 11 gone. The threat of the roar is removed. Saxa is going to opt for the TP out in the middle of this fight. Nothing to say, puts a stop to that. He gets straight in with a punch up. Saxa goes down. Skeeter is trapped in the shards. Again, snaking with the telekinesis, able to save him. Gets him back to safety over the other side of them. They'll be able to separate themselves from PSG.LGD. That was Shiro popping the BKB. Tundra, they'll commit the buyback from Saxa. And themselves, they have the 5 of them. 30 seconds until Old 11's able to join back with the rest of PSG.LGD. Still nothing to say. Comes into the background. He's able to find 33 on the back. Black Lives Planet drops the Static Storm. That's 33 gone. He himself doesn't have buyback. Saxa, it's a 3-man avalanche. He's able to get the chance for the toss back. Onto nothing to say. Gets him thrown over towards Skeeter and 9. Tundra, they'll be able to take the Tusks down. 5 seconds until Old 11's back, but a full minute now. No, nothing to say from PSG.LGD.
11's back.
And he's still got Raw ready to drop.
Sox has been doing magic with these tossbacks in this fight.
Planet, he's going to get the glimpse. On to 9-9. Trying to time the Timber Chain out of there. Get forced out of the kinetic field in time. Roshan sitting at half health throughout this all. Yes, PSG.LGD, they could look to just start trying to force it and trying to finish this. As indeed, Shiro is going to go into the pit. BKB for Skeeter is ready and available for him to pop. We'll see if he's able to get in time. He's not. It's already gone. Shiro picks up the Aegis, picks up the Shard. PSG.LGD, they'll be able to take the Roche.
Not the worst coming out from Tundra. Really good tossback plays, but in the end of the day there, PSG.LGD, they're able to just persist forward for that Aegis. Nice tossbacks, though. Saxa, really good plays, really good buyback, but either way, yeah. LGD. Now they have Aegis. Now they have the hairball as well, too. So Shiro, he's hitting kind of critical mass. He's got an Aegis, he's got the Shard, and he also finished up AC while also finding a Titan Sliver. It's like 3 big timings for this Bristleback coming together.
Yeah, he's going to be kicking out a lot of damage and be very, very hard to kill.
Yeah.
Shiro once again with a solid showing here. This time on the Bristle. Last game onto the Gyro.
Skeeter's still really struggling to get involved in this game. He's got his BKB, he's got his Mage Slayer, but he's still continued to be the bottom of the net worth of the course. And they have all the answers for him. And they always have vision. Look at this Hawk. It's scouting everything.
Well, Saxa.
Toss
back on Shiro. They've got him decently deep. 9's going to be off the mark with the Chakram. And in fact, 9.
He gets glimpsed away.
9 is not going to be here for the defense. He gets sent straight back to the bottom lane. There's no Timber to hold the base here, as he's going to have to take the long walk across the map. And he might not get back soon enough, because back in the base, Snaking's getting killed. They've got the Roar to 33. Shiro's in with the BKB. 33's out of the game. It's a triple kill for Shiro. And these two, they don't have buybacks. Shiro turns over towards Skeeter. Nothing to say. He's in with a punch. Has Skeeter out as well. 3 heroes down without buyback. It's got to be game over, I think, Vog.
What a glimpse. Planet just sends 9 out of the game. And now 9, he shows back up, and he's a Static Storm. He's dead.
He's very, very dead. He has got buyback, but his teammates do not. So indeed, they'll tap out. GG is called. PSG.LGD here will take the series. They'll take both wins. 2-0 against Tundra. And they look good doing it. You know, after sort of the first couple of days, coming into this 3rd day, it feels like maybe everything's gelling together for PSG.LGD, having Old 11 in as the stand-in. I mean, both games on his Beastmaster. It looks like this is really the hero to get him on, because he looked great on it, Vogt.
100% agreed. I was literally going to highlight the same thing. I think Shiro, he pops off in both of these games because he's enabled. And I think a big fact of that enabling is Old 11 just having this remarkable game on Beast. But what a game. I mean, in their own style, too. Both games, they go for something a little bit different. You can see the reasoning of why, since they're playing versus the Enigma twice, they want to have this solution. And it seems like they found a very good solution of how to play versus Tundra's. Yeah, Tundra, the last 2 picks, the Centaur and the Timber, he played well on them, but it did not do enough to really save these side lanes that just went kind of disastrously in both games, right? The Enigma unable to play both games. Skeeter kind of feels like he's on catch-up mode both games as well. So, yeah, really well played in Zhao 8. He's got some mastermind stuff going on always.
He has some smart drafts today that indeed ended up being too much for Tundra. Yeah, but sort of both of these games, the second half of it all, Tundra just a bit all over the place. PSG.LGD just in full control of being able to close the games up. And we'll see again here with the highlights of this match. At the start, Nine able to make some of these moves, and both games, it felt like he could have been unkillable, and I think that's kind of what they felt as well, Tundra, when they drafted these sort of heroes. But it all just becomes a bit too much even for him in the late game. Like, with this sort of lineup, the PSG.LGD went a very sort of similar style both times round. They can kill anybody. It doesn't matter how tanky you are.
Yeah, at some point they have more than enough damage once they get this, honestly, the Helm of the Overlord. It gives you more than enough to just buff up your core, plus how much damage you deal. Yeah, really good game plan. And Tundra, yeah, like 2 games kind of sticking with this Enigma plus Tiny. 33 unable to really play the game. Might have to switch up the way that they look to play versus some of these teams because it felt completely answered.
No, it really did. It really did, yeah. Just the approach from PSG.LGD had sort of very, much fewer holes to it. It was, at a certain point, it really did seem that PSG.LGD, once they sort of hit the certain times with the items, Shiro, he's got like this Ags AC, BKB, he's just at peak performance. Like, you can't kill this Bristle. This Bristle's just going to destroy you. All the buffs, all the auras being provided by his teammates. Yeah, these last few fights, they just didn't stand a chance. There was really no one on Tundra that could stand up and stand to fight against PSG.LGD. I mean, Skeeter as well had a pretty slow game on the CK. He just never was ahead. There was never sort of a fight where he turned up and PSG.LGD were concerned at all about the presence of a CK.
Yeah, literally from the laning phase all the way onwards, he was just constantly the bottom of the net worth. Like, him and the Enigma constantly trading off between bottom and net worth, unable to really have any impact. It's tough to say who's even the MVP for me. I'd probably say Old 11, but my goodness, this Disruptor plays, right? Like, Planet trying to put an argument for him getting the MVP with these glimpses, with these static storms. This was beautiful.
I think you could. That last glimpse, indeed, definitely one that would have caused a lot of frustration for Nine, glimpsing him all the way back to the bottom lane after he tried to get back to help out his team on that final defense. Wasn't able to make it there due to Planet. But there we go, ladies and gentlemen. First series of the day here on this channel. We get to witness PSG.LGD getting themselves the 2-0 against Tundra. Of course, we've got another series coming straight up for you next. It's going to be another fantastic one, so you better stick around and stay with us for this. We're going to be coming back to you very shortly with ASTER versus Entity. So a quick preview of that one, Fogged. What have we seen from these teams so far? Who's looking hotter right now?
I'm not sure. Entity, they had a really good day 1, but they were playing, I would say, like some of the weaker teams and stuff like that. ASTER, I was looking at them coming into this tournament as one of the top 3, honestly, but they've been faltering a lot, so unsure really what to expect. This could be some slower games, because both teams do like to take it a little bit slower how they look to pressure in the early game.
All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere. We'll have a short break, and then we'll be right back with you for Team ASTER versus Entity here in the Lima group stages. We'll see you in a few moments. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Lima Major Group Stage. I'm Pixel here with Fogged, and we're just about ready to get ourselves into a new, fresh series. It's going to be ASTER going up against Entity. Fogged, we've had the pleasure of seeing both of these teams play personally over the last couple of days of games we've casted. What do you make of this sort of matchup, coming into this one? And who's been doing better in your eyes? Who's been impressing you more? And who's sort of been standing out from both squads on land so far from these two teams?
Man, XXX still always delivers on the side of ASTER. I think he's always a treat to watch. I think I would favor ASTER in this matchup. I think they've played the harder series so far, and they're just like one. I think they've traded 1-1 every single one of them. They played Beast Coast, Shopify, and Betboom, and they did look pretty good. They even had that super long 80-minute game. They kept that one going crazy. Entity, I don't know. They're a bit of a tough, difficult team for me to understand at times. Like sometimes with the way that they set up their drafts and picks and bans and stuff like that, I'm not really understanding it so much. Well, in comparison to like a team like Liquid or something, we were talking about it yesterday. It's like you can see like the clear, concise reasons of stuff like that. So for me, Entity sometimes is a bit of a hard one to read. Sometimes they just have like super high ceilings, and sometimes they just have like really low floors. So tough for me to actually determine. I would favor ASTER in this one though.
All right. Well, we'll see. We're currently in the lobby, ladies and gentlemen. We should be having the game started pretty soon. Just waiting for the last few members to get themselves sat down in their slots. So as you say, you feel that ASTER's maybe going to have the stronger sort of chance coming into this. You say XXS. I mean, he's also just a very fun offlaner to watch, right? Still one of these offlaners who will play the Mars, play the Magnus, and they're always very excited to see him get his hands on. I'll see if that's going to be the case here in this draft. And for both sides, regards to hero picks, anything in particular outside of kind of the meta heroes that you think when each of these teams are looking at one another, they're really having in mind when it comes to the draft?
I just think that we could end up having a similar situation as we saw with like the Betboom with ASTER, where it's like we could have some like Naga versus TB, the super late game kind of style, because both teams are very content with going toward the later type of stages, and both teams are pretty content with going and slowing down the pace of the game. I think they match up in a kind of like similar-ish way, in like towards like the late game kind of aspects, right? Like I prefer XXS over Toby just in a couple different things of like team fight, right? But Toby overall on the micro heroes, he plays them. XXS just doesn't really play those, so I guess that's like a little bit of an edge. When I look at like the mids, XWY and Stormstormer, these two are pretty volatile. I feel like they both have like sometimes they just like pop off and they own a game, or sometimes they're very underwhelming. So a lot of similarities, at least when you compare player to player on these two teams.
Oh, no, for sure. Yeah, the mid matchup always a fun one to watch, and indeed we'll see how XWY and Stormstormer sort of clash head to head in that lane. In terms of sort of heroes, I'm looking right now that both of these mids have been able to get through a lot. Sort of the ones that we're seeing the most of Stormstormer are his Bat, his Pango, and his Invoker, whereas for XWY, as of recently, as in within the games that we've seen from them in the last 3 months, his main 3 picks are his Ember Spirit, his Tiny, and his Void Spirit. So tends to lean more heavily into these sort of Spirit picks. Even the Storm, he's had a couple of games on, compared to Stormstormer, who doesn't really play the Spirit heroes that much. A couple of games on Ember, but outside of that, quite a bit of a contrasting kind of hero pool around the mids for both of these players. Yeah,
I mean Stormstormer is a very specialized specialized player, right? He plays his heroes. He'll play his Pango, he'll play his Invoker, he'll play, if it's a good meta for it, his Arc Warden and his OD. I think that's like those are his main 4. I mean, if you look, this guy's honestly, I love Stormstormer, great guy, disgusting as a Dota player. If you look at his top heroes,
don't forget to mention his Tinker, of course, as well. Then
exactly, like he plays literally he's disgusting. Disgusting player. He always plays those cheesy kind of things and stuff like that, but we love him for it, so it's okay.
Now we'll see what sort of cheese he's able to get in this game. And then look at the sort of the support duos from both teams. We'll see Entity with Kataomi and Fishman, and ASTER with Baboka and Siamese Cat. What do you sort of make of both of these duos? What do you kind of feel works really nicely for each team's support combo and the way that they try and address the game?
Kataomi, I'd say, is a player that does more with less. Like, he's a very impactful player when he doesn't have, like, this super crazy amount of farm. While on the side of Baboka's literally a fourth core. Every single one of their games.
That's true.
Super greedy player. So, like, they both make stuff happen, but Baboka's way greedier. And then when I look at Siamese Cat and Fishman, I feel like Siamese Cat, he's a little greedier as well, too. So I guess Aster, their supports would be a little greedier with the way that they do play. And the side of Entity, they're a bit more sacrificial.
Oh, for sure, for sure. Well, in terms of the lobby, ladies and gentlemen, we have everybody sat down. I believe the coin flip has just been done. So this game 1 is going to be underway very, very shortly. We're just readying up. And we'll see if we get a bit of a closer series. That last series, of course, if you didn't catch it, PSG.LGD versus Tundra. And ended up being, the second half of both of those games, at least, quite one-sided, right? With LGD really having Tundra's number. And it very much seemed that Tundra just weren't able to deal at all against the play style of PSG.LGD. And obviously, with reference to this series, we'll see if that sort of same clash between the Chinese Dota and the EU Dota kind of, again, falls in favor of the way that the Chinese teams like to play.
Yeah, I actually think tempo is definitely the way to go, right? Like, we saw that last game. The entire draft was rounded around tempo for the side of PSG.LGD versus Tundra. And Tundra, yeah, 9 had a good game, but I think he's like the only one who actually had a good game in both of the games. Like, they were just completely on back foot. So I think if Aster wants to at least take a page out of PSG.LGD's book, they could. They could look to just play that super fast tempo kind of thing, and that's probably a good answer versus Entity as well, too. These teams, the Western Europe teams, they've been playing versus each other a lot. Some of them take a little bit longer to get online. Liquid is a different team. Liquid is all about speed and tempo. So, yeah, I think that's actually a really good solution for a lot of these. Just play fast. Play fast, play aggressive, get these early game heroes.
Let's have a look at what we get from the bans. As we will see the Phoenix taken out by Entity. Something what we saw talking about Baboka carry games, right? We had that the other day, right, from Baboka's Phoenix.
Yeah, I mean, there's certain one of these heroes that he absolutely does just. I think his Phoenix and his Coddle are the two big ones that just, like, pop off and take over games. We saw him try techies. It was really weird, though, because he went a build that I've never seen before. He went, like, Greaves 4-step Hex or something. No Shard. I don't think I've ever seen something like that from a techies. It didn't work. So I don't think we'll see that again. It was very left field, right? It was Pudge techies that I don't think anybody really kind of anticipated. Entity, they'll stick with their Undying. They're very comfort. And Aster, I think we'll probably just see something like the Rubik +1.
Let's see. Yeah, maybe something like the Rubik Pango, the Rubik Enigma.
Yeah, Rubik Pango, Rubik Tusk, Rubik Enigma.
Yeah. Oh, okay, Rubik DP.
Three.
Oh, they'll get that one through.
Cool. Another hero that's very dominant, been picked up a lot. I like these. I'm not crazy about the Death Prophet mid in most games, but it's a flexible hero, so it can be played inside that mid and off lane. This hero just sets pace. It's a tower taker. Sometimes some of these lineups just really do lack these objective takers, so I'm always happy to see it. For Entity versus the DP. Do they just want to go for their Pango? I mean, they really like it. Stormstormer did struggle a little bit yesterday, though. A couple of these swashbuckles and stuff were off the mark. But I don't think he should be pushed away from wanting to play it just because of, like, a couple of these little mess-ups. He's still a very good Pango player. Or do they want to just accelerate and maybe look at the Batrider? Okay, no, they'll. All right, that is early. I mean, we said there's a possibility of the TB versus Naga Siren, but I didn't think I'd see it in the first two.
All right. I mean, are you a fan of when teams kind of show their carrying, and in this case, the Terrorblade as early as they have done it? Like, what does that sort of do for the team when you show your Terrorblade this early?
I mean, your whole lineup is now about Terrorblade, right? Like, you have to build a whole lineup based around him, but I'm not really too fond of it. I've seen Entity do this a lot where they just, like, take the priority of this hero up, but there's going to be so many different answers now. They have to, you, like, have to ban, like, these Zeuses and all these, like, big spam heroes and stuff like that, too, and could definitely be concerns. Like, Rubik is pretty good versus TB. Like, if you get Sunder, you can always just, like, counteract stuff like that, too. There's a lot of spam that comes out from these two. The lane is going to be safe with an Undying with him, but Yeah, I don't know. I'm never a big fan of TB in the opener.
Well, they'll ban the Naga Siren, so we won't get the Naga TB this time that you say we saw from some of these teams yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, thank God. I don't want to see like the 80-minute game.
80-minute game.
That Bet Boom Aster game was absolutely nuts.
I'll see what Aster concerned about Entity being able to get alongside this Terrorblade.
If you don't want to play Beastmaster, you probably want to ban it. You definitely don't want them to have
True.
Beast Terrorblade, because that just like kicks up the tempo, gives all the space in the world for TB. Let's see what they do look to ban.
And it feels like we see some teams obviously not care about like still picking Enigma into the Rubik. Do you think Entity is also one of those teams if they want to just get that again for Toby?
Definitely a possibility. I mean, he really loves the hero, so I could see it. I don't know. After watching, I feel like people just have so many answers now for it, right? Like, especially after we just watched the way that LGD was able to just dismantle it. Maybe teams are just going to start straying away from the hero a little bit more. Even though it's just like, it always can have a good game. I don't know. Wait, did you see that?
No, I think that's just that's a UI thing. We've had that a few times. You mean when it shows another hero and then changes?
I was like, it was Bane, and then
Entity, they banned one hero and then they decided to change their mind and ban something else. no, that's just it's a visual thing.
That's the first time I noticed it, I think. I just saw like Bane pop. Okay, it does it every time. Okay, yeah. I saw it there, that too. So yeah, they'll ban at the Beastmaster. They take out the Pango as well, too, that we were talking about for Stormstormer.
Yeah. Very understandable.
And now do they look to take out something like Ember Spirit? Like you were mentioning, XWY plays it a lot. It's annoying for Terrorblade. Undying it as a 5 position hero, you're going to be maybe lacking some lockdown. Maybe a possibility.
It's the Entity whose hero pool they want to consider right now. Maybe taking something else away from Monet.
Yeah, I mean, you could also be just looking at like the Morphling and the Drow Ranger, right? Those can sometimes be a bit of a concern for these Terrorblades.
There you go. Indeed. Drow's gone.
Okay, it's the Drow. Yeah, I was thinking the Ember, and then I'm like, wait, why would you even do that? You don't need to. It's not like they're probably not even gonna pick it right here. So I think you want to protect your Terrorblade as best as possible. Now for Aster.
Sure, but you're still gonna consider the Ember ban later, right? Because it is a good Ember
probably.
Game.
Yeah, I think like Ember and Morphling are probably the things I'm looking at for Aster. It's just because like the Undying, like, immediately you want these heroes that are just like faster to move around the map and just harder.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Ember would be great against these two, against Undying.
Yeah,
TB, absolutely, and it's one of the ones it's actually XWY's most played recently.
It's by far his best hero.
Yeah,
he looks like some of these like the Tiny and stuff like that. Sometimes he looks a little uncomfortable on the Ember. He does all the fancy little remnant plays and slight remnants and stuff. So, okay. So I thought Entity was going to open with the Batrider pick instead of the TB. This time now Aster will be able to get that last ban of it. And they themselves get the Treant Protector. A really nice pick versus TB. It also is a kind of a deny pick. Katomi, that's I think his most played and his most favorite hero recently.
And not always teams getting the luxury to be able to grab it on this sort of part of the draft. But it's still in. And probably, as you say, because Entity were trying to hold off for being able to grab it themselves. I think you're absolutely right with that.
I really like this hero when you're playing with DP. It's not even just like... It's not just like the heals and stuff like that. I mean, yeah, the heal is great. The living armor is amazing, but it's also the root. You keep heroes inside of the exorcism, and they are going to go for this Enigma. This is not an easy game. This is a tree ult.
Sure.
Can counter you all game. Rubik can counter you all game too. So, Entity going down their own style, but might get punished for it.
And here we go. Tusk comes through as well.
Okay.
And Storm. This will be what Storm are playing at mid, which he doesn't do that much.
It could still be Katomi. I think more than likely it's Katomi, but we saw what Boxy was able to do with it.
True. Yeah, no, you're right. You're absolutely right. Yeah, I was going to say,
but flexible.
Storm only played one game of it recently, and he did lose on it. Ooh, he has to try the sniper this time. Okay,
I love this.
Sniper.
This looks great. I mean, sure, there's a Tusk to gap close on you and stuff like that, but this is one of the better matchups versus Enigma throughout all stages of the game, and it's pretty damn good versus Terrorblade, too. You just keep your distance.
It's good against Undying. Take down that Tombstone.
I really like this pick. This looks... I really like ASTER's draft the way they've set it up at the moment. Entity's a lot more volatile.
And this will be the carry sniper, right? You don't want to see this mid. Or you don't mind it?
More
because
than
Monet's
likely,
played it
yes.
recently. XWY hasn't played it at all recently.
Yeah, I think like probably like I said the other like 95% chance. You know, Tundra
Yeah.
they ended up moving it. Yeah,
They
yesterday,
tried
but it
the
was
mid.
pretty disastrous. So I think
Yeah.
yeah, you just keep it on Monet.
Yeah, Monet's going to have a good time with this one. It's a good sniper game so far.
I think you still look at the Ember, right?
Ember seems great. It's some front line.
Ember looks
and
great.
You don't care about the heroes that Entity have so far. And it's literally XWY's best hero recently.
But they're also probably looking and thinking that it's more than likely XWY playing Death Prophet, and because XXS he's more
Sure,
of a playmaker
rather than
from
the
the
off
off
lane.
lane rather than the Death
But
Prophet
if it's a really appealing Ember game, you know, you're going to make that change up. Because, you know, XXS can play it off lane.
No, absolutely.
So I think that's definitely what they're going to be discussing.
I mean, you know, it looks good again. The Mars. Get the Death Prophet mid, put the Mars on the off lane. Great protection for your sniper all game. Definitely a possibility. I think it's going to get banned.
True. It's, is it Entity, do they ban an XXS hero, or do they consider that ASTER could be looking for the change up and getting something else for XWY? Let's have a look what Entity's more scared of. I think you're right. They may fear sort of the XXS Mars more.
Yeah, just take out his team fighters, make him play something different. It's quite limited offlaner isn't really left.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, they'll take out him.
Okay,
So it's like
it was one or the other. So now that XWY can't play as Ember, then I think it is more likely indeed that they will just let him have the DP, and you do get XXS Mars.
Yeah, I'm glad we're not clueless. At least the teams are thinking on the same kind of pattern that we are.
No, for sure. I mean, Entity, they were definitely considering, do we want to ban one of XXS's or one of XWY's heroes? And I can absolutely resonate with the Ember. I think the XWY's Ember would have been the more potent final pick.
Okay, now what if they put DP mid, DP offlane, sniper mid, and they pick a Morphling now on ASTER also? It's a pretty good Morphling game too. I don't know if they want to do that. That seems a little crazy. Sniper and Morphling kind of do the same thing. I don't think I'd like that. That's a little too crazy.
I want to see something else that's a bit more in the face of something like a Terrorblade, that's going to be able to get in on top of him. And that's why I feel like getting XXS a final pick here could be the answer.
Yeah. I'm just trying to reach out. I think I don't know. When is the last time XXS played Darkseer? It's also in the pool, and it's amazing versus Terrorblade.
Not for a long time.
He just doesn't play
not for a long time. We've not seen it in the last 3 months. No.
I didn't think he would. Probably a 2% possibility. It's a good hero this game, but yeah, for the team probably not. I think they just stick to their guns. As Entity, they're out of time.
Well, they're gonna get the Stormstormer Pugna.
Whoa. Okay. Very volatile draft coming out from Entity.
I mean, I feel another hero that Sniper's kind of happy to play against, right? Goodbye Pugna Ward, and in some situations, goodbye Pugna. Sniper looks pretty happy this game, Fogged.
I agree. I really like ASTER's draft right now. So what? Mars or let me think of another one.
I think you keep the DP mid and get something for XXS, right? DP's going to be fine against Pugna, right?
Yeah, I like that matchup.
Yeah.
What's another one?
Oh, okay. They're going to get a mid instead. They're going to switch the DP to the off lane, and we'll get one of the spirits here for XWY. He's going to opt for the Void Spirit. What do you reckon about this one, Fogged?
I've been asking for this. I can't believe I didn't ask for it this game. I've been asking for it all day. I've been asking it every single one of these days versus the Pangos and stuff like that. Very limited disables. Looking at the side of Entity, right? You've got Snowball, Enigma, Stun, these are not real disables in a way versus the Void Spirit. I mean, it looks like he could pop off. Lane might be a little bit more difficult than if it was a Death Prophet in the mid lane, but cool.
Oh, very cool indeed. Very cool indeed. And I think definitely goes to show that Entity were definitely on point with the Ember Spirit ban.
Whoa.
I think if that wasn't banned, XWY would have gone for that instead. What we
Do you
got?
see this? Do you see this cute little Pugna set?
With the pumpkin.
What I've not, dude. This is. I want this set. I'm gonna play Pugna now. If I get this, this is
Maybe that's why
adorable.
someone wants to play it. He's like, guys, I got a really sick cosmetic for this one.
Dude, that is.
So-
I love that cosmetic. That is gorgeous.
So let's see. I mean, so as you say, overall, you kind of like how ASTER have got sort of kind of more areas of the game covered with their draft. For Entity, what is the strong point of their draft? You know, what could kind of become from this lineup that ASTER will struggle to deal with?
It can be fast-paced with the auras and stuff like that, with the Pugna kind of dictating pace, maybe looking to get all these early towers to give space for Terrorblade, but I think they just lack ways to get on the Sniper. That's why I really like the Sniper pick. The Void Spirit, I'm like a little torn on. It's a pretty good game for it. The hero's just not really the strongest at the moment. But yeah, I really like what ASTER set themselves up with. How do you land Black Hole this game? You're playing versus Rubik and Tree. Super difficult for Toby. And yeah, Pugna I think is just a total toss-up of a hero. This hero either dominates or he just gets caught over and over again and just dies. And this could be one of those games that he just gets caught over and over again versus a Void Spirit.
All right, let's go, ladies and gentlemen. Getting into the action, we will have a small pause here. Looks like some TeamSpeak issues from XXS. Hopefully those get fixed pretty soon. But this is game one, ladies and gentlemen, ASTER versus Entity. And honestly, I feel we've been pretty blessed today in terms of all three games that we've followed. The final picks from the teams, it's been something a bit different, Vogt.
Yeah, we got Timber, we got Centaur, we got Bristleback.
Bristle, Gyro, and now Void Spirit. Sure, XWY's had a couple of other games on it recently. But then, similar like the Stormer Pugna, I think he played 11 days ago in the other tournament that they played in. But other than that, he hasn't really touched it for a while. And not something, of course, that other teams sort of have as at the top of their pick list. So it's going to be exciting to see some fun heroes to watch.
Yeah, I think Storm is literally the only player in the world now who plays Pugna. Him and Weehaw, right? I think Weehaw still likes to play this a little bit. It's a very risky hero to pick because it's, like I said, very volatile. You get caught, you're dead. But if you're able to actually play at a distance and get a good early game, you can snowball pretty hard on this hero. He is playing into a lot of catch. He's playing into the Void Spirit. He's playing into the Rubik. Playing Pugna into Rubik is not fun either. You're just giving up an unbelievable spell constantly.
True.
You always give up Nether Blast.
Yeah, I mean, kind of overall, how good of a Rubik game has this ended up being for Baboka in terms of potential steals?
Definitely pretty damn good. I mean, Enigma spells, Undying spells, Pugna spells, pretty good. And then in the few situations, if you're able to get like a Sunder turnaround, can be pretty nice. And yeah, Baboka, I mean, he's going to be very greedy this game, so you imagine he's going to get some good spell steals.
Yeah, and how's sort of that top lane going to end up? Having Baboka and XSS on this DP Rubik. Is that a lane that Watson's going to struggle in, or Fishman on the Undying? Can he do enough to sort of zone back these two ranged heroes, or is it not necessarily a lane where the Undying completely pushes the opponents out of the laning stage?
I think that's why they went for this, right? Rather than going for the Mars, I think they were like, okay, if we pick Mars, it's going to be this Undying annoyance where he's just spamming Decay, and the next XXS isn't able to actually pressure Watson. This lane should be able to pressure. This is tons of spam coming out from the two of them. It's not just that physical damage. They have Fade Bolt, they have Crypt Swarms plus Spirit Siphon, so this one should be harder for Watson. Undying can't do everything here.
Okay, and then on the... What have we got?
I was literally about, on the bottom side.
Yeah, I was thinking on the...
I mean, Monet's fine. He's a sniper.
Yeah, well, you think it's unlikely that Katsomi and Toby will sort of be able to close the gap on him in the laning stage?
It's just, even if you close the gap, if Tree's there, he just pumps the Leech Seed down. And that Leech Seed, it does make the difference in most of these times. Sometimes the Eidolons in a lot of lanes, they're too much. They do too much damage. They're way too strong to be able to trade with, but Leech Seed plus Living Armor kind of turns the tide there.
Apologies, ladies and gentlemen, for this pause.
Damn you.
Seems like we're having some issues here with the voice chat, but there we go. All resolved. We're good to go. We can get ourselves on with the action of this game one of ASTER versus Entity. Of course, a reminder, there's a lot of games going on right now, so be sure to get all the streams open. But if indeed you're only sticking with one, you know already that you're in the right spot. This is the place to be. Should be a very, very good series here between these two teams.
Yeah, especially if you like Sniper, right? This is definitely a game where Monet could absolutely dominate. Like, if he's able to, and it's very likely, looking at the hero matchups and stuff like that, until they get like blinks on Terrorblade or something, he could just sit in the back, and he could be a huge nuisance. Enigma can already have these big difficulties casting Black Hole this game versus Rubik and Tree. And also, he needs to catch these backliners. He needs to somehow get to the sniper in some of these fights. Not an easy ask.
30 seconds to battle.
A little bit of dancing in the mid. Beautiful stuff here from Siamese Cat and XWY.
Keep those fingers warmed up. Oh yeah, wait, quickly. Can we
Look
get
at
a
this.
can we get a zoom in on the Pugna set as well too, really fast? Just take a look.
Oh yeah,
at
we're
this
checking the
beautiful
plug now.
little guy.
Oh yeah.
Oh man, look at Storm.
Look
at
at
him.
this.
Look
I
at
think
dude.
you probably got this. You don't think you have this set?
From where? What is it from? I gotta look actually.
Ah, it's
I'm
from
gonna-
some
I'm gonna
Halloween
get this
thing, isn't it? I mean, it has to be some Halloween set.
Furious Nethergeist. I gotta
Probably
look
they
that
had that recent. There was the last Halloween, right? That had that chest with all those sets in.
up. I didn't
different
buy that one.
rarities.
I'm a bad person. I didn't buy that one. Entity able to sneak in. Toby gets that third bounty rune, so 3 for the way of Entity. And we see down bottom. Didn't talk about it because it's. I think I highlighted every single game, but Quelling Blades on both. Quelling Blade Enigma, Quelling Blade Tusk. Cut the trees, make sure that they can actually lane versus tree and protect it properly.
At least they left him one tree. Oh no, they didn't.
No, they didn't. It's
They
gone.
left one tree there to give him some hope, and then they just shot that hope down.
Yeah, let's see how these lanes do end up going down. I feel like two of the lanes look like it could be a little bit difficult for Entity. Bottom, it can go both ways depending on how the sniper and the tree end up playing the lane. But mid lane, Stormstormer should do pretty damn good.
Yeah, we'll see how much XWY's start does get slowed down. So the consistency of the blast that Stormstormer can throw at him.
Yeah, I think though XWY he should be able to farm nicely until levels start coming out. I think it's like once level 3 and 5, those big tickers when you get the higher points in Nether Blast can be annoying, but the first few levels XWY should be able to do nicely.
Yeah, and already seeing on the top, you know, Aster with this Rubik and DP duo, they can definitely trade back against Fishman when Fishman
Yep.
tries to run in and get the decays built up.
Fishman almost dying even. But Boca actually steps up too far, and now it's going to maybe go the other way.
Right, he's looking very dead. Indeed, he got a little tunnel vision there on towards Fishman. Watson, with the Metamorphosis at the ready, will happily pop that, and Entity will claim that first blood.
He doesn't even use the stick or fairy fire, just gets hit for too much damage, does not anticipate it. Yeah, he got too excited. He saw Fishman low. He's like, I can get this, but yeah, unable to. And now he's actually just going to go mid.
Yeah, delivers the bottle.
Delivers the
XWY.
bottle.
Yeah, it's
Cool.
faster than a courier. So
Oh, and he's
able to
able
make something happen with that, and indeed both water runes are going to be gone.
Radiant's middle
Yeah,
tower
okay,
is under
cool
attack.
move. I mean, he has to make up for the fact of the way he died, right? So, decent little comeback right there.
Off the mark with these remnants XWY. CS. Stormstormer. I mean, it's very, very close, very even right now. We'll see if that continues to stay the same between these two.
It should start to tilt slightly into the
Radiant's
Pugna's
middle
favor,
tower
but maybe like
is
the
under
bottles
attack.
and the checking of the runes and stuff like that will change things. Bottom should be okay.
Yeah, Sami's cat's fine. They don't get the catch on him. And level 2, having just both the potential to slow and then the heals between the grasp and the leech seed. Makes some very tricky support to go for. Monet also able to hold the creeps here on the next wave, try and get the lane back in a good position.
Yeah, Entity even actually pulling the wave here to reset the positioning there because
Radiant's
they
middle
weren't in a
tower
great
is under
position at the
attack.
start here because Monet's just keeping it right here with the range creep, and they're having to use shards every time the last hit range creep, and he's still actually getting denied. Nicely done for Monet. That top matters a lot though. I feel like this is a lane where they could have maybe slowed down Watson a little bit if he didn't die like that, but now Watson is probably just going to be able to free farm up here with the backup of the Undying.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, this bottom lane, just Katomi, you have to stay here for the most part to keep Toby safe, or you know, because they just can't really make aggressive moves themselves between the two. Is there sort of the freedom for Katomi to head around the map?
Dire are scanning.
Yeah, I think he can go check runes at the very least. I don't know if he can really move too far away from bottom. You definitely want to help Toby. You don't want to have him like feeding off these Eidolons to Monet. So I'd like him to stay bottom, but I wouldn't mind if he starts to go help mid lane to get some runes, because Baboka, again, he goes and checks top rune, takes away the water rune, XWY gets the fill up, and Stormstormer, He might actually just have to walk the base.
Seen him get aggressive onto Kataomi. A couple of shrapnels laid down. He's still got a third one here to cut off the escape from Kataomi as he'll pop the fairy fire on the tusk, but it won't save him. They get the kill here, Aster in the safe lane.
Such a strong lane. I mean, this is such a perfect sniper pick. And yeah, I mean, Baboka with these little moves, he's made up for his death up top. Takes the rune. Now XWY, he's actually going to come out perhaps ahead in that matchup versus the Pugna. Or at least be able to catch back up here.
Yeah, Monet able to see us very easily down here. Getting top farm and good denies as well.
He's getting a good chunk of these Eidolons too, and just keeping harassment going on. And lane's going to push out again. That's the scary thing too. Like Enigma, you want to be able to constantly pull the lane back with your Eidolons. That is not going to be the case in Katomi. Weird shards.
Can't really set up on anything. Even if he gets some sort of a catch, as you say, sniper and tree, they can stand their ground at this point with the lead they have in the lane.
Yeah, they just throw the Nature's Grasp plus the Shrapnel on top of the Eidolons, and they're just going to get whittled down very quickly. It's a very good start here for Aster in the bottom lane. As you mentioned, Watson, he is having that free farm top, but XXS isn't really being slowed down either. It was just, of course, that one death from Baboka that causes Watson to be able to get free farm. Looks like now Watson maybe wants to go aggressive himself. They've got Tombstone ready. He's also got the meta.
There we go. Tombstone here to try and start the action, but XXS will be able to just walk away from this. So not quite able to get any sort of aggressive damage done here against the heroes. As Aster simply step away.
Katomi.
So he's got the wraparound, but XWY's hit the 6. So we'll have the jump at the ready. Aster will step back to the mid. They won't be killing this Void Spirit.
Nicely done, though. Katomi, he's able to get Stormstormer of Rune, finally. Little rotation. Top, though, those are big cooldowns. Tombstone, 80 seconds or 85-second cooldown, level 1, or 90, whatever it is. And meta, also like 150, so can't go for the kill. Now Watson probably just has to go to jungle. He's able to farm faster there and doesn't want to lane versus this Death Prophet much longer. Stormstormer with this power rune, looking to get active. This is a good one, too. This is a sniper killing rune. But he's going to run into the tree. Not the target, not the ideal target. But a kill nonetheless.
No, indeed. It's a kill, but for sure, if he was able to kind of close up on that bottom lane without being spotted, it could have been very hard for Aster to protect Monet, to sort of a diving Pugna with a haste.
And he's going to look to continue playing aggressive here. I think he gets spotted by that ward, so Monet should look to play pretty defensively here. But Stormstormer, he's playing aggressive. They're giving the Undying the mid lane, and Terrorblade is just jungling. It does mean that XXS, he's going to just be able to Exorcism immediately and take this top tower. Let's see if they look to react at all on the side of Entity. Pretty sure you just go for it on XXS. Yeah, there's the EXO.
And Fishman stepping over.
Oh, Fishman.
But
he's crazy.
He's very, very dead. XWY turns up, and Fishman will fall. So they'll get a kill alongside almost certainly being able to take this tier 1 tower without Entity doing too much. Entity themselves, they're focused on trying to get the trade down bottom. They've got the 3 of them. Stormstorm is still hanging around here, but Monet and Siamese Cat, they're pretty happy to set up and sort of hold this. And indeed, Entity, they'll start backing away from this position. They know that they can't force the tier 1 bottom, but indeed they will lose that one top. So Aster taking the early objectives here with the first XXS.
Not easy for I mean, these are probably 2 of the best tower holders in the game at the moment, right? The Sniper and the Treant Protector. Like, they just drop Shrapnel, drop Nature's Grasp, Living Armor the tower. Very difficult for Entity to push unless they get kills down here. Power Rune. Looks like Stormstormer will get another one. He just has to venture bottom. They have to get a kill on one of these 2 in order to get this tower push, and they do have a ward behind the tower. Let's see if Stormstormer is able to find it this time.
They've got to be careful pushing in, though. Monet, level 3 Shrapnel. You can't underestimate how annoying that is. If you start diving in underneath it, you've still got 2 charges to play with.
And they're even swinging Baboka.
He's in with the Invis. We'll get the setup with the Decrepify, but the TPs are coming in. Tombstone gets laid down beyond the tower. But Entity, they cannot dive in for the sniper. Stormstormer turns towards XWY with the life drain, but it's going to be a jumper at the ready with the Dissimulate. And Aster, they're not going to get caught at all here by the attempted move from Entity.
Cleaner moves so far from Aster in this early game. They're reading Entity perfectly. I see Watson, he showed up to the mid lane. I think he wanted to use the meta and perhaps hit the tower, but there's a creep wave hitting his top tower, so he's actually just going to have to back up toward top there as Yeah, tower. It's being held. The sniper is going to opt to leave this area, but the two supports now with Fade Bolt with Nature's Grasp can hold on to it for some time. But Entity, they're forcing it.
Yeah, it should be Baboka. I mean, can he get out of this one? I don't think so. There's 4 heroes pushing in under the tower for him. I mean, he's buying himself a bit of time hiding in the corner, but they'll catch him. So Entity, they will finally be able to force him out of this bottom lane and get some further damage onto the tier 1.
Siamese Cat cuts the creep wave. Only slightly, but it's just up ahead of the tower where it will slow down this push a little bit. Nice little cheeky move there.
Now he's definitely making them spend a lot of time and a lot of resources to get this tier 1. You know, pretty much what 4 members staying down. Is he out as well? He is. All right, so Siamese Cat not only just slowing down the push, but doesn't even lose his life for it. He's able to get out alive.
He doesn't even TP base. He TP'd mid. What if it was a long TP? That was bold. He's got Arcane Boots finished up super early on this Treant Protector. Pumps up his team with mana, but that was a very aggressive TP coming out for him.
And they will, of course, finally get that tier 1 tower bottom. Indeed, in the slow start, 2-3. ASTER are the ones with the lead. 1k gold advantage. See what they go for next. Eyes around the mid. Of course, they see on your screen are the odds provided to us by our sponsor, BetBoom. And you can check them out in the link on the banner below the stream.
We said that this would likely be a bit of a slower paced game. We're already kind of getting that. There's some nice strategical moves, but as kills go, only 2-3 at the moment. ASTER actually able to pressure this mid tower pretty decently here with this catapult. XWY knows he's safe.
It's hard to catch.
Just 1 extra tower hit just to keep the catapult alive. They did significant. I mean, look at the mid lane. The Void Spirit is actually getting more damage on that mid tower than the Pugna at this moment. Stormstormer constantly getting pulled around the map to try to pressure this sniper. Hasn't been able to find Monet just yet. Now this time they might.
They're in with the snowball. TP's coming in. Monet is getting burst down low. They've got the punch up. They'll take him out.
Nicely done.
Very good move into this area of the map, but they may lose some heroes in return. XWI jumps forward. XXS is even going to commit in with the Exorcism as they'll look to chase Entity out of their half of the map. ASTER. They'll get Kataomi. Toby and Stormstormer will manage to back away far enough. See if XXS can catch the wave and if he wants to consider trying for some pressure onto the tier 1. Looks like he's holding back from going straight for that sort of move.
He definitely wanted to get more on this out of this Exorcism. Wanted to get that secondary kill either onto the Enigma or Pugna, but unable to. XWY will get the catch onto Fishman, but won't be able to commit. Just a rune grab. Witchblade is finished. Pretty even early game so far right here.
Nothing to your pile.
See in the mid.
They just want to hit tower. Going for a kill onto XWI is very unlikely.
I've got Kataomi coming in with a wraparound. XXS has his eyes on him. See, Fishman. Dropping Tombstone. Wants to play aggressive under the tower. Get caught by the Remnant, but the heals are there from Stormstormer, keeping Fishman safe. There's going to be quite the push coming in from Entity. As with the Metamorphosis as well from Watson, ready to contribute. They'll take down the tier 1 mid. Good pressure here as Entity group up.
The Pugna plus that Undying, they can really look to set up early for these towers. It's actually a really cool combo, too, that you don't see too much. The Decrep Tombstone. Didn't get to see it exactly just there, but definitely some extra potential to set pace and give that space for Watson, who turns up early to get that tower. Did he get lasted? He did. So nicely done from Watson, keeping himself at the top and keeping a 1,500 gold lead over the sniper.
He's getting super good farming on the TB.
Fishman.
Fast items.
Stormstormer now maybe in trouble.
Turning the punch onto XWY. He's out of Astral Steps. He'll have to dissimulate to play with if he feels threatened. XWY, smoke up with Baboka now. So they'll charge towards the bottom. See if they can maybe get a kill and open up for XXS to get some pressure on with the Exorcism that's coming up again in 15 seconds. On this
They've got a
lane.
really good ward down here, scouting out Toby. Toby very likely to get caught.
Get the mech off. Indeed, controls there with the Remnant.
Tower is under
Take him out. Don't want to go for any
Tommy.
pressure on the tower. Meanwhile, in the mid, Sasami's cat getting chased out by Katomi. Fishman and Stormstorm also coming in to back him up. They'll drop the tombstone, but
His team is
Sasami's cat-
coming.
He's already back over to this. Well, no, not enough safety from XXS. It's just the damage here from the drain of Stormstormer. Will still manage to get the kill as Siamese cat falls. Aster will be able to farm up the tombstone though.
If Greaves were up, maybe. It was very close, but Greaves was still on cooldown to maybe him saving him. But Entity with Stormstormer, 3-0-1 right now. Pugna doing pretty decent, being able to set this pace here and make that space for Watson. But I don't think Aster's too fussed. I think they're still pretty happy with this early game. The Sniper's still able to free farm. Your Void Spirit's a little bit slowed down because he's having to move all the way to these sides of the map, but still think pretty content with this early game.
Smoke time from Aster.
They want to find Watson.
Ooh, can they smoke him Roche?
Dire are scanning.
That's too risky.
It's a little early for that one.
Yeah, sure.
If they get a
Gonna
fight win, then perhaps.
They're going to charge straight into the high ground. Fishman will be the one to get caught at the brunt of the attack. So Stormstormer, over the life drain over towards XXS, but distance is created. XXS starting to back away. We'll see an attempt from Katomi to roll in on this one. We'll get forced back to safety as they'll keep their distance from XXS whilst the exorcism's out.
Good Force Staff. Stormstormer, I was like, wait, what, support has Force Staff already? But no, it's Stormstormer who picks it up nice and early for his teammates. Aster, get a kill, get a tower. Pretty decent usage of that exorcism. Back to business, back to farming. Not a big enough kill for them to force that Roche. If it was level 2 Exo maybe, but still level 1, not the case. But opening up the map nicely here, getting that mid-tower. As they have so much information on the map. Aster, deep wards being placed early on. They have the top ward from Baboka that was scouting out the jungle up top. They have the ward bottom that's been scouting out Toby. So, I mean, they have a ton of information, really, of pretty much all the positioning of Entity right now. So let's see where Entity looks to go next.
Do they
Exorcism
want to
on
go for a smoke
cooldown.
here, do you think?
I would imagine
Katomi's
so.
got one.
I would think so versus Exo on cooldown. But where is it to go? Right now, they don't really have the best places to hit besides just like a kill. Unless they want to try just going into Roshan.
No, they can't do it. Unless TB's here. These four aren't going to do it.
No. But with Exo down, this is actually a call that they could look to make.
I mean, he's very close to his item, Watson. Hasn't quite got the Manta. Just needs a few hundred more gold. They might try and force it anyway. All right, here we go, Watson. They know that Aster's pretty split up across the map. And as you say, no threat of an exorcism. So with the Metamorphosis, they'll look to force this Roshan.
It was scanned earlier, but Aster has no intention of making the move over there just yet. But now they're starting to TP. There wasn't a Flesh Golem, so it's dying a little bit slower than usual. Still fast.
Someone's got to get in the pit. XWY might be able to jump at the right time. They'll throw in the Remnant, see if he can time it. He's going to get in with the jump. He gets the snatch. He's in. He picks up the Aegis, kills off Kataomi. Entity, they did get the last hit on Roche, but XWY slides in and is able to pick up that Aegis a little bit quicker than any of the members of Entity.
Entity wants to save it for the Terror Blade, but the Aether Remnant catches literally the perfect hero. It catches the TB, and then he jumps in. He almost gets the last hit as well with the
He
Astral
nearly
step.
did with the step, yeah.
That was really
perfect
big
jump
from
there
Aster.
from XWY. Because it
Perfect
was a smart play from Entity, right? It looked like going into the pit. It didn't look like Aster were going to sort of realize soon enough, but just in time they head over and XWY able to get that steal off.
And now Aster have a pretty big momentum swing themselves. They have Exorcism. It's level 2. They have Aegis. They can look to play extremely aggressive now versus the side of Entity. If they had Flesh Golem, Fishman's was still on cooldown. If they had Flesh Golem, they 100% get that Roshan time.
Oh, absolutely.
But the fact that they didn't, that little bit of damage amp missing, it makes a difference.
No, I mean, that jump that came from XWY, it literally came as soon as he was around to jump. You know, that was as quickly as he could get there, and it was just quick enough in this situation to get that steal. And now they'll put some pressure on the tier 2 top. Entity are turning up for the defense.
Got to be careful, though, because Monet, he's got the literal dream. Found the Grove Bow a couple seconds ago. He's got the Hurricane Pike, or he's got the... Well, now he does have the Hurricane Pike, so he's got that crazy distance he can sit from. And this was the problem inside the draft that we had talked about a lot, is how are you going to get to the sniper?
This tier 2's going down. No questions asked. Entity are not in a position to defend against this push, especially with the Aegis in the hands of XWY. XWY's next item is halfway on the way towards the Aghanims. I mean, now that Entity have lost that Aegis to Aster, what's sort of the next call from Entity's movements? What's the plan here for the next few minutes?
There's not really any like clear places on the map they want to go to, and taking team fights in a straight 5v5, it's pretty damn difficult. Your Enigma is never going to get Black Hole off, as we've said multiple times, and they're playing into this Exorcism right now, so it's not really easy for them to play the map at the moment, and then unless they just look for some like random pickoffs, but that's also not really the easiest either with their heroes. They have to have like Tusk plus Pugna, and even then that could not be enough damage in some situations. So not an easy game state right now for the side of Entity. And Aster, very comfortable, very happy with everything that's going on. I like that we see Siamese Cat. He's going for Blink Dagger Rush rather than going for anything like a Shard, so he'll have that cancel. He'll have that jump for the TB and the Enigma. Let's see how we see this one again.
Yeah, replay again of that move, as you say, XWY.
Look at the 8th
Remnant thrown in. Look who it grabs. It grabs the exact hero that wanted to be picking up that Aegis. XWY jumping in, jumping out, picking up a kill as well, taking out Katomi. Some smooth stuff here from the Void Spirit.
Gives him a big blanket now too. With Aegis, he's 3-0-2 already on Void Spirit. He's 3 components at this Aghanims already. This is going to be really disruptive for the Pugna, for everybody really on the side of Entity. They've got Dispels, sure, from the Enigma, but this just, even that little stutter step of a Silence can cause havoc.
Farm's still very good for Watson. He should be on track to have the Skadi for the next fight. Just about a point booster away in terms of gold. I mean, will the TB be, like, how easy is it for Aster to take down a farm TB? Do they still have ways of killing a Terrorblade that's this farmed without too much difficulty?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. They've got more than enough damage from DP and Void Spirit. And I think the big issue is just, like, getting to Monet. You know, it still is going to be that big solution that I'm not sure how Entity solves it until they do have... Until probably the Blink Dagger on TB. They have Blink on Katomi, so he's at least got something to be able to get and close the gap, but TB has to be able to follow up with the Blink Dagger as well in some stages, but it's going to take more time for him to get to that item.
Katomi. Get the blink off, but XWY, he's quick to follow. Take down the Tusk. Stormstormer looks to set up around the tier 2. XWY and the rest of Aster will get back up to the high ground. Be able to take back this outpost, make sure they continue to have both of those under their control.
They see Fishman right now also. They could look to jump him. They've got an Astral Step. It just comes back up. Can they get the range? What? He's juking.
He is. Still grabbed back by the Remnant, and another pick off at Monet. Actually able to get the last hit on that kill, so more money for him.
Trickling to catch up versus the Terrorblade, still significantly behind. But his positioning will be a lot easier in the fights compared to Watson. Let's see if Watson does queue up that blink right after the Skadi.
I think it could be appealing.
I think he does need to.
Against this sniper that's, you know, as we say, is sort of unaccounted for through some of the other picks from Entity. You've got to have something that's going to make the game hard for Monet.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure Watson's thinking, like, do I need BKB right now? Can I just go for the blink? Can I be a little greedier? But it just does feel like they need that extra. They need something to be able to get to Monet, even though the game is like, you know, the net worth and everything's kind of this even footing. I'm just worried about this sniper. But Entity, they have a pretty big timing right here. Watson, since he's so massive, they're going to look for a fight.
There we go. Of course, there we have on our screen, ladies and gentlemen, the odds provided to us by our sponsor, BetBoom. You can check the banner below the stream for more information. In the mid, Bavoka will be the one to get caught by Entity. Let's see if they can turn this into anything else. They'll start to push down the mid lane. And now with the Aegis expired on XWY, a good bit of an opening to get back to business and maybe try and use how powerful Watson has managed to make himself right now.
Yeah, they've got like double item timing, right? It's the Watson with the Skadi, and it's also Stormstormer has an Octarine finished up too. So playing to their strength around this and playing to the strength around the fact that Aegis went away. They get more. Looks like it's just going to be a little bit of pressure, a glyph, and that Rubik kill. Okay, Watson queues up the BKB. It's one of the two. We'll see if he still does switch it up depending on what happens, but... That's a good rune. XWY finds himself an Arcane. I think ASTER can look to smoke themselves here.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
XWY leading the way.
Watson's a bit far away from his team at the moment.
He's trying to join back with them, but it may take a little too long because already ASTER, they're in with the jump. Well, super snowball coming from Katomi, buying some time here for Fishman. BKB's popped by XXS as well as the Exorcism. They get the punch up on XWY. XWY is going to get taken out as Watson just shreds through them. I mean, a massive couple of kills there. That was the Exorcism pop by XXS, and he immediately dies. ASTER, they've got to run. Monet.
ASTER.
Pushing back with the Hurricane putt. I mean, Entity, they're going to be able to push for more here. They get in under the tower. They get the punch up onto Siamese Cat. I mean, Watson, he indeed does make it over to the rest of his team in time. Has big impact as they now push down the tier 2 tower. I mean, ASTER just got crushed in that fight, Fog.
Katomi. That was such clutch plays. He gets the chain control. He gets the punch up. He gets the control onto XWY, who can't actually get that second Astral step off. And it's really also just that snowball save. I mean, Katomi playing with full vision with this ward down. They get that ideal fight. And Watson, he's getting way too big.
He's getting so far ahead now. You know, there's kind of at a point that it's like, well, maybe the sniper's not going to pose too much threat to Watson because he's got essentially 50% more at the farm than the sniper has. You know, 12k against 19k at 25 minutes. This is a massive difference now between these two carries.
Yeah, maybe just ignore the sniper, right? Maybe Monet just won't be able to actually deal with this. Really good plays from Entity in these last moments. Katomi, what a beast. Had a bit of a struggle in the laning phase, but once he's had this blink now, he's found some huge grabs. Even jumping forward in a mid lane. I don't think they have any follow-up, but just an annoying play. ASTER, they've gotten slowed down heavily. I mean, 50 seconds, no Exorcism. Entity building further and further with this lead for Watson. He is a total beast.
Yeah, this is just insane levels of farm from Watson comparative to anyone else in the game, and also impressive. Well, considering that this was a second pick Terrorblade, and nothing that ASTER's been able to do so far has slowed down Watson's game at all.
Yeah, it's like they have all these answers for the Enigma. They have the sniper who's farming, but nowhere near the realm of what Watson's been able to get. Watson also is at really high level. He's level 18. Monet only level 15. He's been running around with his team a lot, while Watson's just been playing kind of on his own and just joining in afterwards. And now another smoke. There's the downtime has been there where Metamorphosis is back up. Exorcism is back up on the side of ASTER, but this Terrorblade is just going to delete heroes.
Well, that's the thing, right? XXS wants to sort of charge in, put the BKB and pop the Exorcism, but he dies through it very, very quickly when he gets focused down with the physical damage of Entity. Roshan's up. Entity, they're just going to walk straight into the pit and start taking it. We'll see if this time round, ASTER, can they go for another attempt at the steal?
They gotta.
Falling low. And he's in for the jump. XWY, he's able to do it again. This time he gets the kill as well. The shard does get taken by Watson, but the kill on Roche and the Aegis, I mean, a second time this game that XWY is able to make the jump at the right time, and this time even more perfect than last time, getting the kill on top of the Aegis steal.
Toby cast the black hole, but I think he Astral Steps plus Resonant Pulse. So the silence from the Resonant Pulse just instantly cancels Toby.
Oh
and
my
yeah,
goodness.
gets last hit and Aegis. Alrighty.
XWY here.
Okay.
You got to watch out for your Aegises this game because he's after them. And indeed, yeah, just checking there, it was exactly as you say, that the pulse silence caught Toby in the black hole.
That was sick.
Yeah. All right. Let's see what ASTER can do now. Again, having the Aegis themselves.
It felt like they kind of needed that one there to stop the momentum that Entity just got after that last team fight. Now they get some time to finish up a couple big items. XXS maybe has a blanket window to be able to finish up a halberd that maybe could protect him versus this incredibly large Watson. They still have this ward down bottom, though. XXS could be in trouble.
Couldn't quite get the shard grab on him.
Almost.
He's away.
And Katomi, he's actually got 3 components of Aghanims already. So, you know, sometimes we were talking about maybe they're going to have difficulty getting on sniper. Maybe just boot the sniper out of position. Katomi could come in clutch.
Dire's top
On
tower
top
is
lane,
under attack.
XWY is starting to hit onto the tier 3 tower.
Getting some decent damage.
Trying to force some sort of TP back from Entity. Entity, they've opted for a smoke.
Dire's top tower
Maybe see if they can catch any members of ASTER whilst they know that XWY is away from sort of this half of the map and pushing on that top lane. Now heading to the triangle. Already Monet's backed off from this area. Start clearing up around the tier 2. They'll see if they can get in the, of any sort of jump behind. This is Watson. He's leading in with the Shadow Blade. Closes the gap onto Baboka. They'll find the Ruby.
Dire's top tower
Entity
Nice
get
fight.
in, take the kill, and they've got the creep wave pushing down the mid lane, so we'll be able to take this tier 2 tower as well. And fortification's going to be popped, actually. But ASTER, do they want to bring anything further back for the defense? XWY still sticking around this top lane to play aggressively. Are now up for the TP back alongside Siamese Cat as they return towards the mid. Maybe see if they can keep this tier 2 alive for a little bit longer.
Watson playing so damn well. I mean, him and Katomi really being the difference makers to be able to find these little, like, cheeky wraparounds and stuff like that. Really well played.
Invisibility.
That whole differential of gold, that net worth lead, it's literally all Watson. He's got that
Watson, yeah,
6,000 gold lead over the sniper.
And you like this going for the Silver Edge as sort of like the surprise gap closer rather than the Blink this game.
Yeah, I mean, it's more damage, right? Instead of just having to wait for something like that Swift Blink. So, yeah, I'm cool with it. And it seems like ignoring the sniper, it is kind of working at the moment for the side of Entity.
No, for sure, yeah. It feels like, yeah, Monet just doesn't have the similar level of farm as like the Terrorblade that allows him to pose such a threat with the amount of damage he's doing. It's just not that... It's not at a point where this sniper's just, you know, eliminating heroes. Entity can survive quite a few shots from this lad.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, Monet is going to commit for the Lincolns. So I guess he saw what Katomi's going for. I think he saw that he's going for the Aghanims, so wanting to have some type of, perhaps, protection versus that. Does mean his damage is going to be a little bit weaker, but just looking for anything to protect his positioning, because it's all about positioning for Monet and ASTER. And there it is. Ags is done. So for Entity, might look to smoke and make another timing. Do they have a smoke?
ASTER's going to go for the smoke themselves. So Entity might... I mean, this could end up with Entity getting a fight handed to them if ASTER aren't clean with the jump.
They don't have a smoke themselves, I don't believe, on the side of Entity, though. So going to have to just walk into the fight a little bit more difficult. They do have another item picked up, though. Toby does have a blink. This could maybe catch ASTER off guard.
Radiant's middle tower has
See,
fallen.
ASTER, they'll settle for taking the outpost. Doesn't look like they want to go searching any deeper towards the mid lane. It is getting close as well to the Aegis expiring on XWY. He's not going to have that for the next fight.
Watson. He's got a DD in the bottle.
Oh.
He's going to shred it. Pretty much, if they don't get on top of Watson, if they don't somehow control him or kite him during BKB, this Terrorblade could just rip everybody to shreds. It won't matter if Monet's just sitting in the back lines beeping.
No. Watson's just going to destroy them if they don't deal with him somehow. And with that DD, if they lose the fight, they're going to be losing a hefty bit of the base as well to the push of this Terrorblade. So, ASTER, they've got to be prepared.
Watson just, I mean, these last hits are insane. I mean, it's a Terrorblade, of course, but 473 to the 290 of the sniper at the moment.
I mean, with how farmed Watson is as well, is there any sort of rush here for Entity, or can they just hold the map and wait for the next Aegis?
It feels like they can probably just hold. Like, sure, Enigma, as we said, he's answered in like 5 different types of ways, but Watson having this type of game, I think they can probably be pretty patient with this one.
That gives him time as well to work on that next item. Is looking to opt for that Blink Dagger, so he has both that and the Silver Edge to kind of dance around the fights, close the gaps.
I like it, I like it. Stormstormer, he's got an Aeon Disc, he's picked up a Blast Rig as well too, so pretty survivable, even if he does get caught in the front lines versus the sniper. He's got a good amount of save on the back lines behind him.
Oh, Entity.
Okay, let's
Heading
see.
up into the high ground. ASTER are smoked. So he's going to get the jump first. Straight away, XWY looks towards Fishman. They burst through the Undying. Watson pots the Metamorphosis. The BKB and the Exorcism coming out from XXS, but he's having to keep his distance from this Metamorphosized Terrorblade.
Tommy gets the kick.
So he gets the jump in, and indeed XXS, he's getting pretty low here to the physical focus damage of Watson. Kataomi is in with the punches as well. XXS taken out. As with that, there's no more fight for Aster to be had here. And again, we're really seeing the struggles of XXS to trying to get in on the front lines, and this time kind of inadvertently so indeed with the kickback from Kataomi. But this Death Prophet doesn't seem to have the survivability at this stage to deal with how farmed and how much damage Watson can do.
No, absolutely. At Kataomi, I mean, really loving the way that he's played this game. He has crazy impact. His Blink Dagger, we saw the impact with the save and with the punch that he was able to get on the initial go earlier down bottom. Now at this Ags. Also, of course, having a headband, he's got this crazy range to be able to boot back people into this Terrorblade meta. Really well played so far. The threat of the black hole, you know, Toby hasn't had to use it.
No.
And they've still been able to just do such a good job in these team fights.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Bottom, I'm going to try and look for XWY. Toby does have the black hole if he can catch him with it. He knows he's in the corner of the map. Does he want to go for any sort of blind play? No, he can't at the moment. Blink's still on cooldown. So XWY will manage to get into the corner and TP out. They'll scan just to see if he was still around. TP was at the ready, so XWY able to reset back to base. And it's coming close. 5 seconds. We're going to see how long the Roche respawn is. Almost certainly where we'll see both teams head towards. We'll see if... I mean, there's no way XWY gets another steal off. Otherwise, that's going to be insane. Obviously, the last 2 times, Aster have managed to trip Entity up at the final moments of the Roshan. It's going to be a short respawn. 30 seconds, and Roche will be back up.
How long on these metas and Exorcism? They're both going to be back up at the exact same time.
Okay.
Monet almost has Daedalus, but now he's playing into an Elven Tunic that was picked up a couple moments ago from from Watson from the Terrorblade. So it's like now there's an evasion that he has to deal with. And Watson,
and the Swift Blink.
He's actually committed. Yeah, he committed
He's
all
got
his
it.
gold.
He's got it. He's got it. So Swift Blink, Silver Edge, this Terrorblade. Yeah, it's at a point now where it's just good luck sniper. You know, if Watson finds Monet in the fights. Oh my goodness. Okay. Well, he is. I don't think you can't fight this. You almost have to kind of wait for the DD to expire. I don't really fancy Aster's chances if they turn up to a fight with Watson in his current state.
They have to kite him somehow, but it's not easy at this point with the items because of Kataomi,
Yeah.
right? The way that he's itemized, you can always keep them inside of the fight. This is scary moments here for Aster. Not really getting too much farm besides onto Monet, but yeah, his damage, he'll have Daedalus, but he won't have that True Strike to be able to go through that little bit of evasion that is coming out. And it's just, Terrorblade has insane armor too, right? He has like 42, so this physical damage is lackluster. 70% physical resist.
Into the Roche they go. Aster know it's happening though. Got their eyes on it, and Entity won't full commit. SWY manages to clear out the Eidolon, so Entity hovering around the pit with the smoke, ready to jump if anyone on Aster steps forward into the river.
But Boca is just like hoping that someone casts some spells for him to steal, because I feel like I haven't even seen him get almost anything on this Rubik. It's Watson. He's going to send the illusion into Scout. DD's still at the ready in the bottle.
Is under attack.
Gonna go for the wraparound here. We've got vision. Kataomi ready to... He's just ready any second that they get vision to kick someone in. And that DD gets popped. So Watson, he's going to start forcing this rush. He doesn't need to pop the meta anymore to clear this.
It's going to be going down quickly. Aster have got to do something soon. XWY trying to fish a little bit with the remnants throwing in. The snowball at the side as XWY jumps in, will jump back out. Get the grab to drag XXS back to safety here.
Roche is dying.
Trying to help him keep his distance, but indeed it's already gone, and this time, is he? No! Oh my goodness! He's not going to get it this time. He was close with the timing, but this time round, XWY does not get the Aegis and will die for his attempt there to get him with the jump. Now over towards the mid, XXS pots the BKB, will be able to turn with the disarm onto Watson. They'll catch the two of them with the overgrowth as well. And then bringing Watson down pretty low. In fact, Watson, that's the Aegis gone. Aster, they're able to take him down once. We'll see if they can set up to do it again. Off to the side, Fishman getting focused by XWY and XXS. They've taken out the Undying. Watson back into the Embers with the Silver Edge. Toby jumps with the Malefice onto Siamese Cat to try and stop them from being able to chase down the Terrorblade. And Watson should be fine at getting away. Stormstormer able to TP out just out of range of the Remnant, so he'll make it back safely. But despite Entity getting the Roche and getting the Aegis, ASTER actually able to very quickly take it out of the hands of Watson. They do have to commit buybacks, one from each side, but obviously the bigger one being that from ASTER. XWY did buy back for that. But a situation where XXS was able to stay alive. I think just nice stuff there between him getting the halberd down onto Watson, and then, of course, the overgrowth as well from Siamese Cat also causing issues, making sure that this fight, Watson wasn't able to get the kills as easily as he's been able to do before.
Yeah, if they can kite him and isolate him, Monet's actually able to peep away a little bit here. They get the important heroes out, though, right? Entity, they didn't end up losing those big cores. They were able to just kind of TP out right in front of everything there. So Entity still very comfortable with this positioning here. Stormstormer now, though, in the game.
XWY, he's going to be careful. He pulled back for this, and he's got caught in the black
he's
hole.
caught.
Oh, that's silence, though.
It's stolen.
Oh, and the stolen black hole here. It's beautiful stuff coming out from Baboka as XXS steps in. Monet gets the second. They get the catch onto the Terrorblade. This is going to be ASTER. Potentially turn the fight around, but the BKB's there. She's under as well. Watson back up to full HP. Buyback's going to come out here from Stormstormer. As Watson is trying to get back in over towards XXS. They'll look towards XWY. XWY's got Astral Step up in a second. He's away. Just back over towards the top lane and out of there. Siamese Cat looks to be the one to be left behind. As he'll die, but the cores of ASTER get out. And Entity, they do commit a buyback themselves from their mid this time around. Stormstormer buys back for that fight. ASTER, they may be far behind, but these last few moments, these last few fights, some impressive stuff coming out from the team to hold against Entity's lead.
Yeah, I mean, XWY's reckless kind of plays are actually working out for them in a lot of times. Him getting these Aegis snatch, him just forcing the fights, allowing Monet to stay in position. Now Entity still in an okay spot with Watson, but 2 buybacks, I think, on cooldown, right? The Tusk and the Pugna.
Yeah, Katomi into Stormstormers.
ASTER. Baboka even getting a stolen black hole there for a second, getting some big kind of grab. Now he's got stolen Sunder.
He's got Sunder.
This is also a big difference. Yeah, this is the 2 best steals he's been able to find the entirety of the game.
For sure. Eyes on Baboka.
Game still feels very close. Entity still definitely favored. They also still have this refresher shard for Watson if they want to do some type of tricky, fancy type of play. But ASTER still showing they do have some grounds in this game.
See, next big item's coming up. Yeah, Satanics for both of the carries. Monet has his. The money's there for Watson. If he wants to spend up. Of course, we are getting to the point of the game where buybacks are starting to become quite important.
Yeah, checking to see any of these other little items. As you said, Watson saving all that gold.
I mean, do you think he will go in for the Satanic? I mean, what's sort of the consideration here? Anything else other than the Satanic that could be nice for a Terrorblade this game?
No, I think it's probably the most appropriate, unless we go down towards the Rapier territories or something crazy. But I don't think that's going to be the case. And he also, maybe he is seeing that Monet is not building MKB. If he does maybe spot that, there is a chance to perhaps slip in a Butterfly. It's not my favorite item by any means, but if he does see that inventory being full, could be a slight chance of an option.
And Monet, I imagine what he's going to... Will he sort of take the treads out to get the Butterfly in that final slot?
Yeah, I mean, if. I think Satanic is the better choice, but there's a chance.
No, he's got it, right? But he's queuing up Butterfly next, Monet.
Oh, Monet is... Sorry,
Monet.
yeah, my bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, my bad. Yeah, I think so. I mean, he's got ninja gear, right? A little bit of movement speed.
Oh, that's true, actually. Yeah, he's got the moves.
Gives him a little something.
Neutral. Yeah. So that will fit nicely in that last slot. The Butterfly still got a bit of money to go, of course, for Entity. They're on the smoke. They're going to look for the jump on XXS, but they'll try and initiate with the Snowball, which gives chance for the BKB to come out from XXS. They'll commit with the black hole onto him, though. Make sure there's no chance of XXS's survival. The Death Prophet gone for 70. We'll see how much they can push in with this. Creeps are going to be making their way around on the top lane.
I mean, Katomi feels like he's doing so much for them. These grabs, these catches are amazing around the vision. Watson quickly going to evaporate this tower. He still has the refresher shard too, just in case of anything. Like, he's got these double BKBs and everything.
It's a minute without just under a minute without the Death Prophet, but overall they're backing away. So it looks like Entity don't want to try and push this too much, despite the fact that XXS is gone.
maybe just waiting for their like buyback statuses and stuff to come back. They're probably not feeling they need to rush anything. Bottom, Fishman will be able to get away. I think that's probably the case of things, right? They're probably just like, we don't need to force the issue. The next Roshan fight is probably the big decider. If Entity gets that Rosh, they get the obvious incredible benefit of Agnim's Refresher Shard and everything, but they get that Aegis for the push. And for Aster, definitely a difficult place for them to fight around. If they can't constantly take out this vision, like Katomi just has a free initiation, just be able to punt somebody back into the hands of Watson. Yeah, 60 seconds. Black Hole's going to be able to come back up for the next fight also. So Entity pretty content with all this.
Yeah, so hard to use it though without the threat of losing it to Baboka.
Yeah.
He's done it before and he'll do it again.
Smoking up after they take out the vision. Aster, they want to get initiation of themselves. Black Hole still on cooldown for 40 seconds, trying to take advantage of these cooldowns. 40 seconds also on meta. Claiming vision in the area at the least. Don't think they're going to be able to find the fight that they want though. 20 seconds. Entity soon to be ready to fight back themselves. Oh, Stormstormer committed his gold. He actually goes for bots too, plus a BKB.
All right. I mean, I guess he feels, buyback's still on cooldown for 2.5 minutes.
Okay.
He's an optimistic guy. He's like, well, in 2.5 minutes, I'll get the gold back up anyway.
True. Very, very true. And he can be all over the place on the map. The TP cooldown is like 20 seconds, so. Push beginning. Don't need to commit the meta. They have Eidolons plus Blast. Master.
Decent chip damage here. 2-3.
Set it. It's likely that this game goes the length, goes the long stages, and so far we are seeing that as bottom, a really big rune spawns up. The DD is at the ready for Watson. Siamese Cat trying to catch up the Fishman. XWY, he's close, but no Astral Steps ready. Can't quite get the grab. DD doesn't have a bottle for it, but they're looking to fight.
There with the jump. They get the kickback. XWY's been caught, and he'll be able to assemble the Eon Disc. He was holding it, disassembled, of course, puts it together there just in the final moment, and that will allow him to survive from Entity.
So scary. The chainstone they actually have is pretty damn solid with the kickback and then the snowball punch, and Toby just a little Malefice with his shard. It is almost enough for them to chain lock down this Void Spirit.
I mean, I tell you, he kind of took his time as well putting that
He did.
together. It got very, very close, but he did it just in time, of course. But leaving it to the last moments there, XWY.
You know, this is actually pretty. I shouldn't even really touch on it, but you know, during DPC when we were casting Aster, there was two moments where XWY, he didn't unlock his Aeon Disc and died and almost lost the game.
Oh
for
no,
his team.
really? Oh,
I swear to God.
After seeing that moment there where it was as close as it was, I can believe you on that.
Yeah.
he
I can't remember.
he left it pretty late.
I think he was playing Void Spirit too, if I'm not mistaken. But meanwhile, bottom, Stormstormer, he's able to sneak the tower, and it is a late glyph.
All right, big glyph coming out. Roshan's up. Entity. Probably in the better spot to just head in and take this. They could try and force this, especially if they see kind of who's stuck back at the base from Aster dealing with these waves pushing in. See how much they want to try and force this.
It's difficult for Aster to walk into this fight. Difficult for them to get that positional advantage, and they can't give this one up. It gives way too much to the side of Entity with an Aghanims and a Refresher, which they already have one. Remember, they still do have that Refresher shard sitting on the Terror Blade.
Yeah, they do. He hasn't had to use it yet.
They
Also
even sell the
money as well.
cheese. Yeah.
Aster watching from the high ground.
And look at Stormstormer. In the meanwhile this happens, TP's bottom. TP's back up in about 15 seconds. He's going to start threatening Arax here, perhaps. So Aster, they're going to be split between what they have to do.
Yeah, they can't really afford to send anyone down here. I mean, if they don't have the full squad around for this Roshan fight, then it's very unlikely they can take a team fight against Entity.
XWY's got to make the move down. He's got TP at the ready, but doesn't have anything close to the Rosh to TP to. I think as soon as, Stormy's probably going to say, okay, Void Spirit showed up. You guys can start perhaps tickling that Roshan a little bit. Haven't started it just yet.
Katomi's going to look for the kickback.
Okay, they're looking for the fight.
They're going to clear out the trees. They're going to find Siamese Cat hiding in between them. Yeah, get the kickback on him. That's going to be Siamese Cat going down.
Easy grab. Straight to Roche.
Yep. Hero out of the game. They'll go to Roche. Buyback will come out from Siamese Cat, as ASTER really don't want to let Entity get this Roche for free. It's the big one. Aghanim's cheese refresher shard. They'll go for the smoke up themselves. See if ASTER can start the fight. Katomi waiting in the tree line.
Perfect positioning.
The smoke. They know that he's in it, but the snowball's already in. He gets the kickback onto XWY. XWY up on the high ground. He was able to jump back down to the low ground in time of the Astral Step. Xeon Disc will get procced. Siamese Cat uses the overgrowth to hold Fishman in position. His own Neon Disc buying him a bit of time, but Fishman will still fall. Gets dragged back, pushed back, in fact, as well, as he'll die to the Siphons of XXS. Has to get the kill. And now looking for the Roche themselves. XXS still has the Exorcism ready to commit with. If he wants to pop it in for this Roche attempt, we'll see what Entity do. 4 versus 5. They do have buyback available on Fishman. So they use ASTER. Getting away with a fair bit of damage onto Roshan. Toby has Black Hole good to go.
Baboka has kick stolen too. Something to watch out for in these fights. It's insane the distance that you're able to kick people.
And now out come the Ghost from XXS. They brought it down to half HP. They know they can try and commit to finish this off. Entity, they're going to make the risk to try and get the jump on this one. Toby's trying to step forward, but Monet's keeping damage on him to make sure he can't get the blink off. There's the jump from Katomi. Tries to get him with a punch up, but he's caught by the silence.
Watson's in.
He'll come in with the Metamorphosis. He's looking straight towards Monet, but Monet gets lifted over to the side by Baboka. Toby! He's in on the backlines. Jumps both Monet and Baboka, controlling them here in the black hole. Baboka, he'll go down. Monet also falling low. Watson Sunder. He's able to get it off back up to pretty much full HP. Turns towards XXS. XXS, he's up to the high ground though with the Seal Totem. XXS will survive. The Roshan goes down. XWI picks up the Aegis. He's going to get taken out. See if they can go for round 2. He wants to. XWI, he jumps in aggressively. Goes in with the Astral Step. Jumps back out with the Dissimulate. Watson up to the high ground. He's in on top of Siamese Cat. Siamese Cat falls to the side. The right clicks on Watson. No, they're too much. Siamese Cat will fall. XWY another Dissimulate as they'll look to back out from this one. Remnant as well to hold on to Watson, but Watson gets forced forward. He's going to have Swift Link up again in a second, and Katomi is in with the control. Jumps forward, gets the kickback onto XWY. XWY, that's the final Astral Step. 5 seconds until the next one. But they haven't got anything else to close the gap on him, so he'll make it back to the base here.
ASTER lost bottom racks, though, during all of this. The creeps just were able to do it themselves. Good fights. I cannot believe that Monet somehow is able to distance himself and survive during all this. Very chaotic, but he gets himself up to the high ground in some crazy type of place to commit for the Roche, who ended up even getting one. I did not see who got the Aghanims.
So we have the Aegis on XWY. Aghanims looks like it went to, I think it's got to be one of Entity, right? I think it was it Watson, right? He didn't buy an Aghanims this game.
I think he might have been able to just buy it and spend his gold. He had so much money.
No, I didn't have any. Not enough to buy a blessing. That would mean he had like 12K,
I think so.
13K
I'm
gold.
pretty sure it went to the
that
Enigma.
Much gold?
Yes, he did. He had 12K. I think it went to Toby.
Oh,
Toby
yeah,
has
you're
it.
right. Yeah,
Yep.
you're right. Yeah, Toby picked it up.
Yep.
Must have been. All right, well, here we go. 28K lead now for Entity. Monet.
Stormer.
Oh, this sniper could be in trouble. He's going to be able to get Stormer, but it may have just ended up being a bit of a bait because Monet is going to get jumped. He's healing up, though.
He's still alive.
Tactic of the BKB. It stands his ground against Katomi. Katomi will kick him off to the side. Watson trying to focus down Monet. Monet getting trapped as well here by the shards. And the rest of his team save him. He's able to bounce his way over the shards here with his own Agnum shard with a concussive grenade. Pushes himself back to safety. They're actually going to be able to get out of this. XWY and Monet get back up to the high ground. I mean, I can't believe Monet's able to walk out alive from that.
How is he able to steal? I mean, concussives plus 4 staffs plus Rubik lifts and stuff like that's able to barrel him out of these situations. But I mean, over and over again, it does feel like they're just getting out on the side of ASTER.
Only just, yeah. Oh my goodness.
And this was, I believe, the fight before was the first butterfly reveal, but this one you get to see that evasion really coming into play. Watson missed a lot of hits. Watson now, he's queued up MKB. He's trying to find that extra little solution. Even though they have this 25K lead, ASTER still able to bring some pretty cool fights coming into play.
They are. We see the big item queued up next. Rapier's there on the horizon for Monet.
Rapier Monet, and an item that we never get to see, perhaps, XWY. If he wants to commit for it, he's got Revenant Scourge. This does an insane amount of damage to a hero like Terrorblade. If he gets like a full combo on him, he could actually just incinerate Watson.
Oh, absolutely, that
could be cool. A lot of things to watch out for.
Magical burst that he's able to turn into. It's going to be pretty wild. But yeah, spending up will mean no buyback. So obviously this stage, you've got to really consider the buyback situations.
Yeah. Because even though, as we stated like multiple times, there's a lot of answers for these black holes and stuff like that, game is starting to get to the point, and has been getting to the point, where there's so much chaos that could be likely that Toby's actually able to get these black holes off now too. So saving these buybacks is probably pretty important. This game's insane.
I mean, do you think for either of these sides there's an advantage to be had in looking for fights whilst Roshan's not in play? Like trying to go for something aggressive in these sort of 4 minutes where Roche isn't available?
I feel like for Entity it's always a lot easier just because of Katomi. He's got clean initiations that he can go for and that he can get out every single time, right? He just gets the kickoff, snowballs back. So for him it's a little bit easier. For Aster, like I said before, it feels like it's just them getting out a little of these fights. So it's a little bit harder still for them.
No, we're not getting the Rapier Dream from Monet.
Oh.
He'll go for a kind of a later pickup on the Mjolnir.
Okay, and he gets rid of the butterfly. So he's like, okay, I know. He's baiting Watson to get an MKB, and then he's switching it to more damage. All right, let's see if it pays off.
Okay, well, in the action, XXS, he's in on the front lines. We'll be able to get the BKB and the Exorcism off. Watson turns towards him, but with the Ogre Seal Totem, XXS is able to jump away. XWI tries to get in onto Fishman, but does get caught by that Hex reveal. The first reveal of it there from Stormer. XWI looks over towards Toby. Toby puts the BKB, steps to the side. Watson looks towards Monet, but Monet's going to be able to make his way back down to the safety of the low ground. Separates away here from Entity. XXS still in on the front lines, tanking a lot of damage as the Death Prophet, but this time it may be too much for him as the Delusions are bringing him down low. They'll jump forward, they'll finish him off. XXS goes down. Siamese Cat holds that momentarily here with the Overgrowth. Monet, he's just getting bounced around all over the place. They'll close the gap in onto the Snowball, but again, he gets lifted by Boca off to the side. There's 2 dead though on Aster as Entity get on top of Monet. Aster will have to start considering using the buybacks here, but they've already used the one from XWY. Siamese Cat doesn't have one, but XXS and Monet do have their buybacks available. Entity, they're going to come charging straight down the mid lane to look to force these buybacks out. And here comes the first one. Monet back in action, same to be said for XXS. The buybacks are forced out. See what Entity want to do off the back of this. They've managed to force all 3 core buybacks from Aster within the last 30 seconds.
How do you play as Monet? He's just getting bounced everywhere. He's getting kicked back into the fights. He's getting Hurricane Puck, then he gets lifted and thrown out of the fight, then he gets kicked back in, he gets thrown back in over and over again. Entity, they have the answers, and Watson just continues to be the little biggest beast ever on this Terrorblade this game. 10-0 and 5. 53,000 that one. Holy crap.
Oh my goodness. He's completely slotted out. I mean, well, I guess the last final purchase could be a refresher orb for himself if he wants to.
Yeah.
Then he'll be truly done. Then he's truly done with his purchases. There's nothing else he can buy.
No. Aster looking to make maybe perhaps a bit of a desperate move, but it is under the vision.
Might catch him by surprise, but no, Storm's prepared. He turns, gets the Hex off straight away. XWI jumps in with the silence. You see Baboka trying to get in on the backlines, but Watson immediately deletes the Rubik. That's Baboka gone for 100 seconds. Aster, they've got to look to reset unless they really want to try and take this fight 4 versus 5. Stormer trying to slow down the escape here of X. But it's 2 down now on Aster. Neither of them with buyback. Entity, they've got the full 5-man ready, and Watson's into the high ground. Jumps over towards the tier 4s, goes pretty deep here and does get caught by the Remnant. He'll Sundust Toby here to get himself back up to full HP. Buyback comes out from Siamese Cat. See if Aster can hold 3 versus 5. Trying their best here. Monet managed to take down 1, takes out Fishman. For the mid-racks, they'll get cleaned up. Here's the Entity are able to push in with the illusions of Watson. As the mid-set taken, he'll look up towards the top lane. They know they've still got this pretty big window. The biggest one here being the fact that there's no Death Prophet for 80 seconds.
They're gonna chill though. They're gonna wait for the respawn.
All right.
Playing it very careful, very patient. They know that they have this tremendous lead. Roche is gonna be spawning soon. Probably looking to just play it a little cautious. No black hole available too. Katomi is making this. I mean, it's been kind of broken for a little bit, right? Like in a way, but Katomi's really making this tough split broken with the way they're playing around it with Watson's net worth.
See how long Roche it's a long respawn, 2 minutes on the Roche respawn.
Now it's an Octarine also on Katomi. So even more kickbacks that are going to
All
be
the
coming out
kicks,
here.
yeah.
Well, yeah, I'm very impressed with the way that Entity's been playing this game.
Yeah, and as you say, they're making sure they get the safest way out of this. They may have this lead, they have this window, but they don't need to rush it. They know if how far Watson is, as long as they can get the execution right in these team fights, Watson will be able to clean up each and every time. Toby's got his next big item done, refreshers completed.
Good lord.
And it very much is at a point, one good black hole, and this game's going to be shut down.
Yep. And also, even like there could be potential situations where a fight's occurring in one situation, and now 25 is also an Enigma. The Eidolons could just end the game too, him or Stormstormer.
That's true. That's true. Yeah. So,
and
a lot of push.
Other little, haven't talked about it too much, but little invisible impact that's been happening constantly in all these team fights too is Stormstormer level 25 with the Nether Ward. XWI is killing himself in a lot of these fights. He's literally doing like half of his HP instantly whenever he casts the spells.
Let's see. What 60-minute items we get. Ooh, a mirror shield. Very nice here for Entity. Always a lovely one to get.
Pirate hat for Monet. Definitely a dream there for the sniper.
Make sure he gets digging though. Got to get those bounty runes. In fact, are those bounty runes going to help him sort of fuel some of their buybacks? Actually will. Baboka's goes short, so if he can pick up a few more bounties, we'll get that back online. Of course, the rest of the team's buybacks are still on cooldown for quite a long time, at least 3 minutes each.
Got to play
that rapier.
Yeah, he needs it. He needs all the damage they can get. It's him versus the world. It feels like his allies are just distractions to allow him to just sit and keep his ground, but not enough of distractions. Toby, I mean, now he's got 2 black holes, mirror shield as well too, to be able to protect the black hole even more so.
Yep. We've got Apex. Does Watson want to have that?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Let's look at the armor when he has it. Okay, 47 or 41 plus 3 right now. 52. There we go.
And what's the percentage resistance there? Yeah, nearly reaching up to the 80% physical resistance now.
Yep, 77%.
So yeah, you're gonna need that rapier if you're Monet.
And you're gonna need to probably isolate the tower. You're gonna need to kill everybody else and then focus fire him at the end of it. But now,
sure,
you got to go through Roshan again. Another Ags, another refresher shard. Who wants it?
Who still needs one?
I mean, Stormstormer.
Stormstormer.
Very likely. Both are very good for him.
Yeah, it's yeah, for sure. It goes both to Stormstormer.
They just give it a Fishman.
No, actually, well, refresher shard might go to Watson, right?
They actually gave it a Fishman.
Oh, they did? Over Stormstormer.
Okay, whatever. Sure.
I mean, well, maybe is Pugnarags that bad right now?
No, it makes the cooldown nice and low.
Okay.
I guess I mean, that's not the style that Stormstormer's not really even using too many life drains, right? So, okay, whatever. Definitely not the Agonins that I thought they were going to give. They have the important ones already, but yeah, I thought they would definitely give it a Stormstormer.
Oh, does he have
60,000 gold.
He's got the money for it, pretty much.
Okay.
Yeah, especially if he sells something to kind of free up a slot for it.
What does he sell, though?
But I mean, buyback is back up in about 2 minutes. You know, just
That
under 2 minutes
well.
or so. So Aster, they still want to probably just hope that they can hold long enough to be able to take a fight where they do have these buybacks. It'll be interesting to see if Entity's keeping a track of these buybacks and want to try and force this next fight before those buybacks come off cooldown.
What does Monet get rid of, too? He kind of needs everything. Might just have to get rid of something like the Mjolnir, or maybe just the I don't know, because he needs Lincolns for the kick. He needs Hurricane Pike for positioning. I don't know.
That's true, because none of his other cores have Lincolns to sort of throw onto.
No.
If he was to get rid of that in terms of the slot, so it is going to be a bit awkward.
And Entity, they're already starting to poke Stormstormer. He's blasting.
I mean, this is the time to go. Still this bit of a time where there's no buybacks. Buybacks are still on cooldown. This would be a big time for Entity to hit and close the game up.
They're just going for the racks. They're at least just going to go for the Mega Creeps. Not going to try to just go for these tier 4s just yet. Who has what? Seer Stone picked up now for Baboka. Crazy cast range. Stygian Desolator has now been swapped into play for Monet instead of the Pirate Hat. Much more damage.
Sure, yeah, and use all the damage you can get.
SWI. He did make it to high ground.
By the Hex, but he has got the Eon Disc. We'll be able to jump back up towards the safety of the base, but already Watson's in. Watson gets caught by the Remnant. be able to back off the side. They used the Decrepify to give him a chance to walk out of the range of Monet. Fishman going to get very quickly taken out, but there's the jump forward. They get the kickback onto Monet. Monet jumps back with a concussive grenade. Will manage to separate itself back from Toby. Toby's got the black hole. It's pulling them in. It's going to catch Monet, but they're able to put a stop to it. Monet falling low. They'll use the aggressively, but Monet is starting life still back up. Jumps back away with the concussive grenade, and he's standing his ground against Watson.
Oh my God.
Watson's going to get taken out. That's the Aegis gone. Watson is going to be back in from round 2. Buybacks coming in from Entity.
Watson.
Toby trying to head it back over towards the fight to help Watson out and put the BKB on an attempt to retreat. With the Silver Edge as well as he'll be able to sneak away. Jump forward for XWY. He's looking for him. XWY. They're going to get the lift up. They've got the catch. There's going to be the black hole again. Toby's able to turn the fight. Keep it solid here for Entity. As the black hole gets laid down, Siamese Cat out of the game. XXS trapped him by the shards, but no, the Ogre Seal Totem once more, giving him a chance to get out to the side, siphons the Eidolons. He's able to keep himself alive. XWY considering continuing to chase, but doesn't want to go into the high ground. They'll back off. I mean, Entity, they commit 3 buybacks there for that fight. So they may be 41k gold ahead, Fogged, but they've got to be a little bit careful now. If they take a bad fight and go down without buybacks, ASTER just might have the chance to punch back. And already that, 50 to 60k lead that Entity had, with those buybacks expended, it's actually slipping away from them a little bit. ASTER, they're holding on in this game.
I mean, Monet's able, that fight, he's able to actually sit his ground and fight. I mean, by sit his ground, I mean Hurricane Pike himself into a better position, concussive grenade himself into a better position, but he holds his ground long enough to Toby casting Black Hole. XWY actually has the cancel. He jumps through it, gets the silence. These fights are crazy. Monet still showing that there is a possibility of them doing it.
I mean, this is insane to see Monet doing it in a game where, I mean, in terms of the farm, you know, he's 20k, well, he was about 20k behind. The Terrorblade now with the jump in the mid. ASTER, it's go, go, go from them. They're going to use the Overgrowth here to catch Stormstormer. Stormstormer will still be able to step back underneath the Tier 2 Remnant. Not going to grab him. BKB lasting long enough to allow him to get back to safety.
Good lord.
Entity doing their best to try not to have to commit the buyback from Watson, and indeed they shouldn't need to. He's going to be back up in 10 seconds. ASTER, they're going to push down the mid as hard as they can. They get the Tier 2, but they will have to back up to defend. Bottom lane is getting pushed into the base here. The creep momentum will have to be dealt with. So they respect the fact that Watson's back in the game, and they'll back off. But as I say, even with this 37k lead or so, Entity have got to be a little bit careful now. So in terms of their buybacks, how many heroes is it without buybacks? 3 heroes without buybacks. Toby, Kataomi, and Fishman. Another sort of rough fight like that within the base of ASTER, it could absolutely lead the game to be in a situation where ASTER's able to take some of the base away from Entity.
Definitely scary things. They have to, I mean, just full commit out to Monet, right? They just have to try to get him, but
this sniper,
it's definitely scary now, like you said, because those buybacks being on cooldown. And I think this, honestly, the Stygian Desolator instead of the Pirate Hat might have made such a big difference there. It is a lot of damage how much it is going to give you. That -10 armor, it's a huge negation. Even though Terrorblade has so much overwhelming armor, it does help quite a lot. And Terrorblade, you know, but Watson's got slot issues. Like, he's having to swap in the bots too. He's having to keep swapping in items. He's even swapped out the Apex going for Mirror Shield. The Monet.
That's just trying to take a fight here with the XWY with the jump over towards Stormstormer. Eon just going to be BKB a proc. Stormstormer.
He's got Machina though. So even though he does pop that BKB, will be refreshed immediately. I mean, very low cooldown.
For Monet as well, does he buy this Rapier or has he got to prioritize just playing with the buyback?
I think prioritize with the buyback. He is way too important at this point. This game is nuts. We've had a lot of super late game games, and I think a lot of them have been, I mean, ASTER, right? I think ASTER's had the 80-minute game, now they're in a 70-minute game. It's beautiful stuff coming out. Even when they're at this type of a deficit, they have good vision, too, that they placed in these last few moments. Since they were finally able to get out of their base, they actually placed 3 very aggressive wards. Here.
Get the jump on Stormstormer. And we'll see. Siamese Cat goes to the Overgrowth. Toby will be able to remove it. So he's away.
Stormstormer can just freely pop his BKBs. It's a really good luxury that he has because of Ex Machina.
Right?
Yeah. Oh, Machina. You just pop.
I guess that. Sure.
It's 18 seconds. True, yeah. So he just pops Machina.
Cooldown.
BKB's back, good to go. He can do a lot of crazy plays with this, just TPing around the map and stuff like that too with it. As ASTER, in the open field, it's a lot scarier for them with Monet's positioning, but when he's inside the base, you can see he feels a lot better just to be able to stand his ground and hit. Buybacks, what are we looking at? Still 3 minutes. 3 minutes also on the side of XWY, though, and he has shown that he is
True.
incredibly important.
I think Entity will still play it safe themselves, though. I don't think they're going to try and run him for anything whilst these buybacks aren't ready for their 3 players.
No, they're going to look to control the vision and probably, honestly, wait for another Roshan, wait for another Aegis.
ASTER, I like this, though. A bit more proactive from them.
Okay.
They do want to find this fight. You know, sure, as you say, XWY doesn't have his, but the fact that there's 3 heroes that they could knock out for good, that's very appealing here for ASTER. Katomi's in on the high ground. He's going to be able to snowball down towards the ancients. They're going to turn, get the Hex off. So forcing out Katomi to the side. Katomi's able to get away. XWY wants to continue to commit in. Make the jump over towards Stormstormer. Stormstormer's on distance. Only be procced here by the damage of Monet. Still keep his distance. And he clears out the raid pack. Another jump from XWY. Looks to get the grab with the Remnant onto Katomi, but won't be able to find him. XXS is considering committing in with the BKB and the Exorcism. Pots the BKB, but he'll hold back on the Exorcism. Doesn't go in with the ult quite as at this moment in time. Entity, they pull back as well.
I like the confidence on XWY. I mean, he knows he has to play like
He
this.
just
about
goes in.
He has to jump in and break these Aeon discs for them to have some type of chance to kill some of these targets, but it's just not easy. They're not even able to pop Katomi's, I believe. Yeah, he still has his available. And honestly, I mean, Stormstormer with this Ex Machina, it's pretty busted when he has all these items. Like, he's just refreshing his Aeon disc, refreshing his BKB, his X. He's just freely popping them as liberal as possible. 70 minutes is hit. ASTER looking to go in again.
What? The only onto Stormstormer, but again with his very low cooldown on the Eon Disc to the BKB, he's going to have the chance to survive. Gets back over to the help of his teammates.
Refreshed. Ex Machina popped everything back at the ready. And immediately TP's bottom to keep the waves pushing, can join his team back up in like 10 seconds or so. Eidolon's starting to whittle down this top racks. The range racks will drop.
Has fallen.
Just this melee rack standing now between ASTER and being mega creeped.
Why the hell does Ex Machina refresh Aeon Disc? This is broken. I'm sorry. I'm just going to say. It's like a 3-minute cooldown for a reason. But it's working out. Entity.
Roshan's up. This is what, the 5th Rosh?
5th or
6th Rosh?
6th? I don't know. I lost count. I think it's the 5th.
All of them.
12,000 gold on Watson.
Okay, finally Stormstormer will get the Ags, because he's the
Yep.
only one left who hasn't got one, right?
Yep. Refresher
And,
shard probably
with Watson.
on Watson. Yep.
I think he
Does
likes to
but
play with it.
wait, whoa, he's like kind of. Yeah, what does he replace though? Just
Well,
kidding. He's gonna tome.
Well,
Fight.
no, he's got the... Oh!
Yeah.
See the jump XWY. He's in on the backlines. He's going to try and stay committing on to Katomi. Toby jumps in with the BKB. XXS has already got the Exorcism out. Now
Toby
lays down the Tombstone. Remnant's not going to be able to grab it. We'll see them get the Hex off onto Monet. Katomi's in with the kickback. They've got the kickback onto Monet. They're surrounded. The Sniper. Sniper is going to get taken out. He's down for 2 minutes. Buyback is at the ready here for Monet. We'll see ASTER back off. Entity's going to get the space to finish off Roshan. This time round, Entity, they're able to get the Sniper kicked into the midst of the fight. He's not able to dance his way out of there. Stormstormer's TPing away. He just really doesn't want this Aghanims fogged.
So who's gonna get it though? He's the only one left.
Kill it.
Just kill it. Nah, he'll pick it up soon. Maybe.
Will he? There we
Maybe.
go.
Okay. It's a lot of net worth. Maybe he doesn't want it. Great play though. So I think they found a little bit of a solution. They have to get the Hex with the kick, so that Monet isn't able to cast his little Hurricane Pike, cast his little concussive grade and stuff like that.
All right. Well, here we
right,
go.
Anthony.
They got
Let's
the
go.
Roshan, they got the Aegis, they got the everything. They're ready to push it down the lane and see. Well, they'll definitely. You know, I imagine they're going to definitely force back out this buyback from Monet. And here indeed it comes out. Monet buys back.
Stormstormer liberally pops his BKB and Aeon Disc, pops the Ex Machina, ready to go again. Tower. Rax getting whittled down.
Black Doll, of course, back up here from Toby as well.
BKB also coming back up for Toby.
Just the both sitting right back, so he can look to prepare for some big steals if Entity tries to commit in with these ultimates.
This is so broken. Look at this. They pop the Aeon Disc. Oh, Machina refreshed again. I mean, Stormstormer is just making it look actually so busted. The item build is perfect for it.
It really is. It really is.
Goes back to base. Ready? Ex Machina. TP's back in. Aeon Disc is ready. This is so insane.
What the hell?
The best usage of Ex Machina ever.
Oh. Stormstormer.
All right, they force another Ex Machina BK or another Aeon Disc BKB, and Ex Machina.
Yeah, it's got perma BKB, perma E on this.
This is so busted. Oh my god. Aster's trying their hardest versus it. They're holding on to that last Rex, but it's not easy by any means.
There it is. Finally got his rapier. Monet.
Okay.
Well, we'll see
Where
what
is
he
it?
takes out of a slot for it. Where is it? He bought it from the enemy
Okay,
secret
bought it from the
shop.
other side. Yeah.
Enemy
okay.
secret shop is coming over now in the courier. Fresh delivery. About to be dropped off here for Monet. We'll see what he plays with out of his inventory for the rapier.
It's the BKB. Okay.
BKB. Okay. All right.
Nice.
Well, he's
Okay,
gotta
now you
sit
got rid
right
of the
back
data list.
and, no, wait, he swapped it. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I think, yeah. Get the data list out. Ooh, and a rapier as well coming out for Watson. Both teams picking up rapiers here for the next fight.
Stormstormer again. BKB. Gets a couple blasts off. They didn't even get the Aeon Disc this time. Not like it matters. A tree gets a nullifier. He's like, all right, I'm sick of this. We need an answer to Aeon Disc. Not the ideal hero to have it by any means, but oh, the courier.
Oh, do they see
It
it?
sneaks.
No.
It sneaks by. They saw it, but they didn't kill it. Is this the answer?
They're going
Let's
to try.
see.
They're in. The nullifier's bringing him down low. It's going to allow him to kill
It
him.
works.
It actually did it there. Siamese Cat with a nullifier pickup. Toby puts the BKB in the black hole, but he's ends up dying. He'll be back for a second round off the back of the
Stolen black hole.
Provoker, the stolen black hole here to catch Fishman and Katsuomi. Toby puts the BKB, he's getting healed up by Stormstormer. There's the second black hole. He's caught XWY. XWY's out of the game. He has buyback, saved himself for Provoker. Monet still in good position to get the damage done. He's sitting on the high ground, looks towards Katsuomi. Katsuomi getting kicked back here. A stolen kick drags him back towards Monet. But then he's actually able to use his own kick to kick Monet down to the low ground. XXX jumps in to drive front line for the sniper. Monet forces his way back up to the high ground, turns towards Fishman. Fishman stealing a lot of strength because we had him, but the ancient falls to the creeps.
What an ending.
Well, they finally won.
Oh my god.
The creeps, they'd had enough. They were like, can we just end this, please? And they did.
Holy crap.
Well, what a game.
All
I
right,
mean,
well.
come on. The creeps just kind of ruined a very exciting fight. You know, no respect here from the creeps. They just finished the game. Well, there we go. Entity, they'll take game one. It took them a long time. Was it 1 hour and 15 minutes?
An appropriate ending to such a kind of wild game that Entity is just leading for the majority. Aster, they can't hold on long enough. I mean,
the creeps just were like, we've had enough.
I mean, that was one of the nuttier games I feel like I've seen. Crazy holds. I mean, Monet ends up 10-3 with 1,000 last hits. Watson 12-1. Overall, Watson having a absolutely him and Katomi having a godly performance, and then Stormstormer at the end with these funny little Ex Machina plays really coming in clutch. But overall, Aster on the back foot most of this game. Felt like they'd be able to fight a little bit better, but just Watson having that crazy type of item timing, and then this fight in particular that we're seeing right here, this one kind of dictated the whole pace of how Entity was able to play for the game. But what a wild one.
What a wild one. Yeah, that was a lot of fun. And I was just a little disappointed that the creeps stopped our fun. You know, but yeah, sometimes you've got to remember that the creeps are the ancient. I of course, resonate with the players on that one. That happens to the best of us. Sometimes you forget about the ancient. You know, you're too set on something else. And in this case, understandably, you had this chaotic team fight on that Aster was sort of full focused on. But you know, it can happen so fast, especially in the games when the creeps get as strong as they do. But yeah, indeed, the replay here, seeing some of the earlier moments, a pretty crazy game. Not the highest of kills, but honestly, when the kills happened, when the action happened, it was a lot of fun here between these two teams. And honestly, impressive that Aster were able to hold as long as they did, despite sort of the heavy gold deficit they were playing from.
Yeah, and if you want to hear some really fun numbers and fun little things, the damage dealt on some of these heroes is pretty crazy. 90,000, I believe, from the Pugna. And if you do the breakdown, 67,000 from the Pugna world.
Wait, what? That's
68. Well, I mean, 68,000 actually. 35,000 just to the Void Spirit. So Stormstormer, you know, that little bit of invisible impact was massive in the game. Just with his Nether Ward down. His Nether Ward did more damage than Watson did in the whole game.
There we go. The final pick, Pugna.
Pretty cool.
Ending up being very, very nice indeed. Well, this was quite the game one. And I mean, as you say, wait, which of these teams were you saying has had sort of more games like this, Aster and Entity? You said they provided us some other very long games, right?
ASTER had an 80-minuter,
ASTER
but I
had
think Entity also had an earlier 62-minuter, and they just have like
they did,
pretty
didn't
high
they?
game times. Yeah, I think they had a Geek Slate 1 hour and 2-minute one, and I think they had a 50-something minute one versus Shopify, if I'm not mistaken. It's been some long games.
There has, and if this one's anything to go by, we definitely might be getting another one of them here. I mean, many highlights to show. We see, at this point, sort of at the 1 hour mark, this was sort of the start of the beginning of what looked to be a bit of a comeback from ASTER, right? This push here, you had the Entity going for. They were kind of 50+ K net worth ahead. ASTER were able to hold. I think this was the point as well where ASTER were able to put Entity in a position where Entity, they used 3 buybacks. And that, of course, caused Entity to have to play rather safe for the next few moments. And then here we have it, that final fight. You see ASTER really going all in. I mean, because when the creeps actually ended the game, what was actually the state of the fight for ASTER? It wasn't looking too bad for ASTER, right?
No, it's looking good, but I didn't even really notice it, but look at Watson was actually sending illusions down bottom to push the creep waves to make sure that the creeps did this. So Anthony was probably aware of this. Watson was probably telling his team, keep forcing the fight, the game is ending. So really good stuff coming out from the side of Entity, keeping the lead the entirety of this game. They gave up a couple Roshans, at least the Aegises and stuff like that, but at the end of the day, really good team fight execution. Katomi, I mean, I don't know. It's him or Watson MVP. They both played like absolute monsters, so really well played and a fun game to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. And as I say, ladies and gentlemen, this was only game 1. We're going to get another one of these bangers, I'm sure, from ASTER and Entity. So do not go anywhere. We'll have a short break, give the teams a little bit of a breather before they get set down for what could be another 80-minute game or such, knowing sort of the nature of the way these two teams play. But we love to see it, especially when we get sort of those crazy endings as this one. So, ladies and gentlemen, enjoy the short break. We'll be right back with Game 2 of Entity versus ASTER. We'll see you shortly. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Lima Major Group stages. I'm Odie Pixel here with Fogged, and we're just about ready to take you into Game 2 of ASTER versus Entity. Of course, after quite the crazy ending of Game 1, a very long and well-thought game by both teams. Entity, though, they were able to close it out with the significant help there from the creeps, of course, at the very end of it all.
Yep.
But a win's a win, and for that game, Entity, they pretty much had a very heavy net worth lead for probably was like 90% of that game, right, Fog? That was definitely felt like a game that was up to Entity to sort of choose when to close it up when they did. Even though ASTER were putting up some really good late game fights, considering how far behind they actually were. It was very entertaining to see. Yeah,
I think they some of these plays were just like insane. Katomi finding like a couple of these catches early game onto XWY really slowed down his momentum, and then it's I think something that does get forgotten. I brought it up a little bit later on toward the game, but yeah, this Pugna ward, it really was doing so much damage in the fights. It was literally the highest damage spell by a long shot, even though Watson was literally right-clicking like a beast. He did less damage than just Pugna ward. So yeah, Stormstormer knew it was a good game for it, played it really well, made Ex Machina look completely broken, of course, as I think most people already think that item's kind of broken, but definitely made it look even more so. Yeah, fun game. But Katomi and Watson, I mean, these two are so clutch. Katomi felt like he was like the most ideal for those type of catches in the moment that they needed it.
No, for sure, and also impressive that they can pull off such a game where they do show the Terrorblade as early as it was shown in the draft, right? This was a second pick Terrorblade, and Watson had a phenomenal game on it. So that's definitely going to mean that some teams, when they're going up against Entity, they've got to consider the fact that they will drop the Terrorblade very early in the draft. And whether that means they want to ban it or they've just got to really step up their anti-Terrorblade strats, they've got to have something in store, because as we saw there, Entity, they can perform very well with that sort of approach to the game. Yeah,
and I don't think I've seen in quite a long time. 75 minutes? Watson had 1,000 GPM. Still at the 75-minute mark. I mean, that is pretty absurd. Monet almost kept up, 934, but yeah, that was just a perfect game. I mean, a perfect ending as well, too. The creeps, we've been saying it. Watson and Katomi MVP. The creeps, they got the bottom racks. They got the tier 4s. They got the thrones. So, you know what? The creeps actually MVP.
No, indeed. Quite the ending. We'll see if we get another one of those long ones, as you say. Both of these teams have already provided us with quite some long and drawn-out games, and definitely something that you can imagine if in that game ASTER weren't as behind as they were. Those last game, those sort of end game fights would have been very difficult for Entity, and the fact that ASTER were able to kind of delay the end as they were when they were as down as much as they were. What do you think sort of caused ASTER this game in game 1 to fall as far behind as they did? Was it just sort of the lack of pressure on the Terrorblade?
I mean, the Terrorblade was farming really well, but I think it was really that 30-minute fight. I think that fight around the bottom side, around that cliff ward, when they jump in and XWY dies instantly, this was a big timing for ASTER. They were huge. They got the wraparound, and Katomi just ends up Blink Snowball saving the target that gets initiated on. And then with the Blink Snowball save, he kills the Void Spirit as well, too, and they just get this huge momentum swing to allow them to just walk into Roche, keep dictating pace of the game and controlling the map. So ASTER, I think if that fight didn't end up happening, I think ASTER would have had much easier ways to actually contest some of these Roshans. But either way, that's what happens sometimes. Some of these misplays can just really dictate what happens in mid-game. And Entity took advantage of it perfectly. And let's see what we get this game. Let's see how much fun it's going to end up being. Let's see if it's going to be as crazy as last time.
ASTER themselves take out the Rubik.
Yeah, but Boko overall, he had a pretty quiet game, I would say. He had the 3 black hole steals, but they were post 50 minutes. Toby did just a great job of never casting black hole earlier than that, really. Never really giving the opportunity to Baboka to get a big steal and turn the game around. That was, what else did he really steal? He had a couple kick steals that were kind of cute, and maybe a Sunder steal here and there, but besides that, it was one of the quieter performances, I would say, from Baboka.
ASTER
See what priority of stuff goes on. I think if they see a first 2 Terrorblade this game, they should counterpick it a little bit more. Like, they had this sniper who's able to do well versus everything else. His damage is okay, but killing a Terrorblade always is going to be difficult. They didn't have something like a Zeus, you know? They had Void Spirit, who does okay magic damage, but there's a Pugna answer for him constantly. So let's see a totally different game.
This was what banned out first phase right by Entity last game.
Yep.
So it left in. They'll get the Phoenix, and hey, we will get to see some Stormer Invoker.
Cool. Entity just really likes to open up with one of their core picks, I guess. Just they're like, okay, we're just gonna put it out there. Good luck. Hopefully it'll be a good game for the hero. Last game we saw the Terrorblade was able to reign supreme. Invoker could do similar. Let's see how Aster tries to punish it. It can sometimes be a bit greedy, that Exort. The laning phase can sometimes be a little bit volatile. And also, if there's a lot of heroes that just get on top of you, it can be quite complicated. And if we're going to fit the script, of course, too, this is the game for Aster to win, right? Because Aster has done 1-1 in every single one of their matchups.
Let's see if Aster want to show a core themselves here in the first 2. I mean, or if
They've
they
got
just
a lot of
want to pick
options.
or if they just want to pick Tree, you know.
Or Pango, because Pango's likely to just get banned out.
Pango is really nice, yeah, especially for proccing like the disarm stop from the Phoenix. But they'll actually look to build around the ultimates and have that Dream Coil Supernova combo, and also wanting to just they'll say, all right, you're going to show what pretty much is guaranteed to go mid of this game. We'll show our mid as well, right?
Yeah, I'm cool with it. It's a hero that, excuse me, it's a hero that gets on top of the Invoker, opens up your draft to even potentially, not saying that they'll do it, but potential for something like Lifestealer, and then you have the Infest Bomb, and that's something that Invoker absolutely detests to play versus. You just die over and over again if they do get on top of you like that, so this can be cool. And we did mention a bunch of times also, you know, you see the Undying, you're going to always think about these like elusive heroes, Puck, Embers, etc., stuff like that, so this time it will be that Puck.
Yeah, going to be interesting to see as well. I mean, XWY, as far as I can see, hasn't played this in competitive for about a year and a half.
Really? Oh,
So
okay.
it's been a long time. It's got very good win rate with it in in pub games, but not something that he's played in pro for a long time.
That's actually a pretty good, yeah. Now I'm thinking about it. When we casted DPC in China, he didn't play it at all. Yeah.
No, he didn't. He didn't.
Cool. Yeah, last time they played with it, of course, was with Ori, right?
Yeah, oh sure, yeah. I mean, I'm looking at XWY
Yeah,
stats,
yeah.
but yeah, for sure for Aster's stats, yeah, Aster would have had some games indeed when they had the different roster. Yeah.
Yeah, it's one of Ori's favorite heroes, and ROTK really likes this too, just to be able to start fights and stuff like that. So, okay. Take a look at the bans. They are looking to still protect the Invoker. I mean, Nature's Prophet with Puck sometimes can be too much. Like this Puck, we saw what I think what Gaming Gladiators did was actually very clever, the way that they made this look. Like the Nature's Prophet plus Puck, it's constant kill threat, because it's just, there's 2 heroes always there. Coil's going to trap you. Nature's Prophet provides that extra damage, so I like that ban. Magnus, I mean, now they're just starting to target XXS a little bit more.
See Aster if they want to take away another one of Watson's hero pool.
Wait, are we looking at eHome?
The Ursa.
Wait, who are we looking at right now?
Wait, what? Oh yeah.
Nothing. Whoopsie. I was like, that ain't ROTK. So they'll ban out the Enigma as well too. And okay, Entity, they're gonna grab a Ricky. So Ricky now has moved up in priority for sure, playing versus Phoenix and Puck. This Cloud is very strong.
Aster. Imagine they want to show their second support here. No, they're actually just gonna. Okay, they'll grab it with the combo. So Beastmaster and Ench.
Ooh, that is. Oh, this almost looks like a Wings kind of style draft. Like this almost looks like the way the Innocence does it as Entity.
Here we go.
Okay.
Some pudge. Watson's been playing a bit of this. It's good win rate on as well.
They love this versus Beastmaster. They like it versus Beastmaster and Brood. I've talked a decent chunk to Entity. They really do like picking this hero when they're up against those matchups. just able to shut him down in the laning phase, and just constantly you have the hook onto these creeps and stuff like that too. So interesting, Aster. Entity looking to just play around. I mean, they're playing their strong heroes, but they're also, in a way, kind of answering, right? Like, this is just comfort for them, but also has some good answers versus what Aster is playing. This Cloud is very disruptive versus these heroes. But it looks like Aster's looking to set up some type of tempo, like quite speedy draft to pressure, with the Ench, with the summons, with the Beastmaster, and Puck looking to make all these constant plays around.
I mean, what are we going to get them from Toby on the offlane for Entity? What do they like to sort of fit around with the Pudge? You wanted to sort of see like Darkseer earlier. Is it a good Darkseer game?
I mean, the way you pick Darkseer is usually like you see a really ideal wall targeter. If you have people that are really gonna benefit from ISO, I guess it's okay right now for the Ricky and the Pudge. They'll ban it. Okay, Aster will think so. It does, of course, also give you, like, if you land it on Beastmaster, it provides all the Beastmaster auras, so yeah, I can see it.
Yeah.
Toby also, he did own on it yesterday, or 2 days ago, I think it was.
The other one that they've played a few times on the offlane when they run the Pudge lineup is Toby's Visage.
Yeah, I was gonna say
Visage.
Visage.
Is it looking kind of good for a Visage game?
It looks pretty decent, yeah. I mean, Ricky's a pretty nice lane partner with it, too. It's actually a lot of damage that the little Blink Strike and stuff provides to be able to give the Soul Assumption charges. Could be an option. Gives them the Aura Carrier. They are lacking that at the moment, so wouldn't mind it.
I see final ban from Entity. Still looking to take away potential heroes from Monet.
Just trying to think, like, Aura Carriers, because, like, Aura Carriers that actually fit with the lineup, because, like, Lycan's another one that they really do like to play, but it just doesn't fit with their heroes so well.
True. I mean,
just really,
would Monet not just want to grab the Drow this game and play it fast? Do you like Drow here?
seems okay. I mean, if you're able to keep a distance, you have Beast Aura and stuff like that. Yeah, it looks pretty decent. Entity just has, like, Entity's draft just looks really. I mean, it's Ricky Pudge. Like, this looks like a pub lineup, right? But like when you like, now that the way that Ricky's kind of played, it's very different. But I don't know. Their draft looks a bit strange. They've got the Cloud and stuff like that for Puck, but their disables is very lackluster. Their team fight as well. It's like all around Tombstone at the moment. So I think for Entity, they need something else that's going to be potent. And Aster's going to go for their Bloodseeker here.
All right. Entity, what's the answer for this one? They still need Toby's hero.
Okay. I honestly thought, I actually legit thought they were going to pick Lifestealer. It looked like a godly Lifestealer game for Aster. Like, this was the answer to Pudge during TI. That people were like, what do we do versus Pudge? It was only like 2 heroes. It was Bloodseeker and Nikes. So they will go for the Bloodseeker. It's still quite good in this game. There's just no, how do you slow him down? They don't have the hard lockdown. By any means, it's Dismember. They have Dart and Hook, and that's kind of their everything inside of these team fights for Entity. So they need something that compounds everything together from Toby.
In terms of the heroes that he's been playing that's still available, there's not really anything that sort of specifically fits that description, it feels.
No, I'm not too sure what you pick versus Bloodseeker. I don't know. Entity's drafts always look a little strange to me. I always have difficulty understanding it. Okay, so Ricky Marana, and maybe, is that an Undying offlane, or? No, it's just going to be Fishman, so it's a core Undying, a core Marana.
It's going to be a core, yeah, offlane Marana. Not the last pick I expected there.
What the?
Especially, sure, Ricky Marana, there's combos to be had, but yeah, the Marana being the 3 this time, Fogged.
I think they've gone too outside the box for me to like it anymore.
Sure.
Like, Stormstormer, really good Invoker. Watson, godly Pudge. Fishman, I mean, plays Undying every single game, but Marana offlane. I mean,
not
not really that big of a fan of this one.
Okay, I'm seeing it. So Toby did play a game of Mirana offlane recently. He played one game recently. Let me see. I don't know if you remember if that was like in the DPC. It was. They played it against Secret. Won the game. Goes for the Aghanim's Greaves pipe.
Okay. I guess it. Okay, can be an aura.
He popped off that game. He went 8-1 and 17. He had a very good game against Secret.
What setup did he have?
The setup they had in that game was Katomi was playing tricks there. Overgrowth, Lasso, Sprout from the Carry Prophet. That was kind of it.
So I guess I'm trying to think.
They made it work then.
So he can be the aura carrier. He can be the egg killer, right? The leap attack speed and stuff like that could be beneficial versus the Phoenix. I'm just trying to wrap my head around all the things right now. I don't know. Their team fight just still looks really lackluster. I gotta be real. Like they have, it's like Undying and Stormstormer are the big team fighters, and Stormstormer can pop off a lot of these times. But I feel like there's a lot of things to just get in his face. There's Phoenix diving in, Beastmaster summons running into him, Puck and Bloodseeker. Anthony, I feel like they're gonna have to do some kind of crazy stuff to take this one away, but they have to have an idea around it. So let's see how it works.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see indeed if this is gonna work here for Toby on the offlane Mirana. I mean, for Aster, obviously, talking more about their final pick. What do you think they saw about this game that made the Bloodseeker appealing for Monet?
He has great setup. Like he has the coil to always land the blood right and stuff like that. But it's more like he's got so much information that's going to be given on the map. The Beastmaster creeps, the Hawks, the Enchantress creeps, and stuff like that. And then eventually, once he gets his shard and he gets his itemization, he'll eat the Pudge alive. I think that's the big one. I think most teams, like around that TI era, when Pudge was starting to come around, it was Lifestealer and Bloodseeker, because then you can actually do damage to this hero because of how busted Flesh Heap can sometimes be. But who knows? We'll have to see. I mean, Entity, they look really good when they play their style, and this is definitely up the alley around that style. I'm definitely a doubter a little bit on this offlane Mirana. Even though you can see, Egg Hitter, kills Dominator and stuff with Arrow it kills Enchantress creeps with Arrow and stuff, but yeah, it's just...
That's true.
It can be. It just can. Sometimes you leap in and then you just get like. You just aren't able to actually hit the egg at all. You get hit by one Fire Spirit. So I don't know. We'll see.
And what does this all sort of mean for the lane setups? You know, any sort of lane that's ended up a bit funky?
No, they look normal. It's just that the top lane just looks funky because it's the Mirana Ricky versus Ench and Bloodseeker, and Baboka. I mean, now that he sees the Mirana, it's just like. You might not even skill the enchant. You might just go Impetus plus Nature's Attendance.
There we go. Bottom lane, Aster losing Sami's cat.
That was quick.
Yep.
Good little hook play. And this is their... So maybe it's also just they're looking at lanes very heavily on the side of Entity too. I mean, this bottom lane, they've played this one an insane amount of times, especially versus Beastmaster. Fishman... He knows exactly what to do. He's playing versus double strength, just sets up Watson for success. We're seeing the boar pull, XXS trying to get a little bit of creep manipulation down bottom, but Fishman, he'll catch it. Watson, a very scary, very threatening Pudge player. One of the best ones. 5 and 4 on him.
And overall, with the early pick of the Invoker this game, has this ended up being a game where there's things that Stormstormer's going to feel threatened by? You know, how good of an Invoker game has this actually ended up being?
It always can be a bit annoying versus the Puck. Oh, XWI actually misses uphill on the Force Spirit. It will survive. It's when you have like these heroes that get into your face, it can be annoying. Like early BKB buyers and heroes that get on top of you, which they do have. These summons plus the Bloodseeker plus Puck. Could be a little bit difficult. Stormstormer, though, this guy has thousands of Invoker games, so should know how to be able to counter versus it a little bit. I'm just continuing to watch bottom because this Phoenix is still level 1. Yeah, I'm just waiting.
Yeah, if
for
they get a hook.
Opportunity.
Fishman indeed is able to sort of get the decays onto Sami's cat, and then Watson hits him with a hook.
He keeps
level 2 has been a hit now.
He keeps getting 2-man decays. XXS, we're already seeing him really struggle. Look at the damage disparity. 48 on Beastmaster, 78 on Pudge. Watson completely free farming the lane. Invoker doing excellent in the mid matchup. And Mirana, I mean, should be able to farm up top pretty decently. Bloodseeker should free farm though.
Yeah, Fishman doing huge amounts of work here.
It's literally the hero that he plays every single game. Hook. Won't connect. Get the D ward on the side. So now they're going to have a pull available on the side of ASTER. But Watson, he can always just hook the big creep if they do go for these type of pulls. And continue to just free farm on this Pudge. 19-9 to the 6-0 of Beastmaster.
Yeah, this isn't going to slow down anytime soon. And
No.
they can maybe see if they can get in onto XXS. So we'll be able to make sure he doesn't stand too close to the Pudge. Right now he's going to be forced to. Watson, he's hooking him back. See if they can chase this down. They've got the tombstone out. The two of them will have to back away. Fishman, he wants to try and dive the tower a little bit for this one.
Fairy fire.
Decay. He needs one more hit onto XXS, but the stick charges are there. XXS is going to be fine, and now Fishman could be the one in trouble. Axis will bring him low, but actually still got 9 stick charges, so he'll be able to walk this one off. Watson he's diving the tower. They're taking a few hits for that.
He's trying to zone them off this creep wave. Takes a heavy beating though, but will prevent XXS from getting a lot of last hits. They're dropping low. That means Monet is going to be very speedy. 450 move speed right now on this Bloodseeker. Watson, though, will be able to trickle forward, pick up his Ring of Health in a second here. And they're still applying an insane amount of pressure. XXS still unable to really farm very well.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Level 3's been hit. Now the Phoenix can actually look to bully these two a little bit here. The damage, Fire Spirits, it does hurt. Fishman might actually just die here. Yep, the
That last
Fire
one might do
Spirit.
it.
It's going to be close. Not quite enough.
20 HP.
But decent to leave him low, because Monet, he benefits. Like, now that he didn't die, it's like, okay, Monet's like, I've got this beastly lane up top where I can put pressure on. Baboka. Should be alright.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Courier.
That's his courier there.
Won't
Nice.
be so lucky. I mean, Monet's literally moving hasted move speed this entire laning phase. Hero's just constantly being put low. Fishman.
Yeah, they've got to be very careful. I mean, XXS has to be so careful how far he steps up.
Yep.
At this point now, level 4, 2 points in the rot. And just the rot slow and the tombstone getting slammed down. They can chase him out of the lane if he gets too far down it.
They just have to watch out for the tombstone hook, right? That little zombie that spawns.
True,
And
zombie spawning.
sometimes can be a bit annoying. Simon's cat doing a good job. At
Top
least
lane.
Zoning. Top.
They're both being kept incredibly low there. I mean, Katsumi a couple of blink strikes to get away as Monet was chasing him down.
Monet 500 move. Literally since the 3-minute 30 mark, he's been 500 move speed. Starting to see that. Toby is starting to struggle a little bit to get these last hits, and he does not have a leap available. Toby. Oh, that was close. Baboka gets the slow on him. He might just die. Sunstrike. Will connect. There's another decay. Is he getting range? He should.
Nicely done there by Fishman. Put the backup of Stormer globally.
Oh, cool. And Watson actually not going to be going for a Vanguard. I thought for sure he would be since he's laning versus the Beastmaster, but he's actually opted to go for the Hood. He's playing versus more magic damage, I guess, in the laning phase. But mid.
They're able to get in and take down Stormer, but Katsumi's in with the smoke screen. Won't have the damage to threaten XWY.
That's
Good aggressive move there. I mean, coming in on the mid lane. XWY able to make some magic happen whilst the arcane room was going. Very short cooldown now on the Dream Coil. Be back up very shortly again.
They might be able to go for it again as soon as it comes back up. Look to make a move with either the Phoenix or the Ench versus the Invoker. Invoker, as we said, can be a bit of a weak hero if you get on top of him, especially early game, just quickly gets brought down. And Stormer is going for the greed build. He's not going for... I've seen him sometimes do like the drums. 90% of the time it is the Midas. This will be one of those Midas games. Bottom Watson, he stepped up kind of far.
He's going to try and stand his ground, but indeed with the 3 of them surrounding him, he's going to get caught a bit by surprise. I don't think he was quite expecting both supports of ASTER to show up like that.
I think now at this point, Baboka never needs to go back top. Monet is versus an offlane Mirana. There's literally no threat that this hero poses versus a Bloodseeker. So now, how does Entity look to respond to these movements that are coming out? Because XXS, he's starting to get room to catch back up in the bottom lane. Puck is constantly pressuring your Invoker. So how does Entity want to respond?
I'm going to TP Watson back down here. Try and make sure that Aster don't have too easy of a time getting free
Mid lane.
hits onto the tower. See them go in with the jump, the silence. XWY still able to get away.
Oh, and he's even orbs down bottom to the rune. Nicely done. Nice attempt. That Ricky smoke screen versus the puck. Definitely seeing it coming into play there immediately. Not quite able to get a kill as Katomi now. Being chased from Baboka. Should be fine.
They want to go back towards the mid here, Aster's two supports. I mean, Dream Coil is ready again here from XWY if there's a chance to set up.
XXS has level 6 and Dominator already finished up. I mean, the lane actually did not go that bad. It ended up being pretty good down bottom, all things considered. He's playing versus Undying and Pudge, and he's come out with a very good timing on it.
No, they played super smart, and you obviously didn't get caught out at all in that lane. Doesn't end up losing any lives.
And Toby, you know, he's just an off-lane Mirana, so he's pretty low net worth, and I'm gonna have to be really impressed to see what he's gonna be able to do to bring his team together with this, because I feel like the Beastmaster, in multiple different functions, just feels infinitely better.
That's a good hook there from Watson. Fantastic hook there on the Pudge.
What up?
Able to catch XWY after he jumps down to the low ground.
What a player. Fishman actually has all 4 of the kills for his team.
So he does, yeah. There we go. Carry Undying.
That's a big play. That's a kill on the puck without the Ricky even being in the area, without like a smoke screen. Just a huge catch. Starting to ping bottom. He's trying to get the angle to hook the creep. Can't quite. They do have a lot of instant ways to kill this creep, right? They have hook, they're going to have the minus on the Invoker, and they're going to have the arrow for the Mirana. Until it's an Overlord. Until it's that helm. That big helm. They will have good ways at least to one-shot it. Top rune. Nope. It spawns bottom again. I got to be honest, Owen. I'm concerned. I'm really concerned for the side of Entity. I'm just watching Monet having an absolutely free lane. It's a good matchup for the Bloodseeker versus the Pudge. And this Beastmaster is now starting to... I mean, he's got same net worth as this Pudge. And he's going to start putting emphasis on pushing towers and forcing the Pudge out of the lane, too.
Sure. And I guess what you sort of feel is lacking the most is just a hero from Entity that can kind of TP and or could turn up to some of these lanes and sort of just sit there and be prepared to kind of defend against these pushes, right? Because you've got, well, you know, the only one that kind of can is your carry. And Watson, he wants to be getting the farm on. He doesn't really want to have to be dealing with sort of what Aster's throwing at you right now.
No, and he is, honestly, Watson, for all that, everything that happened in the early game, he is pretty fragile. Sure, he's got phase hood, but there's an insane amount of physical damage that comes out when you've got this, you know, level 7 already finished up on XXS. So Entity, let's see where they look to make the moves. Stormstormer, he's hit level 8. He's got double Forge Spirits. They're starting to pressure the top lane. Does Aster look to respond? Right now, they're just putting their own push on. They're taking the mid tower themselves, which is a much more beneficial tower. The top tower is not dropping quickly from Entity. Arrow.
Quick arrow here. Follow up with a smoke screen, but sort of slow to hold XWY in on that one. He'll step out. In fact, he turns with the Dream Coil. They'll look to get the quick kill onto Katomi and continue to succeed with this push. As this tier 1 tower will be taken down.
And top tower still hasn't even fallen. They might even be able to look to set up for Stormstormer or get a deny.
One goes for the rupture, but Fishman quickly responds with an instant TP out.
But they do get the deny. Takes a long time for them to actually push that tower. There's a 4K lead already for the side of Aster. Bouncing between 3 and 4K.
So I think maybe punish Baboka. He's going to step back, knows that the Sunstrike's going to be coming in. And
what a wild wing.
Okie dokie there with the micro. Pushes himself up to the high ground, and Baboka, he's away.
He's actually going to get fully away. I thought they might still be able to get like some
trying
lead
to chase,
Starfall,
but they can't catch him now.
No.
They can't catch him now, but Boka's perfectly fine. Toby having to use all his leaps for that attempt as well.
That's a lot of wasted time from the side of Entity. Unable to get any type of grab here. Courier could tell me we'll be able to snipe it.
What?
Radiant's middle tower
Again with the
is under
hurricane.
attack.
They've got a dust. Tell me.
Okay, he's got the backup here, Katsumi. Fishman, Toby and Stormstorm are ready to help out.
Oh,
that-
he actually goes into
Oh.
the smoke screen, I think it was. For a
Oh, he
second.
did! Something indeed stopped him from being able to stop it. But what
Right,
was
I
that? Was
think
there
there
a
was
smoke
so.
screen up there?
I mean, maybe I'm drunk. I thought I
watched
saw it
the
for a
stream.
second.
Radiant's
Stream's on a little bit of delay. I won't be able to
Yeah,
see
tell me
that.
if you see it.
Was-
I think
Something
it.
must.
I think it
But
did.
Ricky wasn't there, was he?
I mean, maybe I'm drunk. I don't know. Something canceled the Icarus.
He
or
must
maybe
have.
just
I mean,
didn't click it.
something indeed. There's no way he didn't stop it himself. Yeah, it must have been the smoke screen.
Yeah, it's still the smoke screen. It looked like
it
skinny
was the
silence in the
lingering
jump.
silence. It was sort of the lingering silence because he would have stopped it. He would have pressed it to stop it when he kind of passed by, but obviously the silence
Mid lane.
persists a little longer. Yeah, they're in. There's Monet. He's brought them low. There's the roar onto Watson. He goes down. Fishman will not manage to TP out from this. 5k lead now for ASTER as Monet having a very, very nice time. We saw last game what Watson was able to keep quite a lead against Monet in terms of farm. This time round, it's flipped completely on its head. It feels like this game, Monet's just going to be playing from ahead for the whole time.
And Monet is more enabled because he's actually got like a Beastmaster. He's got this traditional offlaner who's building auras, who has a built-in inner beast, who's going to pump him up. Meanwhile, Entity, they got an offlane Mirana. He's going to itemize for these type of auras and stuff like that, but you don't provide the same type of team fight
Radiant's top
by
tower
any
is under
means
attack.
as like a Beastmaster does. Baboka, he's got a Dark Troll Summoner. He's just going to start pushing this top tower for free.
Under attack.
Gonna get a good chunk of damage onto it. There's the Aster. Looking like their game plan this time around should be a lot more successful.
We'll see again here. Oh, this isn't a replay, it's us. Hello, everyone. How are
Hello.
you doing? Hope you're enjoying the game. We love you. Back to the action. Oh, in fact, here's the replay of that fight here in the mid where Monet was able to clean up very, very nicely. And they have that setup. They have that team fight. At the end of the day, when ASTER group up and press their ultimates, it's kind of hard for Entity to deal with right now.
It's like they may be able to like leap in and kill the egg, but I think they'll just get cleaned up afterwards, even if they are able to kill it in most situations. Yeah, Aster in a super comfortable position. Helm of Overlord is done. XXS,
Top tower
I
is
mean,
under attack.
struggled maybe for like the first 2 minutes of the laning phase, and then now he's pretty much going to be top net worth of the game. They don't have easy ways to deal with this Helm either. None of their heroes really kill it. So early that he's able to get it. 15 minutes of hit. Katomi still not quite having the shard. That will maybe allow them to get some type of these like arrow connection plays and stuff like that, and they're losing more and more control of the map.
Mid. Oh my goodness. Not standing a chance there. As Toby just gets destroyed. He doesn't give it the chance to leap away. It's just immediately dead.
Game accelerating quickly.
It is. It
Yeah.
really is.
And
I mean, top lane
I
Aster's
don't
ready
know.
to put the pressure in here as well. I mean, Monet's pretty much got this BKB done on top of the Maelstrom. So this Maelstrom BKB is super quick timing.
And I don't know how Entity looks to...
Radiant's top tower
The way that they fight back around is pretty much around Tombstone and around Watson getting bigger and bigger, but the map is really starting to get quite constricted. All three towers drop down, and now Aster
Straight to Roche.
straight to Roche.
I mean, nothing's going to stop them here in the Roche pit. They're going to do this very quick and easily.
And full HP. Get scouted, but no way to make it contest.
They're speeding up. This is some real big momentum here from ASTER.
They've already got Puck with Witchblade, with Blink Dagger. He's getting room
Yeah.
control. How close are we toward any type of BKB on Stormstormer? Because he just looks like food at this point. Puck can just literally initiate onto him every single time. It's still a ways away. This will be one insane comeback event that he's somehow able to mount this.
How can they slow this down? I mean, any sort of big items coming out soon for any of Entity's heroes that could give them a good shot in the fights and defenses that they're going to have to pull together against ASTER? Now ASTER has this Aegis.
It's mostly just their the three cores getting their first items together and then trying to fight back, but it's coming out at a bit of too late of a function in comparison to what ASTER has. Like BKB Invoker, Ags Pudge, and then Greaves on Mirana, and then they try to take fights, but Aster's already gotten so much. This Bloodseeker is prime, ready to fight. Puck already has Blink Dagger to get the initiations, and it's a pretty tough game to catch the Puck. And Beastmaster is massive.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
We'll see Entity start to consider setting something up here with Kataomi. Looking towards XWY. And it's going to go for the dart setup. The arrow, it'll hit. It's a good setup. It's a good kill.
There we go. This is their best way to get back in the game, is get these pickoffs now with this dart arrow combos constantly. If they can catch Aster split up, which they might be able to again here. Baboka. He's okay. Tombstone actually gets dropped down. That might just die to the Dark Troll Summoner. And in the meanwhile, bottom lane, Aster just takes off that whole tier 2.
Yep. Very, very quickly here, 18 minutes in. And Monet well on the way towards his next time to get that Basher next. See what Aster.
This lead just continues to grow faster and faster and faster. I mean, Aster not looking to care too much. I see Entity like Kataomi, he's trying to set up perhaps for some dart plays, but not in a very optimal position to go for this kill.
Dire's top tower is under
Top
attack.
of the smoke here from Aster.
They want blood. They want to force more fights. Stormstormer, I believe that is the BKB finished up. So they do have this timing, all 3 items coming together. Let's see how they're able to fight back versus Aster, who still has Aegis for 2 minutes. And uh-oh, Stormstormer.
They've got to get out of there.
Oh,
There's two, Stormstormer and Toby. Stormstormer will be able to catch him with the tornado. Give some chance for the TP out. Stormstormer's away.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Going to be able to bring the creep wave in on this top lane, Aster. And they could very well look to push for another tier 2 tower. Still at a point of the game where Entity just don't really have the tools to turn up for the defense.
This time XWY is able to play around the dart. Maybe they buy a gem early, honestly, just for him so he doesn't get dart arrow comboed. Because if he sees the dart coming, he should be able to get phase shift off in most situations. But either way, Aster, they're not playing split up. They're playing together so that they don't get picked up as much versus this Riki and Mirana. And just taking, I mean, completely closing off the map. Another tower to drop.
Radiant's top tower is falling.
Monet, Basher done. 20 minutes.
He's so
Maelstrom, BKB, Basher. I mean, this is prime position for this Bloodseeker.
He's got, what, 600 GPM. And ready to fight. Smoke. Keep swinging across the map. They take tier 2 top. They have tier 2 bottom taken already. Trying to find Stormstormer. Trying to find a fight here. Kataomi. Break the smoke. Get dusted immediately.
And they'll coil for him.
Dire's bottom tower
So he'll go straight back towards the mid. Baboka
Back to business.
and XXS already in position to start taking this tier 2. And 20 minutes in, this is going to be Entity losing their 3rd and final tier 2 tower.
Dire's bottom tower
Map
is
shrinking
under
faster
attack.
and faster and faster. Constantly getting hunted, getting stalked. Fishman will be able to TP out and cancel it. But yeah, Aster scaling immensely, and it's not just the cores, it's the supports as well. Can never forget about them. Baboka, he's playing an Enchantress, so he's going to look to itemize to scale. Force Staff on his way toward his Hurricane Pike.
Dire's
Siamese
bottom
Cat,
tower is
does
under
he actually have the
attack.
shard finished up just yet? He's actually gone for Force Staff himself, so they have the answers now also versus the Riki Cloud. This is the best item you can buy versus Riki, Force Staff, and Lotus Orb. So having multiple different solutions to protect their cores. Aegis does get reclaimed, but still Aster looking to take a fight. And your map just very small at this point for the side of Entity, losing all these towers. Stormstormer, he's doing his best at just shoving in these lanes. Forge Spirit's top, meteoring the bottom lane. The rest of his team can't find much. Now mid. Nice hook.
Get the heal off, but indeed with the Dismember and the Sunstrike, the Baboka will fall. They did try their best there with the creep to block the arrow coming in, but it didn't matter. Still having up further ways to follow up on the dart.
Decent catches, at the least, Entity. Trying to slow the pace of the game down.
Is under attack.
I mean, Stormstormer is doing a good job of keeping those side lanes pushed. Top, he really forced it forward at bottom as well, too. So, ASTER. See where they look to go next. So they're kind of out of objectives to go, so they kind of just have to play around constricting map at this point to limit the farm of Entity.
Dire are scanning.
Just sitting in the triangle, preventing Entity from farming this area.
Shadows take us.
Gonna try and set things up here. The moonlight. To try and connect with Kataomi.
ASTER is
At the moment they're smoked, yeah, and they have the combo. All ults at the ready.
Oh, they
See
have
if
a
can
ward.
Catch Stormer. He's
That's a
stepping
gem.
out.
That's a big one. They can't catch him, though. Quick blink.
He'll get the ward and he blink away.
That would be very painful for the side of Entity if they're able to kill this Invoker. If they're able to get this gem in particular, not even just the Invoker kill. Swing across the map, having to fix their side lanes. Again, Stormstormer doing a good job of keeping them pushed out. ASTER trying to get some type of kill before Roche. They're definitely, I mean, more than likely just going to waltz into the Roche right when it does respawn, but looking for some type of bigger advantage first.
Radiant are scanning.
And Fishman, he knows. Yeah, he knows what the next play is. He's going to put a ward right outside that Roche pit to at least scout it and maybe attempt to go for a contest.
Well, I was going to say, can entities sort of pull together a team fight or some sort of play to go for the Roche fight at this stage? With sort of the deficit that they've got down 9k right now?
I don't think so by any means. I think Phoenix Egg is too much for them to handle. It's 8 hits. I don't know if Toby's going to be able to get those 8 hits off as this Mirana. It's just it's really overwhelming team fight on the side of ASTER, especially with this type of advantage. Like Monet, he'll just eat this Pudge alive. Watson, maybe if he's able to farm this BKB and finish it before that Roche, that could perhaps allow them to at least try to take a fight first. And it is a longer Roshan spawn, so he should be able to finish it.
Well, the gem coming out now for Siamese Cat.
And I believe, Hurricane Pike now for Baboka. So the supports continue to get that scaling. Blink also finished now on XXS to force these fights. Katomi, I think he's looking to snipe some couriers.
Dire's courier
Yeah, he'll
has
find
been
one.
killed.
Might find another one, too.
Bottom line, entities getting the chance to
Is under attack.
press this tier 2 tower. Stormstormer still very, very farmed. Leveled pretty much with Monet's Bloodseeker. And closing in on the Hex as his next pickup. Level 17 on top of that.
He's going to have some explosive performance, really, from Stormstormer. 40 seconds. Wards all set up on that area, ASTER. They have double vision set up, so Entity going to look to clear this area quickly. Toby also does have Pipe finished up, so he's got the double auras.
Dire's courier.
Ward is still up, though. They see everything.
And Dream Coil from XWY will be dropped it.
Going on
the
high
back of an
ground.
arcane rune. It's a little hard for ASTER to actually enter into this area to try and take the fight, especially now with the Dream Coil used.
Was an arcane rune coil, so it's going to be back up soon. And yeah, just very afraid of going into this Tombstone. Entity, I don't think they know there's a ward up there, though. They're just being watched. Roche will spawn. Monet getting closer and closer to his Lincolns. Be able to protect himself versus either the dart or the bite, in particular from the Pudge. As now Entity will be able to... Actually, no, they're still not going to get that one. I mean, they're still just being watched. So ASTER just split up on the map because they know they're all sitting in that area there. Just keeping tabs of Roshan.
I mean, can ASTER step into the Roche to sort of just freely take it again, or do they have to be a bit more cautious now?
I think they're waiting for when Monet makes what call he makes. He's 100 gold from his Lincolns. I mean, if they still have this vision up here, they can probably look to just take a fight and then commit into the Roshan. I mean, it's full duration ward. Stormstormer, he's about to have his Hex finished up.
All right. I mean, yeah, but as you say, at the point where Lincoln's is there, Monet also finds the Mind Breaker, so a bit of burst up to his potential in these fights. Roshan already being taken, they'll scout it out now. Entity
Dies too fast.
falling far too fast to give them any sort of chance to get over to this one. So Aster, the Roshan,
And it's a big
and Shard going for Monet.
A huge shard, as we were mentioning before. This is the one that allows him to really just... I mean, he's already going to be able to eat the Pudge, but this allows it to be even more so. Every one of those hits being that much more impactful.
A lot of pressure on Stormstormer. He's got to pop off. He's got to make some fantastic plays. He's got the money, he's got the farm, he's got the levels.
He needs 20. That's the next ticker. You need that Chaos Meteor talent for him to actually have like the Hex plus combo to be able to blow targets up. But there is a lot of Force Staffs, so there's tons of save that Aster does have versus that single target. Entity, they dropped the Tombstone early.
And here they go diving forward, Aster. I'll see Katomi able to jump over the Storms to return with a Deafening Blast. XXS commits him with the BKB. They use the Moonlight Shadow to reset here. Entity, keep to the edge of the fight. Stormstormer stepping back up on this, but he's going to get Katomi caught by the Dream Coil. Jump forward from XWY, caught by the hook. Katomi able to Blink Strike again, back to the safety of his team. With the wall drop down.
Okay.
And the Aster cannot continue to chase. So Entity, they're able to get one another out there. Everybody gets away.
Nice little disengage. And I didn't notice, but also there's a secondary Lincoln's. XWY has one as well. So 2 Lincolns to cover versus either these Hexes or versus these Bikes and stuff like that. So Entity makes their way back over to this triangle. They will finally scout out this ward. Entity having no no qualms if we wanted to fight directly into Aster at this point still. Still very afraid. Katomi. Ooh, there's a sentry there. Oh, he looks pretty dead this time.
Nice rack, Ricky.
Still, even with these little kills, it's not looking to be too easy for Aster to sort of push this advantage to the next step.
No, but they are increasing that advantage more and more every single second here. It was sitting around 8K, now we're up to 12K. Stormstormer, he takes the tome. Not quite level 20 just yet.
Illusion. Radiant are scanning.
Anthony's still very much so on the defensive. They're now going to look for a smoke. Still not 20 though on Stormstormer. Really wants to get that Chaos Meteor talent.
And use this next creep wave.
He's got the Midas. Okay, he's got
There
it
we
now.
go.
Radiant
Aster at the same time, Aster, they're already in for the fight. BKB from
Toby.
XXS is in with the Roar. Towards Toby, the smoke screen's down there, and Toby's going to get the chance to leap away. The silence caused XWY to not be able to follow up with any sort of combo. Off to the side, Dream Coil is going to connect only onto Kataomi. The Rookie will get trapped and taken down, but the rest of Entity once again able to back away. In the trees, Fishman trying to hide. They will spot him out. Hook's attempted, but Monet jumps over with the blink. They've got the bash onto Watson, but Monet's getting low. Monet is going to be taken down once. Let's see if they can do it a second time. They've committed 2 buybacks for this fight here, Entity. Now look for the arrow.
Get the bite.
Got the bite off onto Monet. The silence is there, though. Monet's out to put the blood right. Take down the Pudge. Monet will walk out alive as the rest of Aster are ready to continue to push in on the fight and force back Entity.
Double buyback from Entity too. It wasn't looking that bad, to be honest with you. They forced the BKBs early, but weren't able to reset enough. And Monet, he does get that big heal up of the thirst. If they weren't at such a deficit, I actually could see Entity perhaps winning that fight. But because they're so far behind, it's so hard for them to actually do it. They have to play like pretty much perfectly the way they kite and force these BKBs and stuff like that. Very difficult for them. They lose their Pudge and they lose 2 buybacks. We'll take out the Aegis, but yeah, not enough.
$17K lead now. Aster.
Stormer.
He's heading
looking-
in.
BKB in 5 seconds on Monet.
No, they can't step up here though. Entity, it's far too risky.
You can see how
5
much
seconds and Supernova's up again.
damage Stormstormer does do with Meteor, though, right? Like, I think he almost killed Phoenix instantly. Same thing with the Enchantress, but yeah, just them being at this deficit makes it so much harder for the rest of his team. Sure, he's strong, but his Pudge and Mirana, very squishy, very fragile when it comes into what they're playing against. Aster. Stormer.
XWY. And he's going to force out the BKB, but there's the roar from XXS to follow up. Stormstormer, he gets taken down. Gem hits the deck. As XXS will be able to grab that. That's the biggest kill they can find there, Aster. Stormstormer, of course, very, very farmed this game. And losing the gem, so even more advantage falling to the favor of Aster here.
The literal best kill they could possibly find.
And he's got no buyback.
But yeah, no buyback. They take the gem his way too. It's Entity. Now gonna have to watch their base just get sieged down. Get a good hook.
Look at the hook.
Monet.
Look at the BKB from Monet. In terms of the rupture onto Toby, Toby's going to be able to hold his ground. They'll pop the fortification as well, Entity. After they'll back off.
Nice hook. I mean, Monet straight up panic BKB. Very scared to get like caught by something there. But they'll back up. BKB back up in 70 seconds or so. Invoker back up in 20 seconds. Entity still very much so trapped inside of their base.
A prize.
Yeah, still have no problem waiting for these cooldowns before they go again. Entity, they're going to try and catch them by surprise. Charge straight down the mid with this smoke. At the moment, only Baboka around in this area. Wouldn't be the biggest of kills, but I imagine Entity will take what they can get at this point.
They want Monet because BKB's on cooldown, but Aster, they know it's coming. XXS waits on high ground, breaks the smoke, and they back up. Nice try from Entity.
And Katomi's still searching.
Okay.
Getting pretty deep.
He gets spotted though around the corner. XXS having that, I believe, the secondary gem.
Got the tier 1 tower. Bit of successful pressure here from Entity, despite being as behind as they are. Still down, of course, 21,000 at this moment in time.
Yeah,
See
still
there on
super.
your screen, the odds provided to us by our sponsor, BetBoom. Be sure to check out the banner below for the link to their website. We'll take this outpost here as well, Aster.
They have full control of map still. Whenever BKB's up, Monet, he's got it back available. Feeling confident,
They're trying to catch
just setting
Monet.
himself. Okay.
We'll see if they can catch someone alone up in the top half of the map. They know it's getting close to the time where Roshan could be back up.
XXS.
And XXS and Monet are going to walk into it. BKBs are out.
There's the
They'll
roar.
turn with the roar onto the Pudge. Watson in trouble as he's down on the low ground. He gets taken down. Same to be said for Fishman. They find the two of them, but very quickly the rest of Aster were ready to back them up. And just, it feels almost impossible for Entity to fight into this right now. Aster is just too far ahead.
Yeah, way too far ahead. This Beastmaster, I mean, XXS had such a successful lane and everything, and you can see if they get the ideal roar, I mean, they just kill that target. Whatever target they roar is just straight up dead. As XWY now jumping forward as well. No glyph. This is tier 3. We'll drop. Cloud and a Meteor, but they're just getting healed during it.
Yeah, they can kite this out as well. Simply step to the side, avoid the damage. See the jump, XWY playing aggressive in towards Katomi. And jump back out. I mean, Entity, they're definitely slowing down the push a little bit. So managed to keep the racks alive long enough for the rest of the team to respawn. Aster, they'll back off. So Roshan will be back up in 45 seconds. Aster, they'll almost certainly want to hold off for that one.
Such a tremendous lead. Everyone's so rich. The 3 cores, unbelievably rich, and the 2 supports are transitioning into those cores that we've mentioned before. Soon to catch up to that off-lane Mirana. Siamese Cat, soon to have a Hex. Baboka, also soon to, I mean, they're about to have double Hexes on the supports.
And they actually are, yeah.
Yeah, they're getting
minutes
closer
in.
and closer. It's wild stuff. This is XWY also soon to have an overwhelming blink after Octarine. So difficult for them to go for any of these targets. Yeah, Watson 0-4-4 on this game on the Pudge. Smoke up. Success ready with an Octarine now. He's in.
And he's in. And he's found the big catch as well. Straight away in towards Stormstormer. Gets him with the roar, but the hook will give some time for Stormstormer to reset. Watson pulls him off to the side. And Stormstormer's able to put the BKB and back off. Watson also able to put the BKB on the escape. Stormstormer turns, gets the Hex off onto XWY. Follow power is there as well, but the 4-star fear from his teammates gets him back up to the safety, the high ground. Monet tries to commit in for the kill onto Watson, but Watson's still alive. Manages to get up to the high ground just in time. So ASTER not quite able to find a kill yet. XWY jumps forward again.
Uphill miss.
Yeah,
saves
miraculously
Watson.
for Entity that they don't lose anybody there.
Looking to go back. I mean, Roar is back up in 5 seconds.
They're in with the Hex. And the Force. Getting XWY out of the follow-up combo. He turns towards Fishman, but Monet's in. Deafening Blast will push back Monet for now. But the burn just bringing down Stormstormer. It'll buy back immediately. Monet chasing down towards Toby. Toby hooked to the side by Watson, trying to save him. But Toby gets caught in the blood. All right, there'll be another buyback here coming out from Toby on the Marauder. But Watson's out. There's going to be 2 dead now without buyback. Watson does have the availability of buyback, but all in all, it's just ASTER pushing further and further ahead. 38 minutes in, it's a 33k lead. ASTER, they'll go straight into the pit. This is going to be a free rush for them. It's got the cheese and the refresher shard. It really is looking like that. There's just no way for Entity to come back into this one, Fog.
No, I mean, for a long time, really since like post-laning phase, they just don't really have it. Like, their carry is so shut down, and they don't have an offlaner. They just have a Mirana. Like, it's
Toby.
just got Greaves and Pipe and Toby.
Stormstormer equipped with a Hex. He's able to put a stop to the chance. The Roar coming out will go for the BKB, but the disable didn't last long enough on XXS. So XXS able to still put a Roar out to stop that TP out from Stormstormer. And indeed, GG is called. 39 minutes, but not the quickest game at all by far. But very much a game that felt it was kind of over very early. This was ASTER in full control, and Entity, the draft, the strat they tried to apply this game, Fogged, it just didn't show any signs of life.
No, I really didn't like the offlane run. I gotta be totally real with you. I think as soon as a game starts getting kind of difficult, you don't have a bailout for like anything else. It's all up to poor Stormstormer to do everything, and the game quickly just. It felt like it was quickly decided. ASTER, all 3 lanes went successful. Clean rotations, took out all 3 tier 1s, quickly succeeded to getting all tier 2s with the first Aegis, and then, yeah, a clean quick up.
Yeah, well, there we go. We can see the stats there. I mean, what do you think sort of that they missed? Looking back at kind of the options that were available for Toby, do you think it was just a case of everything being taken away from his pool that he would have wanted to play outside of the Mirana?
Honestly, yeah, I do feel like. I feel like this one was just, they didn't really have much left. They were trying to find a solution for, killing Egg, killing Dominators, having an okay lane and stuff like that. But at the end of the day, it didn't really have much of an impact. Monet was able to be left alone. I think Monet got left alone, like 5-6 minutes or so in the game. He's just alone versus a Mirana, has no cares in the world. Boboka just starts running around the map, making all the space in the world, putting pressure on, and these early kills that they get on Watson really dictates pretty much all of what's going to happen through the game. The Pudge just he's always in recovery mode, and he's playing versus a lot of counters. Playing versus that Bloodseeker and Beastmaster in mid-game. It's not easy.
No, not at all. Yeah, really cleanly done by ASTER this time round. Yeah, would have been about 8-0-3 in Monet, 3-0-14 XXS. And XWY only getting caught the couple of times. But everything executed pretty much perfectly. They made sure that there was never really a chance for Entity to even get close to swinging around any sort of these moves. We saw a few times they get some sort of a jump that looks like maybe they get that kill, maybe they're able to take down Monet or XXS, but the way sort of Team ASTER saved one another was done very, very nicely.
Yeah,
they left no chances for Entity in this game too.
Yeah, I mean they had better team fight overall in their lineup. Their lineup was overall more well-rounded. You know, when you see the offlane Mirana, it's always going to be a little bit weird from the side of Entity, and they did cover themselves nicely. It's like if you kill somebody on Entity, you're probably having to commit absolutely everything to kill that one hero, and then the other cores reign supreme. And then the supports eventually they transitioned into
Yep.
these cores. Like even at this point in the game, it's 31 minutes. Like look at those net worths. It's like 9K Enchantress, 8.5 on Phoenix. The Mirana is only like 1,000 gold above. Same thing with the Pudge. So quickly, Aster. They realized what they needed to do this game. I love their draft. I think they set it up perfectly and they executed it really nicely.
For sure, yeah. The Mono Bloodseeker last pick definitely seemed like it fitted perfect. It really did. It offered everything they needed in terms of Mono just being able to get that fast farm and having the impact that he had. As we see these last few fights just running rampant around, nothing to stop this Bloodseeker at this stage of the game. And very, very well played indeed by Aster. So there we go, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm really liking the, China definitely had a little bit of a struggle in the first 2 days, but I'm really starting to like, especially with these Beastmasters, right? I think we saw Old 11 completely dominate earlier. Now we saw XXS just kind of take over the game as his Beastmaster too. This hero's scary, and I'm sorry for my cam. My cam, for some reason, I don't know what I did. I think I kicked a cable or something like that.
Refresh the browser. Press refresh on the browser.
I did. My cam is off completely. I don't know what I did. I kicked something. I'm so sorry.
What are you doing? What are you doing? Well, anyway, fortunately for the stream, that is it from me and Fog today. So you'll get some more competent casters coming up on here next. It's been a pleasure, of course. Hope you enjoyed the games that we've taken you through. Of course, this last one we've just had, Aster able to take this game too. So this series, both teams getting a win from it. Entity taking game 1 and Aster taking this game 2. So, yeah, that's it from myself and Fog today. But, of course, don't go anywhere. So much more Dota 2 to come here today in the Lima Major Group Stage. I believe next on this stream, you'll have the beautiful voices of D2 Barry and DK Truman. And they will be taking you through the games of eHome versus TSM and Knights versus Shopify Rebellion, which I'm sure they'll go into much detail about when they'll be appearing after this short break. So, much love from myself and Fogged. We'll see you all tomorrow, but don't go anywhere. We're going to have DK Truman and D2 Barry ready to take you through the rest of today's games on this stream after the break.
Bye.
All right, good stuff. See you around. Fogged, what did you do? Yeah, what's it done? Oh, yeah, no, that was fun.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. While we're getting everything situated for the next series, I'm getting myself a nice Inca Cola ready, of course, you know. Gotta keep drinking it. That bottle needs to be done by the end of our cast, and it's 2.5 liters, so it's gonna take a lot of effort, Bowie.
I mean, did you like it? What's your
I like it. It tastes kind of like bubblegum-ish. Which is, yeah, the taste is very familiar. I just don't know where I know it from exactly. But it is delicious, as is our next series. Today, we've got ourselves 2 matches. It's going to be China versus NA, and then China versus NA. So we're going to have ourselves both the NA teams back-to-back. It's going to start off with TSM versus EOM, and then Shopify Rebellion that will be playing up against Knights.
Yeah, I mean, I think we had China versus Europe twice yesterday. And yesterday was a very tough day for China. But they are bouncing back. You know, we actually had LGD 2-0ing today. ASTER taking a couple of wins as well. And maybe this is time for eHome. I think even eHome 1-1 Beast Coast, I want to say. I saw that they 1-1 a team. So
they played a tie against Beast Coast earlier today.
So I think we might be in an upwards trend to China, and I would say NA is a weaker region than Europe. So overall, this is shaping up to be a 2 series where we might see more competitive games. Yesterday was kind of a I think stomp is the word. I'm sorry, but today I think we're gonna have better games. eHome versus TSM, 2 teams that are struggling. TSM, I think, only won 2 games, and eHome, I think they also won 2 with the win against Bisco. So overall, battle to see who can crawl out of the slump they're in right now.
TSM have 3 games won in total.
Okay.
They got a 2-0 win over LGD, and they tied a game against Execration, but they lost 2-0 against Tundra, Talon, and Spirit, so they're not in the best position. eHome neither, though they did get themselves a pretty decent performance earlier in the day, but they are also kind of on the struggle bus. Both these teams are very close to each other. Currently, they are both at the bottom of Group A, so I'm at the very least hoping for a very close affair.
The interesting thing is both teams have totally different hero pools. Like when you look at the drafts that they played, at least in the tournament, TSM, they're trying these Enigmas, Rubik's, Ricky's, whereas eHome, they're playing a lot of Tusk, a lot of NP, a lot of Legion. So they don't really have a hero pool that overlaps itself. So it's going to be pretty interesting how the drafts are going to unfold. Although they are losing with most of those heroes. After all, they didn't win a lot of games. So I wonder if they're going to try and pivot to different drafts, or what actually is going to happen. Overall, though, pretty hyped to see TSM play. Big fan of Timado. He's back here playing in SA for probably his first LAN in SA. There's not a lot of LANs here. But yeah, we'll see how they're going to play.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one. Of course, on one side, you got Moonmeander as the coach for TSM, and on the other hand, you've got God King Shizzle for eHome. So both of them pretty decent experience. Of course, Moonmeander quite a bit more experience. TSM actually, surprisingly enough, their oldest player is 22 years old. That is a very young lineup compared to most of the other teams. Most teams, at the very least, have 1 veteran playing for them. So that's a big difference between TSM and most of the other teams at at the major currently. It is pretty impressive, though, considering the lineup lost 3 players after the last TI, and they got themselves 3 very interesting choices. Whitemon was the big surprise for me. To be fair, all 3, I mean, Kasane came from Rune Eaters, Ari from Into the Breach, and Whitemon from T1, obviously. So those are very out-of-the-box picks coming up towards TSM.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting because I haven't heard of Kasan too much until TSM picked them up, but I was listening to Fly's podcast, and he actually said that prior to TI, he had his eyes on him, and he thought he was going to actually make it big very soon. So TSM, probably very aware of these up-and-coming players, ended up picking the guy. And, you know, overall, they're doing really well in NA, but that is usually the struggle of that second team in NA, right? You know, EG usually does well in majors. They never win majors, but they do overall well, like on
Third
average.
place, always.
But the second team in NA struggles to really like do well. TSM, they won the major last year, but then they really kind of fell off after it. We'll see if TSM in this major can bounce back. So far, they are not looking good, but I do have hopes for them. I think they are really good players. It's just that I think their group is also so hard. Like you were mentioning the teams they played, like LGD, Tundra, Spirit. All of these teams are like, you know, top 6 in the world, and I do feel like they ended up in the hardest group, in my opinion, at least.
Well, they did take, of course, a series against LGD, so that was the reason why they're still keeping themselves afloat and have a chance to make it towards the playoffs. Upper bracket's going to be pretty tough for them, because the remaining 2 teams after eHome would be, if I'm not mistaken, GAIMIN Gladiators and Evil Geniuses. Evil Geniuses are kind of mid-pack, and GAIMIN Gladiators are at the top. They've only lost a single game so far. So that is going to be a very tough one for them, but definitely still a nice road ahead. eHome, on the other hand, they need to play against LGD. They got a lot of experience from that one. They need to play against Talon, who's been looking like the big surprise of the major currently. And they need to play against Team Spirit, which, you know, there's a couple of very scary teams for eHome that they still need to face.
Yeah, the Sunbee effect there for Talon really feels like they improved so much since TI. And but yeah, I do feel like this match is going to be very important for either team, because remember, 3 teams get knocked out after the groups. Right now, we have 4 teams tied with 3 points on Group A. Evil Geniuses, Execration, TSM, and eHome with 2 points, but like they are the 4 bottom teams. You really want to be getting out now, because there's not that many matches left for TSM. They only have 3 matches left, counting this one, which means, you know, they want to start winning right now. You don't want to get because these 2 teams are in the bottom. If you draw, it's not really that good for you. You want to be taking a win here.
Yeah, this is a must need, especially considering it's, like, you know, a battle of the bottom in a sense. Both these teams need to step it up significantly if they want to keep their hopes and dreams alive. eHome, I mean, the Chinese teams in general have been struggling significantly. LGD has crawled their way slightly back to a good spot, and we saw ASTER I mean, they have tied every game so far. We saw them in the previous series. That game number 1 was nuts against Entity, with Stormer, with Ex Machina plays that had like 18-second cooldown. That was just, to be fair, that's broken. And if I'm actually curious if right now that would probably be added to the nerf list, you know, for the next patch. Maybe not Aeon Disc added in for the Ex Machina, because that one was kind of nutty, I mean, to see.
It's crazy because Ex Machina got a huge nerf in the last patch. I think he had like he has mana cost right now, because it used to be 0. It used to be 0, the mana cost of Ex Machina. So in a hero like Pugna, you can actually use that interaction of the Aeon Disc with Ex Machina really well. I think not every hero has the luxury of having the highest in-game in the game, but still, it in that game specifically, it was really, really broken. It probably needs to be the cooldown of BKB, right? Like, if Ex Machina is 6 seconds, 70 seconds, maybe that's a little bit more fair.
I mean, you did point out, you know, they added mana cost to it, but who cares about mana cost when you can only get the item at 60 minutes in the game? If you're running out of mana at that point, your entire item build's probably wrong.
I mean, no, I mean, imagine you're a PA, right? You can't really use Ex Machina that well. Like, a level 25 PA, even if she's, like, with all items and stuff, I think she has 700 mana or something. Like, she's gonna pop BKB, Ex Machina BKB, that's like 450. That's half her mana pool, even more. So not every hero uses Ex Machina that well, but I do agree. Like, if it's gonna be that OP, I don't think you should give any armor. I don't think you should give 20 armor on top of the amazing, like, effect that you get from using it.
Yeah, I do agree with you in that regard. We do have ourselves Is he vaping? We do have our... Oh, no, he's just...
I think
never
that's
mind.
just a cord.
Yeah, he was just juggling around with the cord. But we do have ourselves our first pick. It's going to be the Enigma pick for TSM. Pango gets banned. We still haven't had a Pango game so far, which is surprising considering I see it in every freaking stream, but except for ours. However, eHome with the Rubik, the ultimate Enigma counter coming into play. It's actually kind of interesting because I checked out like Kasane's hero pool in the last month just to see what heroes he played, and I kept scrolling, and I kept scrolling, and I kept scrolling, and I was like, what the hell? The man just constantly, every game plays a different hero. I've got a gigantic list of heroes that he plays, and he just plays everything.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, that's great. You do want to have a wide hero pool for a game like this. I was actually checking the hero pools of the teams here, and so far, eHome has the smallest hero pool of every team. Only 21 heroes in total. For comparison, the team with the widest hero pool, which is Tundra, 33. So about 2/3 of the hero pool of Tundra.
33 as in
33 as
Tundra 33 or
33 heroes. Yes.
Okay.
And specifically Salad from eHome, the smallest hero pool of the entire tournament here, with only 3 heroes, the poor guy. Not really having a lot of fun. He only played Tusk, Rubik, and Snapfire. Did win 1 game of Snapfire and lost pretty much every Rubik game, and only won 1 game of Tusk out of 6 other matches that he played. We'll see if they're gonna try and spice things up, change things up. But I do love the TSM opener here. They do get a Batrider, one of the strongest heroes of the patch, I would say. They were able to acquire Primal Beast for eHome. I do think the hero actually handles Bat pretty well, just because you break the trees, you have a lot of reach with the hero. But TSM, they have a lot of flex because that Enigma can be played as a 4. So you have the Batrider swapping between 2 and 3, as well as the Enigma swapping between 3 and 4.
Yeah, currently Batrider's not looking too bad at the major. His win rate is actually kind of off the charts. Most teams tend to ban it, but I don't know if my statistics are up to date with all the latest games, but I'm seeing here that they played it 13 times and has a 69% win rate, which is pretty remarkable.
Yeah, mine here says 16 games and 62%, so still, despite...
Still pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, really good. I think Lina is at 63. So on par with Lina, seems great. Puck still in the pool, the hero with the highest win rate so far, considering number of games played. 14
Lash
games.
as well.
Lash. I think Lash's win rate is not looking that great actually, but it is open, so we'll see.
It is a Braille hero. If they ever want to decide to put this Batrider in a different position, but don't really think TSM is looking for it, I would probably get rid of it, because it is a hero that is actually decent against the Batrider in the mid lane. One of the very few.
Yeah, it's one of those, like, I would say it's kind of similar to Quap. Like, you can win, but you can also lose. It's like the way you kind of can protect yourself is getting more points in Edict so that the Batrider can dive you. But I also feel like that changes the way you, like, the hero is supposed to be played right now with the Bloodstone build and kind of a little bit more heavy in the farm aspect. But yeah, I mean, Lash definitely comfort for them, so I wouldn't really discount that hero out for sure. What also, like, I guess Puck, right, is still in the pool here for eHome if they want to play that. I think they are one of the few teams that lost with Puck, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, they have a wide variety of heroes that they can go for. We've also seen some madmen out there that went for like a Slark mid. Don't really think that that's going to be the case this time around, but Batrider is just hard to deal with in general. There are teams also that will go for like a Legion Commander 5. In this game, I assume it's going to be a Primal Beast off lane for the most, but you could even put the Primal Beast in mid as an attempt to try and deal with the Batrider, but I don't know if Knight plays actually does play Primal. They both play Primal, Xiao Yu and Knight, so they have to have flex on their side. And Primal is a hero that has the most ridiculous strength gain in Dota right now.
Yeah, like they're both obnoxious heroes in the mid lane. Like, they are usually the hero that solo kills the enemy, but I think Batrider and Primal, like, they both want to be on top of each other. It really depends on who plays better. If you get a lot of those low stacks as the Primal Beast to either kill the bat or push him away when he dives, it is a super wonky matchup. I would love to see those two heroes. It's one of the few matchups these days where you actually want to watch the mid lane to see what happens.
Well, they're going to go with the Dawn here. What are your thoughts on Dawn currently?
I think it's a good hero. Flexes to a lot of positions. Overall, being able to ult whoever gets Lasso or Black Hold is great. You know that you're reliably going to be able to use that spell. So I think it's fine. I just wonder whether they'll... I think I prefer Dawn Core more than I do support. At least from...
I think they play it as a 5, though, for LWW most of the time.
I see. Yeah, I mean, it's fine. I just feel like it's a stronger... I really like it as an offlane. But usually later into the draft, just so you know the matchup, you don't get, slarked. Because that hero is still in the pool. Ursa still in the pool. There is definitely a fair amount of matchups here that could be scary for eHome if they decide to go that route.
It is a good hero to deal with the Enigma, Black Hole, if you get, the extra healing on top to try and support your teammates before they die. Then you get the Rubik. So far, pretty good game. You can steal Lasso, you can steal Black Hole. Undying makes it a little bit tougher. Actually, it's not that bad for an Undying. And with the Snapfire added in as well, you're probably looking at a Snapfire 4 with the only thing that they need is the Tomato hero that is left. Yeah, Enigma's not going to get a decent Black Hole this entire game.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see a Snap 3 with Enigma 4. It's not a common flex these days, though, so I don't think it's necessarily going to happen. But I agree, really hard game to Black Hole. Also, really hard game to heal someone as a Dawnbreaker. And with the Beastmaster pick, we know the flex is not going to happen. We also know that Primal is probably going to be middle. So unless they want to flex the Dawnbreaker to mid and the Primal to offlane. But I don't think Dawn really does well against Batrider.
Yeah, no, that would make everything even weirder. You could make it a Primal 4 position. Desire plays it a decent amount as the 4, and Rubik 5.
Yeah. That's what I meant. But
yeah,
oh, you mean like playing Dawn carry and pick another mid later?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I wouldn't mind that. Although MKS, from what I've seen, not really his comfort. From the unique heroes that I can see here, we have Legion Commander as carry. Nature's Prophet.
No, I have seen... I saw MKS yesterday. Legion Commander carry. Please, for the love of God, don't do that to us again. That was absolutely dreadful to watch. Oh my God, that game is ingrained in my mind forever.
Yep.
Because it was not even a good Legion Commander game.
It was not, and that was the last pick. So yeah, that was definitely an interesting match. I do hope that Legion is not going to be picked this time. And interestingly here, TSM are the ones that removed the Slark. And they have Batrider, Enigma, usually heroes, even Snapfire, heroes that I consider to be very good against Slark. So maybe they are the ones picking something that is kind of weak versus that hero, because yeah, I would say they have pretty decent answers to that hero.
Batrider, kind of iffy, because of course you can break the lasso with the escape on Slark.
It's still a lot of damage on the Shadow Dance, though. Just using Firefly and the Flame Break with like Midnight Pulse, Snapfire. It's like overall, if the Slark's not having an amazing game, it's still very tough to play. I think.
Yeah, but you can still get like Mortimer's Kiss out of existence.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's kind of a weird interaction, though. I do think that it would be stronger for eHome than it would be for TSM, because TSM do have that Primal Beast that can just run down a Slark every time. And especially if it's a Primal Beast mid, which very likely is going to be the case, then you get decent timing on the PKP and Slark will just get melted. So you probably need something that's a little bit more either maneuverable or something that does not care whatsoever and just dodges damage or has an immunity for that part. So we'll have to wait and see what they're going to go for. It is up against a Beastmaster Rubik lane most likely, so you got to be very careful for just a lot of spam coming in. in that lane. So maybe something with high HP regen could be an option. Something
Bloodseeker,
like
maybe? Oh, they go sniper.
That's a different choice, but okay. I was thinking, yeah, Bloodseeker would have actually been a really good choice as well, considering you're up against the Primal. But you don't know the enemy safe laner, so it's also scary because you might be lacking in damage otherwise.
Well, eHome here, they could go... I think going Gyro just to deal with Enigma is a big mistake. The Sniper's just going to outcarry the matchup really hard. I wouldn't mind seeing either a Spectre or an Ursa here. I think Spectre is a little slow, though, and doesn't necessarily deal with the Enigma too well. There's also, the carry Bristle route that we see sometimes, but I
don't think you care that much about the Enigma in the laning stage either, because I think Dawn can handle the Enigma on his own. And in this game, Black Hole is like you don't care about Black Hole. They've got Rubik, they've got Dawn, they've got Beastmaster to try and save you.
Oh.
But they're gonna go for a hero we don't get to see too often, though it is very strong in the lane with the Dawn.
Yeah, let me think here. I think Beastmaster Weaver is underrated. You get the armor with the attack speed. The Weaver is also kind of a response to the Undying Tombstone and the Sniper. It doesn't outrange the Sniper, but you have the gap close aspect, so that's fun. But I don't know. I feel like Knight needs to really win his lane and step up the game for everyone else to click. I think if this goes late, their high ground siege is going to be terrible. Weaver is notoriously mediocre at high ground, and you're playing against Midnight Pulse, you're playing against Kisses, Tombstone, and a Sniper. So, yeah, once again, eHome with a draft that needs to win in the first 25-30 minutes of the game, or else I think it gets really hard. But considering that the other drafts they played were not great, this is fine. It's not great. It has some answers, but I think if this goes late, TSM just takes it.
I think I agree with you there. I do like that draft, don't get me wrong. I do think that they have definitely a little bit of a threat, because Primal Beast is a hero that can fall off at the moment the enemies get BKBs in the lake. And then Primal, until he gets his level 25 where he gets pulverized, pierces BKB, the hero is reasonably weak. But I don't really see much value for the Enigma this game. I've seen Enigma lose a lot of series as of late, so that's also a dangerous part. And they have incredibly good lanes as well. Dawn plus Weaver should be able to win their lane. And Beastmaster Rubik probably will be a bit more of a tie against the Sniper. Probably a little bit of a loss against Sniper Undying for the most part. But mid is the one lane that I'm curious about. How is that going to work out? Is Knight going to be able to try and take down Bryle in a Bat versus Primal matchup?
That's really what I meant with Knight. I think this lane is probably 60-40 for the Bat Rider. I still feel like the Bat... it's just easier and more reliable for the Bat to win that matchup. Even if he doesn't win, though, Bat benefits from stacks, especially ancient stacks, way more than the Primal does. So the Bat Rider can still lose the lane, get killed once or twice by the Primal, which is unlikely, and still recover. So I just feel like Bat Rider is a more reliable hero in that sense. Still, though, Primal Beast ganks really hard. He doesn't rely on a cooldown like Lasso. His cooldowns are really, really small. And if they are able to connect rotations, the Primal can just be 10-0 at 15 minutes. I play a lot of Primal Beast, and this hero goes ham in the early game, especially when it's being played mid. So it really depends on the mid matchup, and it really depends on how they use the runes to allow this hero to go ham. His mana pool is really the thing that hampers him and doesn't allow him to play to the fullest potential. So if they can secure runes, I'm sure Knight can really create a lot of space for the Weaver.
He's going to have that magic wand at max level the entire time anyway, because he is up against the Bat, so that's a plus. But so you of course mentioned that he can go ham, like go crazy. Do you think that TSM has enough to stop him going ham with their heroes?
Not really. Like, they don't have a lot of reliable stuns. Like, usually you struggle if you're playing against Lions, you're playing against Shamans. Like, their supports, Undying, no stuns, and the Snapfire has very unreliable. Like, she can't pre-stun as he's charging his Q. And so stopping the rotations of the Primal is actually really hard if he connects. Like, you know, Enigma has Malefice, but even that's kind of like a shitty cast range. If he comes from Fog, you can't really do anything about it. So I do feel like it's pretty hard to stop the Primal early. They need, you know, 4 staffs, BKBs, and that takes a while.
Okay. Then it's going to be an interesting affair. I'm going for eHome.
Oh, okay.
Both these teams are pretty much, you know, struggling right now. I think the Weaver as well is kind of underrated. The hero does pop off. You can go slightly class cannon. I guess you get Lincolns, and for the most part, you don't fear anything this game as a Weaver.
Yeah, Lincoln sounds like a very good value proposition. You can probably go Maelstrom Lincolns this game. I would like to see a farming item before that, but, you know, Maelstrom Lincoln's back to Gleipnir sounds pretty good. You just kill the Undying every fight. You force the Sniper into either Shard or Hurricane Pike. Sounds pretty good. You don't really need to rely too much on defensiveness besides the Lincolns because you have the Dawnbreaker, as we talked about, allowing for some heals if he gets engaged.
My back hurts. My back hurts.
Well, a couple of voice lines being thrown in. GEEK SLATE did actually take a game off of another NA team. Shopify lost earlier to GEEK SLATE. That was also a pretty fun matchup to see.
Yeah, CA, dude.
One big comeback.
They are, you know, we did cast one game from them, and they looked pretty good. Quite happy.
I'm such a Scam fanboy. It's insane.
Yeah, his
actually
story is so
hilarious.
crazy, right? Like,
yeah.
30 seconds to battle.
They're counter warding in their own ward in mid, trying to bait the enemy in. But yeah, Scam is just a beast. He's an absolute monstrosity. Plays every role, plays every hero.
yeah. Discovered by our famous legend, Eternal Envy, and now at the top of the world, or at least trying to. I'm gonna fight for this rune here. No, I'm sorry. I just had a stroke. They're just on opposite sides.
But Tomato's got that, you know, space sniper skin, so that's kind of cool. I love that skin. The laser sounds that it shoots every single time.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Better than the duck shots from the headshot every single time.
I mean, better for who's watching, but as a tilting mechanism, I don't think there's anything that's better than that.
You're a monster.
Dude, it's a mental game, all right? I don't care. Everyone can say it's about clicking buttons. It is a mental game.
Yeah, the game is kind of mental. I'm wondering what Tomato's build is going to be, because of course we saw Scam yesterday, 2 days ago, and then he went for the Shrapnel plus Assassinate build. So it differs completely, but again, big matchup between these two sides. What lane is going to be most important? Actually, in mid, Knight is just dropping to Bryle first blood. He got 10 stacks of that sticky napalm on him, and he just stood there right-clicking creeps.
Huh, I wonder... I guess he tried to use Onslaught to... He probably got level 2 faster. I think that's the only explanation for that. He stacked Napalms, got level 2 faster, and even with a 1, he just got built. And this is what I'm talking about. Like, both of these heroes, with just a single ounce of, like, experience advantage, they are so scary mid. Like, Knight, if he dies now, imagine, like, it's possible. He could just be totally out of this game. And he's getting stacked with a couple of creeps here. He has to be so careful.
Yeah, luckily enough, there's no Firefly, otherwise he might have been in trouble. Went for the Onslaught point. And that's also one of the problems. If you have Onslaught and you get hit by a Flame Break, your Onslaught gets interrupted. So that's a very good way for Bryle to also take down the Primal.
Exactly. It's also tough because sometimes you want to use Uproar to CS, especially in lanes that, you know, you get zoned out. But if he uses that, it's just like a window for the Batrider to dive in afterwards. So there's a lot of, you know, 4D chess being played here in the mid lane.
The only thing that I despise about Primal is the fact that he has random gargoyles all the time that have nothing to do with the game. That's the one thing that pisses me off, because it just makes me look at him every single time, whereas if I play against him, I'm just scared. White Monk gets lifted underneath the tower, taking a lot of damage. Xiaoyu has his wild axes. Can they get the damage in? There is no more spells available for White Monk, but they're gonna dip? Huh.
I mean, we talked about it, right? Sometimes it's just better to have this Undying and low HP than... It's kind of like Skyreth Mage. If you actually kill the Skyreth Mage with 0 mana, it is worse for you in the long run, just because he comes back.
And he's got 6 mangoes. He doesn't need to leave the lane.
Yes, but then he's gonna spend resources, right? If he comes back, he still keeps the mangoes and still annoying. It's not first blood anymore, so it doesn't... The kill is not worth it that much.
I guess so. He's still he's just gonna send out more regen. He doesn't care. 2 more mangoes plus tangos. The mangoes give him a ton of HP regen top side. MKS going for a bit of a fight. Doesn't have his Shikuchi yet. We'll be able to go back in actually onto Ari.
I'm so scared.
They're trying to bait it through, and Ari will be taken down. MKS does need to be a little bit careful. Same with LWW. The Eidolons do a lot of that. MKS! What was that? Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry, that's funny.
Alright. Yeah, I mean, in terms of the lanes here, the Beastmaster and the Primal Beast, I mean, they're both struggling very hard. I think that First Blood really kind of changed the tides of the game. I was expecting Knight to possibly kind of solo carry this.
Valid?
Yeah, he is. Oh, the courier.
Mid lane. It's scary. Braille's so far ahead right now. He's level 5 already. Full level ahead of Knight. And Salad needs to dip, but Braille's got that sticky napalm slow, flame break as well. Salad's looking to just burn to a crisp. Maybe he can grab himself the bounty rune value! And then he will get taken down.
Okay. At least that's a little bit of space for Knight. He, you know, the good part about Primal Beast is that, as we talked about, he doesn't have long cooldowns. He can, like, as long as he has levels, he can come back with kills. The problem is the Batrider is so farmed that he might just start making plays at the same time Knight does, just because Brio has the advantage. Oh, look at the glyph middle. Just making sure he doesn't get an ounce of experience. Brio's, I think he's going for a dive here. Oh.
Yeah, he didn't have flame break, didn't have the mana for it, so he gets out top lane. LWW in trouble. MKS is also very low. They want to go back in, but LWW is going to get taken down. No stun comes through. There's no mana on Kasane, so MKS is looking for this fight. Actually just decides to counter ward instead. Needs to be very careful. Shotgun's available from Ari, and MKS gets blasted. Do they have the damage? Shikuchi gets himself out of there. No invis detection from Ari. And he will be just alive, but it's so painful for this Weaver right now to be even alive in that top lane.
Oh, Ari? You see, I thought he was going for like a blind scatter blast to maybe cancel the salve, but doesn't really go for it.
Well, all 3 lanes currently being won by TSM. Not looking too shabby. And top lane, MKS needs to be careful. He doesn't have a Shikuchi yet, and he's going to get taken down. Kasane's on a killing spree. I doubted this Enigma, and, well, they have rectified my doubts completely.
Yeah, they're playing that lane really well. Knight does escape from the fire of the Batrider, but he's just being zoned, and he's being very greedy here, trying to go for this Arcane Rune. I think it's just... Oh, doesn't die. That was last available, but no mana.
They found LWW walking about in the lane. Ari 2-1 and 3 on the Snapfire, not a very bad start. But because they're stomping that top lane so much, they haven't actually stacked the Ancients yet.
True, true. Just looking at the bright side, and now we see the Smoke Ink here with the Arcane Rune, so these are very low cooldowns for the Primal Beast. Ideally want to get Timado, but White Mon already breaking the smoke. I hope... Okay, they go for this play. I mean, you take what you can get, but it would have been much better if you could get Timado.
Yeah, but if you're going to dive underneath the tower, you got to be careful of a Batrider TPing in.
Oh, but they're coming back.
Very scary. They have vision from the Hawk behind the tower, and they're actually going to go for the charge. Timado is going to get stomped on. They've got the Pulverize as well. TP from the Undying, but that might just be a little bit too late coming through. They find Tomato. Knight's actually dropping low. Tombstone gets thrown down, and they lose Knight in the process. Can they get out of there? Bryal has a lasso. Control Salad, and Xiao Yu will get the TP back to safety, but it is going to be a 2-for-1 trade with Knight getting taken down. I don't think that was exactly what EOM was looking for.
No, I think that's fine. He actually got the kill before he died, and you know, this is a game where he's playing from behind. They had the intel that Brio didn't have a TP scroll, so he had to walk to assist. It's unfortunate that they. Okay, reason of pause. That was very quick, but yeah, you know, it's not ideal, but I don't think it's terrible. They kill Timado, which, you know, at the end of the day is the win condition for TSM. And you know, it was all Arcane Rune, so this Primal Beast can TP back to middle, can still keep doing whatever he wants. I wouldn't even be surprised to see him TP bottom if they see the Timado also TP's bottom, because no TP on Brio yet, so they could kill him twice, and that would be big.
Yeah, possibly. He's so close to the bots, and he's probably going to be out of there anyway. Plus Primal Beasts. I mean, Primal is the only one that can really try and kill him, because Xiao Yu doesn't have a TP available. He is also not level 6 yet, so no Roar. And the damage is going to be rather negligible. Like, Knight needs to make the plays, and honestly, it wasn't the worst play. The problem was Infused Raindrops keeps the sniper alive long enough with the magic wand as well that it just takes a bit too long, and then the rotations come in. White Mon TPs, Tombstone gets dropped, and yeah, like, the tower keeps smacking away at the enemy.
His build is very defensive too, right? He had the Belt of Giant Strength, like just the 1 plus the 2 branches and the Belt of Strength, that's 200 extra HP. Then you have the Treads, that's also 200 HP. It really made the sniper.
Black hole top and kiss.
Wow. Top tier Enigma performance so far. And yeah, Knight just goes mid. Rubik didn't have a TP as well. Oh, rune top. Very lucky.
Oh, it's a haste rune. Best possible rune for a Primal Beast. And they're looking for that Enigma, knowing that he doesn't have a black hole. He knows he needs to dip. Can he get out though? Maybe some TPs are a necessity. As you mentioned, Brawl does not have a TP scroll because he's still trying to get those bots to save up the extra $100. And Kasana is going to get stomped into oblivion. What? No. Actually, Knight's dropping low. And Knight going to get out of there. He's going to get finished off by the tower. In the meantime, Ari is going to get chased by LWW. But this is a bit too risky to continue. And it's, again, okay, this was definitely not a worthwhile trade. No. Knight's he's the playmaker of the team, and he keeps dying.
Yeah, that was definitely not great. He didn't had his W ready. I think he used it in the mid lane, and then he didn't have it ready. And because he walked into the tower range without having it activated, he just took way too much damage before he started doing damage. Unfortunate for eHome. And I mean, that's space for Xiaoyi, I guess. He is going to finish his Helm of the Dominator eventually. But look at that, like, the last hits are looking awful for eHome. Like, it's been a while since I've seen a last hit chart looking this bad.
Well, they're losing all 3 lanes, so it's not the most surprising. Even Ari is kind of tied up with MKS in terms of net worth.
I mean, yeah, the net worth of the Weaver is the same as the Snapfire. That's...
Oh, going in. There's a lasso onto Knight. Drag back LWW. Can he do anything to help out Knight? No, he cannot. The kiss is coming in as well. Going for the straight TP. Is the damage going to be enough? No, it is not. He will be able to get the TP out, but Knight dies 3 times in a row. Pretty much every single time he respawns, gets caught somewhere, or goes too aggressive underneath the enemy's tower and will falter. That's 4 deaths this game already for the mid laner.
Yeah, that first death was really the thing that he started it all. Like, if this hero, you know, gets enough levels, like, he can really snowball out of control. But he never was close to snowballing because that Brio Batrider just outplayed him really hard. But you know, it was their choice. They could have picked a different hero for the mid lane. They already had the Primal selected and wanted to play it. Unfortunate. Well,
while they're taking the tier 1 tower towards mid, we'll let's
watch him die.
Yeah, just murder, sure. Why not? And we jump right back in while the Rubik's gonna get taken down.
And that's a tower for them as well. This Weaver, I mean, the Weaver's going Midas. I guess this is what they have going for them now. They have to go full-on recovery mode. I think that's the funny
Midas
part.
Weaver, oh my god.
Yeah.
Oh, get it away.
That's the funny part about
Nice.
eHome's drafts. They try to draft for early game and they just lose their lanes anyways. It's kind of bonkers. I really wanted to try to see them play a greedier draft because just trying to play for the early game is not working.
Actually, eHome's coach is God King, and he's renowned for building Midas on every hero, including the Morph, with the Midas. So it's not too surprising that the safe lane of eHome's like, okay, I'll pick up the Midas here. Why
He
not?
learned with the best. Alright, so let's take a look on the bright side here. They have Dawnbreaker OT, that's a first. Salad's gonna get level 6 with the next wave. The Primal Beast has a Windlace now, so that's some extra move speed. It's time for them to do something, because I think...
Got the Ogre Axe as well.
True.
Nice addition. Bottom lane. Ari trying to catch up to the Dawn, who's going to get slowed down. Kisses come in. LWW, he does have a Celestial Hammer to try and dodge and weave, and up the high ground he goes as he is disengaged. Nicely done. They forced a bunch of TPs towards bottom. They managed to get out unscathed. Speaking of unscathed, is Bryle in mid that's going to be charged at, but yeah, he's hasted, and actually, yeah, now Knight needs to be careful himself. Doesn't have Onslaught available anymore. Tombstone gets dropped. There's the Cookie Stun onto 2. Big heal bomb. Is it going to be enough to keep his teammates alive? And Salad, still not level 6, doesn't have anything to steal in the meantime on the Rubik. Find themselves 2 kills. The only loss that they have is currently the Undying, and Zhao Yu is even going to get chased. Cookie miss comes in. Kasane could just black hole if he wants, because again, Rubik is not level 6.
Oh god. Whew. Yep, just a tough situation here. I mean, that's the bright side. Like, Lasso is used, you can still play with the Primal Beast, but everyone's so far behind that, you know, you want to keep farming with the Midas. Now Primal wants to get BKB, but honestly, I'm not sure it really changes anything. Oh.
We'll be checking out what went wrong right there. Previously, it was
they roared the Undying.
Ulti.
That's the problem.
Yeah, the Dawn ulti only connected onto 1, so not the biggest amount of healing either. And again, Rubik is just not level 6. That's when the hero actually gets impact. Like, it becomes useful when you finally get to steal something. Considering the enemy has pretty good spell steals as well, with the Kisses, with the Tombstone, with the Black Hole, Lasso, even Assassinate. Or Shrapnel would be great steals this game.
Does have the Scatter Blast. That's level 4 Scatter Blast. That's a good steal. But yeah, they're just not gonna, like, they really need to play the fights flawlessly just because of the gold advantage. You know, it is 3k, but it's actually more like 5 because of the Midas on the Weaver. No damage is being done by MKS in these fights, so using the Roar on the Undying there just makes it so hard for them to do anything. And now the Dawn gets taken down.
Oh, Roar onto Kasane. Oh, he's dropping low. He's going to get bursted down in that bottom lane, so that is definitely not too shabby. Well, in the meantime, LWW did get caught out pretty aggressive. The LWW is actually going for the Ags Rush, which is such a good pickup if he manages to get to that point.
Yeah, very true. We'll see whether he'll get there. You know, the evasion, always going to be nice. Knight here playing with fire. Unaware. Oh, he actually breaks his smoke. That's not too shabby. Oh no, he gets stunned.
And can he get out of there? No, he cannot. The Kisses came through, and immediately they're hunting for more Salad. He's got the shotgun to at least keep Bryle away for a second, but the slow from the sticking 8-bomb turn rate is actually terrible, but great ulti from LWW. Hey, Salad is still alive. Does eventually get taken down by Tomato, who's just popping heads. Easy picks. Triple kill for the sniper, and he's even looking for more. Can he get that secured? No, he cannot, because they don't have enough catch, but it is, at the very least, Bryle getting taken down for eHome.
Yeah, and
net worth is not even that far off.
Yeah, for sure. It's actually the Beastmaster getting that kill. Ideally, you would like the Weaver to get it, but this is gonna put him very close to the Helm of the Overlord. It might really, allow them to go for a sneaky Roche with the extra auras, take some good fights. The gold advantage also kinda equalizing a bit, so that's good. The problem is just that the Primal Beast really never had a game, and this is not a hero. Like, this hero scales with levels, but right now this guy needs the Midas, and he's going BKB.
He needs a lot more at this stage. A BKB is the most important item that a Primal Beast can have. This game, though, if he pops the BKB, there's always the Black Hole and always the Lasso that can counter it. For the most part, you can just run down your opponents. Now, it's going to take a while before, for instance, Tomato has himself a BKB as well, but once the 4-staff comes up, it's a lot more survival. Then later, you also get the Shard onto the Sniper, so it's not too bad. I'm actually surprised that the net worth is so freaking close right now. Obviously, a bit skewed thanks to the Hand of Midas. But they're not doing too bad on Eom and keeping this game going. Salad, though, steals himself the Shrapnel, just pumps it all over the place. A lot of damage coming in. MPS on the side trying to go for Whitemon. And there's the charge forward from Knight. They find a 1-for-1 trade. Can they chase for more? LWW is looking at Tomato like he's a juicy snack. And he's going to go in, but the rest of his team is not so sure. And Knight's still so close to the BKB, they're just going to dip out. Yeah, there's a bit of discourse there on eHome. Do we go in? Do we back off? Do we go in? Do we back off?
Yeah, it's tough for eHome. They're fighting without a ward against a Sniper that has 1400 night vision. So even though TSM had no wards in that area, Tomato, as long as he's alive, he's going to be granting everyone so much more vision to work with. Sure, there is the Beastmaster, but with that sentry that TSM had, there was no Hawk, so just a very risky engagement from LWW. He's a support, though. It's not like it's the end of the world, but ideally he wants to farm that eggs, because that's how they might be able to save the Weaver or the Primal once they get engaged.
Yeah, the extra evasion, what, 60% evasion or something?
Yeah, 70 maybe? 60, yeah, you're right.
60% evasion, and you can chase down the Sniper during a team fight as well. Especially the movement part of the Dawn's ulti just adds so much value to it.
Yeah, especially if you get the the Holy Locket as well, just getting that extra heal. Definitely not too shabby. They're gonna de-ward here, but Bryo finds LWW first. Can he get the ward? He does.
Oh, that's a Dawn that does not care. Roar comes out onto Ari. Snapfire is dropping low. Gets himself a neutral item thrown out, but Tomato's caught out of position. Bryle has a lasso available. Xiao Yu is ticking down, will be taken out. Bryle, no mana for the lasso currently, but they find Tomato. That's a 4-kill streak. Ari was also a 4-kill streak secured.
Oh, Kasane.
They're going in for more. Pulverize onto Kasane. Can they take down the Enigma? He has to be careful, Black Hole, because of the steal. Salad is keeping his steal available the entire time. Lasso comes out, they control up the Weaver, but it's Bryle on his lonesome. He needs to back off. His Firefly is still fresh duration, but can he disengage? There is an onslaught available for Knight if he wants to chase down Bryle, and that's exactly what he's looking to do. Bryle, nice pushback with the Flame Break. That fight, though, it's looking a bit rougher for TSM. Eom's coming back in the game, and Tomato's positioning was off by a lot.
Yeah, I mean, it's just that there were a lot of smokes and mirrors, right? They were fighting on that other side. The Sniper thought that maybe the vision from eHome was on the right side, which is correct. But at the same time, the range of the Primal Beast is immense. And with that BKB, he was not scared to engage. Even has the Nether Shawl to do extra damage. That's probably why he died so fast. And let's look at the fight there. That's the end part. You can see that the Black Hole was available, but he never goes for it just because Salad held on it. He tried to steal the lasso, but he was just a little bit too early. So that's why...
Bryle's getting gone on right now in the live game. Quickly jumping back in, and Bryle is dropping down. That's a huge kill. Xiao Yu gets it. His creep army is continuing for Whitemon.
Oh, he dies again.
Shrapnel from Salad was everywhere. And yeah, that is a absolutely gigantic pickup coming in for the side of eHome with that double kill.
Wow. All right, that's That is a comeback I was not expecting, you know. It felt like TSM, oh, they find MKS, they don't have vision, now with the dust, do they have a save? Oh my god.
It's off, he gets it off in time, the Black Hole gets used, but it gets stolen! They need to disengage, they find a double kill, and Salad didn't even have to blow his hole for that. They're gonna take this tier 1 tower mid, the net with advantage, actually they're looking to go Roche quickly. Weaver is a hero that can take it very quickly with the Swarm, with the Beastmaster creeps as well. And with that tier 1 tower gone, they're gonna get themselves that first Aegis of the game. What is happening? TSM, they're getting caught left and right every single. Why are they still there? They just lost the Bat Rider. Just fall back.
Yeah, that was so underwhelming. He even attempted a Black Hole, had no vision of the Rubik.
Black Hole
Oh
from
my
Salad.
lord.
Oh, not again. The Kisses gets thrown now. Chase onto the high ground. Pulverize comes in. And eHome, they're doing it right now. Salad gets the Kisses stolen and continuing for more. Gets the tip right there. You knew he had Black Hole Brile. Why are you walking?
And that's a Black Hole Evader lens. It's so scary how much like the cast range actually changes when you have that. Now they're gonna smoke again. They really have the momentum on their side, and that's the beauty of Primal Beast. You can keep on going, and they fight Timado. He has Hurricane Pipe.
Timado just get himself out of range, but right now eHome are just hunting for kills. MPS's top net worth, Midas Weaver coming in clutch here.
Dude, from 0 to hero, he was almost behind the Snapfire at some point in this game, and I think they played well. They definitely like clutched a couple of fights, but I still feel like TSM made a lot of mistakes with the way, Brio died twice, and at Timado, as you said, in that other fight as well. They're even testing here if TSM has vision, just a blind onslaught from the Primal Beast, trying to see if there's any vision here. No vision, and he gives the DD room to MKS. He has the bottle right now.
Yeah, MKS is Gleipnir available, so they've got Catch coming in. Added Catch, which is obviously really good against this Sniper, who is refusing to build up BKB at this point. Granted, they do have, of course, Roar, but we talked about the Primal Beast. He's really good until the enemy gets BKB, so maybe get it sooner rather than later. Enigma's gonna get gone on. Actually, Knight needs to be careful himself. Pops the BKB, is trying to run away. Brile lassos him back with that Aether Lens. Lasso does not get stolen. It's only the sticky nape on Knight. He's still alive, but eventually does get taken down. MKS wants to go back in here. Gleipnir connects. Interesting move. Dawn almost has Solar Guardian available, but they probably need to disengage at this point because LWW, he is 400 gold away from Aghanim Scepter on the Dawn, and he just wants that farm going.
Yeah, I guess the Primal Beast just didn't ask for the OT because he had it available, but maybe because he's so close to it, he feels like just saving the cooldown and getting the items is going to be more impactful. Oh, look at that. Another smoke. They do have Primal in 13 and Timado. He's alone.
Oh, not again. He interrupted in the force. A great lift from Salad. I swear, Salad is playing a top-tier game right now. So far, he has been doing so much work with the spell steals and, in general, his catches. The shrapnel that he's been able to steal multiple times as well in the team fight. It's so much damage with the extra spell amplification from Arcane Supremacy.
Rubik, one of the most contested heroes in this tournament right now. Started with a huge win rate, actually decreased quite a bit, but you can still see how important this hero can be in a game where you have Lasso, Black Hole, Shrapnel, Tombstone, so many amazing steals. Age is still up, so they go to the tier 2 tower, and they do have that eggs on the Snapfire right now, so fighting once the OT is back up is going to be so much more scary for TSM.
Oh, lift up. Force Staff gets Kasane out of there. MKS actually still has the Aegis, but you always have to be very careful because a lot of the time you see like safe laners get aggressive when they have Aegis, and then the Aegis gets popped, and immediately afterwards you just throw a Black Hole on top of him, and then he still gets taken down. But MKS is actually not going for the Lincolns this game. He's building up, okay, he was building up the Scotty, but now he's going for the BKB, which... How do you feel about that? Do you think it's a valid BKB game?
Not sure actually. I don't think my opinion matters anymore. He already got it. I think there would be better choices, but maybe the way they want to play this game is just specific. Like, he just wants to press BKB so that the only thing that can actually affect him... Oh, wait a second. Mid lane. Tal is already dead here.
Yeah, they get a catch, but LWW dies, doesn't have a buyback. Both supports have fallen. They need to disengage on EOM's side. MKS does have the glide mid. They're actually going to go in onto Bryle Forstaff. Double Forstaff to keep him out of there, but he doesn't have lasso. He doesn't have the BKB either. The damage is coming through, looking for more, but the sniper's just popping shots from miles away. Tomato will be lifted up, dragged back slightly. Can they get the kill onto the Weaver? That's going to be the first life gone. Knight is coming in from the top side, though. He's lurking about, seeing if he can get a good charge in with the onslaught. He's going in for Kasane. Actually, it's Tomato on the side. Stolen shrapnel by Salad again. Continues with more damage. Knight needs to be a bit careful, though. Tomato is going ham. Black hole gets used because there's no Rubik to steal it. MKS needs to disengage. Can he get out of there? No, the dust will connect, and it is going to be a gigantic team fight. And the reason why that is because LWW got caught early in that engagement, so he could not pop the Solar Guardian with Axe.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, the biggest mistake was not the Dawnbreaker dying. It's just that they decided to fight the Weaver, needed 10 gold for the BKB, ends up engaging, with Aegis, sure, but having that BKB for the second life would have been life-changing for them. And now eHome, they lose all of their network advantage. I think the momentum's still on their side, but I feel like, 40 minutes in, TSM's draft is much stronger, so they cannot make many more mistakes.
The fact that Tomato could stand in the middle of everything and just keep shooting was remarkable. The hero doesn't have that much HP. 1700 is all he's got, but they did not manage to get anywhere close to finishing him off that fight.
Yeah, does have that lifesteal of the Mask of Madness. And I mean, I think the biggest part of all is Kasane's build. He went Pipe Greaves. It was even hard to kill Bryle because of that Pipe Aura. The Pulverize from Primal Beast dealt pretty much no damage, and now they're coming back. No Black Hole, no... they do have Lasso.
Going in
oh no!
Bryle. There's actually going to be the heal bomb immediately thrown out to make sure the stun knock is never. Bryle ups a BKB, drags Knight with the lasso, is going to stay alive, and they lack the damage on eHome. They used the ulti aggressively. In comes MKS on the side. Can he get the damage out? He is playing with his BKB now at the very least, but yeah, you are right on the money. TSM, they managed to keep their heroes alive with all those defensive tools coming out from the Enigma and the Undying as well, with the max level Soul Rip that he went for.
Dude, even the Seed of Serenity might have played a role there. He, it was so many heals onto that Batrider, and he's quite tanky, he's an intelligence hero, but 2.9 strength gain, and now Salad gets Dove. I don't think he's living out of it.
TSM getting themselves back in a solid position here. These fights are getting a little bit more dangerous, especially if the Dawn uses his ulti offensively with that Agnum Scepter just to get that extra stun. Make sure it doesn't get popped up. But yeah, if you are looking to place yourselves a bet, don't forget to check out BetBoom, sponsor of the major.
The Primal Beast here going for Kaya Sanj, pretty standard item on the hero, but starts with the Sanj just because the status resistance against that lasso is crucial. MKS onto Bryle, but I don't think he really knows what he's up against. There's a lot of TSM heroes around.
Bryle's got the full Octarine core done as well, so cooldown reduction coming into play. Means you can throw the lasso around a little bit more casually than you otherwise would want to.
Alright, so is this a smoke time for eHome? They're kind of grouping up here.
Dangerous. We've seen Tomato being left unhampered. He's got the MKB now as well.
Oh, they have vision of the Rubik. They know where he was because of that lane ward. He blinks out.
They smoke up. But there's so much good vision here from TSM with the lane ward in both top and mid. That's most likely not going to get countered whatsoever.
A tough one, they don't have a gem right now. Oh, nice lift.
Oh, jumping in, immediate pulverize with the heal bomb on top. There's a lot of damage. Can they finally kill off Bryle this time around? Bryle is dead. And now without the bat, are they going to continue the fight? They're just going to back up. Actually, Bryle buys back. And EOM just need to disengage here. They're going to try and do that. Xiao Yu TP's out. LWW
Beautiful.
going for the TP himself, and they force out a Brile buyback there. That's pretty painful for TSM. Because, yeah, they use their ultis, but the cooldown, except for the ulti from Dawn, the cooldown on EOM's ultis is minimal. Roar's back up in 25. Pulverize is only a 28-second cooldown. They can do this all day.
Yeah, and the unlucky part is that usually maybe TSM, just because the map control they have, they would be able to roach. But the spawn timer is on eHome side, still 20 seconds. Pretty much all of the cooldowns for eHome are gonna be back. Knight healed in the base. Another fight is brewing very quick. And Black Hole's still up, so you gotta watch out for Kasane. He doesn't, I mean, he has no plans of building BKB, so I don't think they're gonna be very impactful. He's that aura bot, you know, Wraith Pact, Pipe, Guardian Greaves, just like the standard S732 offlaner right now.
Yeah, it's, I mean, it's a terrible game for Black Hole. It's only possible if you catch the Beastmaster while the Rubik is dead, which is a very specific situation.
Yeah. All right, Roche is up. They do know on TSM they're gonna force this. Brio has to be careful. If he dies back.
That's a tombstone. Well, they should know that Roche is up on the side of EOM right now, especially with the Hawk flying through.
Oh!
And there's going to be a jump onto the side, going in for Ari. Can they get the kill? He lassoed back. Roshan is still only halfway, but Knight is about to
pop
get taken out.
BKB.
That's a kill secured. The roar comes out onto Tomato. The damage from MTS with that Chrysalis is too much. And they find themselves Tomato without a buyback. Browl's going to get stunned up. Browl does not have a buyback. He just fought back in the previous fight. He needs to find a way out of this. Sal's just warding while all of this is going on. He does not care about that fight. Jumps in forward. Steals the cookie, chasing for the Snapfire, but that should be Roche for EOM. And a gigantic fight. The two most important heroes have been taken down. The two cores are down. And Black Hole can never be used when the Rubik is up. This is so painful for TSM. They let go of Roche number 2 with a free shard coming in for the Weaver? Not for the Weaver.
Yeah, really bold move from TSM trying to force that Roche, because usually if you actually place the Tombstone like that, you zone most heroes. But when you look at the cores on the side of eHome, the Primal Beast and the Weaver, they do not care about the slow of the Tombstone. So they can engage regardless of that. And I don't know. I think things are slipping out of TSM hands here. No buyback on this Bat Rider for a minute, and with the double, very lucky double damage on MKS. Oh, they find the Undying.
Lift up, drag back. White Mon, the Roar comes out. They use both Roar and Pulverize. The Undying will be taken down. But yeah, in that previous fight, the fact that the Weaver got the Chrysalis, and he, to be fair, he crit like 5 times in a row, which was a bit too much for Tomato to handle. He did have his BKB at the ready, but no way to sustain out of it. No Satanic, for instance, just yet. So just got melted.
Okay, and it's unlucky. Like, Tomato is inside the Roche pit. He knows he kind of has to pop BKB, or else any random stun will just kill him. But he gets roared as soon as he pops BKB, so that's a lot of value for Xiaoyi. And I mean, this game is so hype, actually. You know, it's not the cleanest game from either side, but just a lot of very impactful team fights.
Ups and downs.
Ups and downs, for sure.
I mean, if you check that win probability graph, it does go up and down and up and down. So
yeah,
it does make it for
I'm
a very
sure
entertaining game at the least.
Other people would have other words to describe what's going on, but I think
it's a roller coaster.
A roller coaster is a great word. Thank you so much, DK. Now, in terms of tier 2 towers here, we are we're not even. There's a tier 2 on the eHome side, but with these ages up, I think eHome, you know, with this Beastmaster, they can probably get a pick off and go high ground. It is scary time for TSM, especially Brio. 3 minutes on his buyback. He's the prime target for eHome.
It's still Sniper high ground pushing. You did mention it previously during the draft. It's something that eHome, Weaver doesn't really want to stand there most of the time. Plus his tower push is, it's pretty good, but it's not superb. Beastmaster is very good for building push, but if you start to stand there as a Beastmaster, you're just going to get headshotted out into oblivion by the Sniper.
Yeah, you need a pick off to go high ground here. I mean, they're gonna try, but that's only because they're not set up in the base. They want to force the TSM heroes back, and apparently they will. I think they have 3, 4 in the base now.
MKS is also building that Scotty. He did build it slightly later than initially he showed, but it's a really big pickup this game against all the healing that they have with the Guarding Greaves, the Wraith Pact, soon to be Satanic on the Sniper. Even against the Undying's Soul Rip, all these healing tools will be significantly reduced, and it's going to be pretty nice for the Weaver to also have stats to survive in the team.
Oh,
fight.
hello,
Actually,
they find
they're gonna go
Bryle!
in, and Bryle, not again! Bryle gets caught, the Roar comes out, do they have the full lockdown? He's healing so much, but the damage is way more. And now they need to disengage. Bryle, stop getting caught, my dude. 75 seconds, you said it. It's the most important target they can secure, because on a high ground push, he can lasso and drag someone back.
For sure. Yeah, I mean, it is really hard not to be caught this game because, after all, you are against a Primal, against the Beastmaster Vision. But, yeah, eHome, they find the pickoffs. They done a really good job of isolating the Batrider. It felt like in the first fights, they were not really giving Bryle that much attention. But once they started doing it, the team fights are just much easier. You kill the Batrider, there's not going to be a lasso, so the Lincolns on MKS is not that important. We kind of discussed whether, you know, that would be a necessary item or not. It really only is the Batrider you're scared of, and if you can kill him, you know, you don't need to build it. Just ask your team to go on the Bat every single time, and they delivered.
Oh, they're pushing up. All three tier 3 towers
Salad.
taking a lot of damage so far. Ari's going to get roared up. A lot of damage. Always got to be a bit wary of a black hole. Stolen Mortimer's Kisses from Salad thrown in as well for extra harass. Actually, Tomato's going to get charged at by MKS, but Hurricane Strike's pretty nice. That's going to be the Aegis pop. Are they going to be able to do anything to take down the Weaver is the question here. Jumping on the high ground is Knight, but he takes so much damage in 3 seconds from Tomato. They need to disengage. And Bryle is looking for a catch here. Is he going to go for the Blink Lasso? Yes, he is. He finds himself a Dawn, but it's only a 5-position Dawn that they will manage to secure. It's actually surprising that every single time eHome has gone for the high ground, you know, damage onto the enemy structures, they have taken a different lane. They started mid, then went bottom, then ended up taking the tier 3 tower top.
Yeah, that's true. I don't really like the move from Knight there because they knew the Batrider was going to spawn and the BKB was on cooldown for the Primal Beast.
Kasane.
Oh, but they find Enigma.
Oh, he's going to get taken down slightly later.
Oh, they find another
be a
one.
from Bryle. BKB versus BKB. TP out comes into play. Zhao Yu with the TP. 100 HP was all the Beastmaster had, but they did manage to get themselves out of there. And MKS is still lurking about. Just need to be a bit careful.
Oh, Lincolns after all, so has to be very scared. No status resistance, but Lasso's on cooldown for 20, although once the Arcane Rune here gets used, the Lasso is going to be on a ridiculous cooldown for Bryle. But yeah, TSM, they finally get some breathing room. No Aegis on the side of eHome. They might be able to group up, get some wards going. Like, technically, their draft is pretty good at pickoffs, but they've just been ran at for the whole game, and they never recovered. Every time they try to do it, Bryle gets jumped, and, you know, sometimes they were able to save him, but it feels like with the net worth eHome has now, it's just not enough. Even the Pipe, the Greaves, the Wraith Pact, they don't have enough sustain for Bryle.
Oh, the damage is insane. The two main cores, the Weaver and the Sniper, if they get on top of anyone, they just get destroyed. They melt in a couple of seconds every single time. So it is terrifying to get close to them. And Knight, you know, the Primal Beast is really weak at this point. But once he hits that level 25 and gets Pulverized Pierce's magic immunity, that's going to be a big timing.
Oh yeah, baby. That's definitely the timing. But this is a timing for Bryle. He actually has that Arcane Rune. He has Timeless Relic, and he's backpacking the Ninja Gear for a smoke on top of it. So whoever he finds, I'm pretty sure he's going to kill. You know, the 20% debuff duration is so powerful on Batrider. But eHome, they are in a pretty good position. They have this ward, and even though it gets dewarded, now they find the Undying. Oh, hello, the sword.
No spell reflect. They will still find Knight. That's a big kill because Knight does not have the buyback available, and would be running out of it. Roshan is going to be a very big objective for both these teams to keep their eye on because it's going to be the third one. We'll see in 30 seconds if it's going to be a fast or a late Roche, which, if it's a fast Roche, could be very advantageous for TSM. The word comes out, Whitemon's going to get blown up.
That's going to be up in 30 here. They have to be careful. That's a long respawn timer on the Primal Beast.
He doesn't have the money for a buyback, even though his buyback did come off cooldown.
Yeah.
But they don't know that on Yoma how much money he's got.
I
so
mean,
they
he
have
just
to
bought the
be a bit
Lotus,
careful.
so you probably expect him not to have buyback. I think he had literally just bought it. But the spawn timer is very long on Roche, so as long as eHome dodges, they should be fine. Last 3 though, they're not dodging.
Oh, Bryle pops the BKB, lasso onto Salad. Without Salad, they can go for the black hole play, and Kasane is immediately popping it, and it gets interrupted. MKS, can he get himself out of there? He's gonna go for the Enigma. MKS gets the ulti off and heals back to full. The black hole gets caught out, and that is no BKB available on the Enigma. That's the big problem. Roar gets thrown out. Bryle is going to get stunned up. MKS really wants that kill. Ari's trying to defend a nice blink to the side. MKS, no, he's going to get sniped by the sniper. Xiaoyu headshots. Boom, boom, boom. It's all running bad here for eHome. Even though they managed to take down the Enigma, the sniper is being unhindered in this entire engagement.
Yeah, honestly, I don't know why they were playing so aggressive in the Radiant Triangle there. They only needed to control Roche and, just delay it. They have, Bugs to scout for Roche. They have Beastmaster to scout for Roche. They just overplayed their hand a little bit. Yeah, we can see in the replay the last fight. The Dawn actually was walking against the black hole, but comes back. That was so lucky there.
Pure skill right there. A bit of a mistake there from Kasane, of course, without a beat. I mean, it makes sense because there's no Rubik, so you don't have much to fear. But the Weaver did get that kill pretty quickly in response. But I do agree with you. I think when Knight was dead without a buyback, you probably should not force a fight that deep into the Radiant Triangle. It's just... you need someone to get on top of the sniper, and that's what you got the Primal for. Lasso from Bryle onto Knight. Again, the Primal's going to get shredded, and they can just continue. Roche has respawned. It's the third Roche with a Refresher Shard available, and no buyback on Knight for 70 seconds.
Yeah, Bryle doing great work here with the backpack of the Ninja Gear, always being smoked because of the extra, the lower cooldown Valkyrie core. And he just dragged that Primal Beast from the tier 4 into the low ground. The second time he does it, he is bouncing back. Oh, Primal.
Or onto Ari. MKS wants to go in. There is no black hole. 15 seconds and it will be back up again. MKS taking a lot of damage. There is going to be the heal bomb drop in. Aeon Disc gets popped on Tomato. MKS might not have expected that one. Needs to disengage, and right now LWW is in a world of hurt. Bryle is going to try and push the enemies away. So Weaver that will be falling back. Kisses get stolen at the very least, but they're just going to be able to continue here. There is not going to be another Solo Guardian for 60 seconds.
Yeah, this is really hard to stop. I think you just give it away. You just have to give it away. There's no Primal. Even if you buy back the Dawn, she's just, a glorified ultimate at this point. Her buyback means nothing.
That Tomato Aeon Disc, by the way, was so freaking clutch. That was actually... that's a game-winning play right there. Because if he dies, they lose that fight. Straight up. It's over. That fight is done in favor of eHome. They walk into Roche, get themselves the Aegis Chief plus Shard, and then you're looking at a very scary game.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. It actually, those small carry plays that win games, they do actually... no MPS is there. Oh, my lord.
Oh, the catch comes in.
No ulti of the Dawnbreaker.
Yes, can he get out of there? Does have his ulti, but they don't have enough time to get the interruption. Refresher comes out, and Knight's gonna get dragged in again. Tomato can just pop his way to victory. Great catches coming in from Bryle, making up for the fact that he got caught every single time previously. Now he's the one with the big lasso plays coming in, and they're just trying to keep the side of TSM out of their base. There are no buybacks for either course, and they're just going to GG out here. eHome lose game number 1. And what a roller coaster again of a game this was.
Yeah, not the cleanest game from TSM, but Bryle, he really made like a comeback with the way he was playing, just backpacking the Ninja Gear all the time. He got great lassos, farmed his refresher so quickly. And, eHome, they blundered a bit. I think they could have won that game if they just waited a Primal buyback. They had such a good momentum in the game. But, that sniper with the Aeon Disc in that fight, just super clutch. There was no way to dispel it. And, yeah, kudos to Tomato. Although, I want to say that the MVP this game was probably the sniper. I think without that Aeon disc, there was no other item that could have actually kept him safe there. And if he dies, that's Roshan for eHome. Everything kind of crumbles for TSM.
That's also not an item you see too often on the sniper, the Aeon disc. Of course, you're getting to later portions of the game, but you saw how hard they kind of got completely destroyed. And we'll be back after the break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. That was game number one, a roller coaster. It went up and down, left and right, and eventually it was TSM that won that one, with Tomato going completely nuts on the sniper. But game number one. Do you expect the same to happen in game number two with how these two teams are playing?
I think so. Overall, at least, in terms of results, these teams have been doing pretty similar. So you could feel how, even though a lot of the fights were very crisp, a lot of the decisions were not. Like, taking the fight itself was not the right idea, but they still take a great fight despite that. So I think with their walls, with their backs against the wall, they are just playing their hearts out, which means very entertaining Dota, sometimes not as crisp, but it just makes the game a little bit more even because mistakes happens on both sides. I do expect a very high-octane game once again. And imagine if that Primal Beast didn't get destroyed as much as it did from Knights in the mid lane. It could have been an eHome win. That was pretty much just Brio owning mid really hard. I do feel like eHome could take this game and just tie the series.
Yeah, because even after he got killed there in the lane, and the Bat was pretty much a full level ahead of the Primal Beast, he still did pretty okay in the mid lane. His net worth was, he was keeping up with the Bat Rider and the other cores for the most part during that early game. So yeah, I do agree. If he did not die for that first blood, it might have actually been a completely different story, considering he would then be able to get that snowball rolling and get his team on track a little bit sooner. They did eventually get on track, but it took a little bit longer than they would have liked, and the side lanes really struggled until the Primal Beast finally started to make some plays with the rest of his team.
Mm-hmm. And even still, he was very selfless, right? He was initiating fights. He died like every single gank he went for. He died, I think, 3 or 4 times. He actually got like a sniper kill, a Brio kill, but always dying for it, which meant that his progression was really slow. And still, you could feel the impact of the hero. It's a reason why it's constantly banned. But, the Batrider pick from TSM was great because it made his progression so slow.
Especially I do think that late game, the reason EOM won was their item build that they went for. I mean, it came down to one Aeon-Disc, right? Tomato,
Yeah.
Very experienced, very top tier player. Saw that Bryle got smacked multiple times in a row and decided Aeon-Disc. As a safe lane sniper, Aeon-Disc seems to be a good choice. Worked out perfectly.
It's kind of crazy, right? It's similar to the I'm going to buy a rapier and we're going to end the game play, because it's unexpected. Sometimes you don't think, someone's going to be that bold to get it. You don't have the risk of losing the Aeon-Disc, but definitely it's not something that makes your progression as a carry increase. So there's that risk involved that you're wasting gold, but it allowed them to take such a great fight that it totally changed the tides of that game. Amazing play by Tomato for sure. And speaking of him, he might be playing Lina this game just because he went through, they banned the Enigma. So, I was reading chat and we had some very not really kind words for the Enigma and the way, he itemized, but eHome, they felt the impact of all those aura items, the fact that the hero just hinders the carry progression. One of the reasons Weaver was so underfarmed in the beginning is that Enigma just denies so many range creeps, just makes your carry sad, and there's not much you can do about it.
And Ishiguchi'd into death a couple of times, which was also not fantastic. That was slightly unfortunate. But yeah, honestly, the item build, it soaked so much damage out, and eventually it was only the Weaver that could pump out damage in those fights. The addition of the Guardian Greaves together with the Pipe, with the Wraith back, they just had no damage coming through. I mean, not no damage, but it was pretty problematic for the side of eHome to break through the sustain on the opposing side, and that's why they got rid of the Enigma, also because it's so annoying to play against regardless. But the Lina, obviously the Lina Major, as it's already being dubbed all over the place, a very strong hero, especially with the Undying in lane. I've seen this combination specifically be picked up against the Lina and do pretty decently in the laning stage to try and take her out. The Rubik plus Magnus, the double displacement duo to drag the Lina out to an uncomfortable position and take her down. Plus, she's got pretty good spells to steal as well for the Rubik.
Oh, for sure. It's also a way, I've seen a lot of people theory crafting about what's the way you can counter Lina. And honestly, I feel like one of the only ways you have to outscale her, or at least be in the same level, is having something like a Magnus, something like an Ogre, just so that your carry has that artificial net worth that is being given by an ability like Empower. I'm not really sure which carry they're going to pair that up with, but Ursa is usually a hero that benefits a lot from Empower. You could even go the Diffusal build instead of going Battle Fury, so that you can kind of play a faster tempo to try and get on top of the Lina, but he gets banned. Maybe we'll see a Slark. There's a fair amount that can be played with, but we see that GSM, they are they're definitely in the right wavelength in the sense of just taking those right click carries out.
I'm still just hoping for the Marcy safe lane. I don't get that treatment. I see it in all the fun games out there. I don't think MKS plays it really. And if they pick it, normally it would be a support, or Xiaoyu on the off lane tends to play it as well. But considering they already have the Magnus, I don't think the player that is most picked hero for Xiaoyu is Magnus. So I don't think he's going to give that one away anytime soon. See a couple of bans coming in. Yeah, they're targeting MKS's hero pool at the moment. Granted, he's got such a wide hero pool. He even plays Legion Commander safely.
Yeah, I was gonna suggest that here. It's a melee hero. They played it versus Lina. Was it good? Nope, far from that. But I mean, it seems to be comfort for them, and they are one game down. So I do feel like comfort starts to become more and more important.
Nope, no LC. That's a terrible idea. Please, for the love of God, don't pick the LC here. It would be horrendous to see that matchup pop up again.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan either. I mean, when we look at the heroes that he plays, Spectre is still in the pool. And I actually kind of like Spectre just because the problem with the hero is that it takes too long to get the eggs, which is really what kind of made Spectre a hero right now. And it is a very good gap closer that actually deals well with Lina. So I wouldn't mind that. But they actually take the Marcy you talked about. So at least you're seen by TSM, but you're not going to be granted your wish of seeing carry Marcy. Not
Never
today.
lucky. Spectre, I'm okay. The problem with Spectre is, for me personally, is that Lina is a Silver Edge builder, so you're gonna always get that break available. I mean, she can potentially go for Silver Edge very comfortably, and once you get broken in the later portions of the game as a Spectre, it's like 3 shots from Lina and you're dead.
It definitely can become a problem later into the game. And now they actually get a 3, and that is confusing me because there's not a lot of melee carries.
I think they're probably gonna get Sniper, Drow, one of those. Maybe another Weaver. I don't think that... I personally think it's not the greatest if you focus on, you have a Magnus in your team. We need a melee safe laner. I think that most of the time does not work too comfortably because it puts you pretty much in a corner stuck, and Magnus doesn't want to level it most of the time until... a lot of offlane Magnuses just want to get max level Shockwave.
Yeah, I guess, but then I wonder if Magnus is the best here that you could have picked, Primal Beast was in the pool, Death Prophet was in the pool. Do you really want to get...
most played hero, so during the DPC, it's his most played hero the entire time through. It's his comfort, you just said comfort, and it's one of the better heroes against Lina, because you can always displace her if need be. That is a nice addition.
Okay, I wouldn't mind seeing a PA though. I think, sure, the lane might be weird, but you actually have a way out of the siphon with, with your W. And it's melee. You might not be a big fan of it, but I actually think is one of those heroes that can cut through Lina even in the later portions of the game. But they actually go SF, so that's your sniper, your range carry here.
Yeah, I think I personally like that slightly more, because if you go for PA, there's a chance that they make this Primal a 4 position, for instance, and then you got Primal Death Prophet against PA in lane, and he's just going to run you down completely, and you're going to have a very sad time. Obviously, not everyone... I know Ari also has a pretty wide hero pool, but not everyone would flex that hero. It's probably going to be Bryle's mid-Primal, but you always have to be a little bit wary of... the flex potential on the opponent's side.
Yeah, I was gonna say that possibly they could flex the Shadow Fiend to mid, but I've been looking, at least in this tournament, Knight didn't play it SF. It can be a really good match, especially if they try to play this Primal Beast mid. Not sure if it really is Bryo's cup of tea, but it is a good matchup. That said,
he does play. It is his third most played hero on Bryle, so he definitely does like the Primal.
It depends on whether Knight is comfortable, but it's very annoying actually. It's kind of similar to Batrider. Both heroes can actually win, but quite annoying for sure. Now they're gonna take Naga as TSM. All right. Yeah, they think this SF is mid.
Choice.
Yeah.
SF mid versus Primal would be an interesting matchup, definitely. Because you do have a slow now with the Shadow Rays, but also the hero's got stupid strength gain. So is it going to be...
You destroy the lane, but once the Primal gets levels, he can actually just kill you. Like, he stuns you, he ults you, and you don't even have time to cast OT. It goes both ways for sure.
Last pick is for EO, so they always have a potential for a bit of cheese, maybe. Huskar mid could always be a nice... If this is a Primal mid, for instance, Huskar is always a decent choice, because you can just push the Primal back with the Inner Fire. Though that might change everything up right now.
Interesting pick. So... okay... I guess they're trying to bank on this weird flex, right? Zeus could be mid, but could be 4. And you can swap the Prime on the Zeus in between. That's probably what they're going for here. And
Could
eHome.
even make the Primal off lane and put the DP in mid if you need.
Yep. Exactly. That's definitely something they can do. And I'm not sure what if I like TS. Like, there's a lot of flex, so I think TSM, you know, because they don't have overall last pick, they benefit a lot from the unknown aspect. It's just hard to go for this last pick here as eHome.
Yeah, I wholeheartedly agree. There are 3 different heroes that could potentially be mid. So find a hero that works against all 3 of them. That's a very hard choice to make. One of the spirits could always be nice. Ember did get banned out by eHome themselves, so it is actually going to be Kunkka. Okay,
could be carry, could be mid as well, but they go for Kunkka mid and MKS Shadow Fiend.
Kunkka carry was kind of cool when it happened, but that's also been a while ago. I think it was still in the same patch though. God, this patch has been lasting forever.
I think there was like a small change right after. There was like one small patch, but I don't think it really nerfed Kunkka too much. I'm trying to think, but I don't think it did. But yeah, I like the Kunkka. I think the damage mitigation aspect versus DP Primal is very impactful.
With the Magnus as well, their team fight combinations on eHome are filthy.
You have the low cooldown reach on Lina, so even if she goes BKB, once the charges start lowering, the Kunkka can always control the Lina. It's hard. There's no items that you can build to deal with that besides Scepter, but as a Lina carry, that is not an item you never really build. So, I mean, Timado, very unusual carry. We did saw the Sniper A on this game 1. Maybe we can see Scepter later if he's struggling against the X marks the spot. Overall, though, I like TSM's draft quite a bit, especially if Bryo goes for the Bloodstone Zeus, which is the build the cool kids are going for these days.
The cool kids.
Yep.
Yeah, you just pop Bloodstone, pop ulti, back to full HP and mana. That's it is a nice combination that you can go for on the hero. It is a 4-position Primal. With the DP offlane, could be scary for the SF. Does of course have Treant to defend him, but if you lose lane equilibrium, they can be in a very rough spot, I would assume.
Yeah, it's tough. Like the SF actually, has a lot of attack range, kind of hard to get engaged. But as you said, the Primal DP very fast hero in general, and just having the slow of the uproar with the trample, he can definitely die in that lane. The Primal is also very good versus Treant because you can pop your W, cut all of the trees. He starts even with a Cloud Blade because he wants to save his kill point for now. But yeah, it's going to be a very hard game for the poor LWW tree.
So you're going on to TSM, like you believe in the TSM draft. Okay, I'm going again because I love doing it. The opposite. I just love the insane team fight eHome have. RP into Overgrowth, into Ghost Ship, into Rec Room of Souls, into whatever Rubik steals, because there's so many good spells, reasonable spell steals to make this game. I think if we get another one of those super brawly games we saw last time, and then add in this insane amount of team fight on top, it could be a very fun spectacle.
Oh, for sure. I think this is going to be probably one of the most entertaining games we've had so far, especially considering how game 1 went. And yeah, we'll see. I do feel like this time, though, TSM doesn't scale into the late game as much as they did. Like, sure, Lina is probably, the best carry of the patch. But looking at what eHome has with that RP, with the fact that, this Kunkka X marks the spot is really going to be annoying against the Lina, I feel like they can actually drag the fight out with the damage mitigation and eventually just kill Timado.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. It's kind of Timado on the Lina versus an army of AoE team fight spells. That's still a fight that Lina most of the time wins regardless, because she does go raid boss. But they do have a couple of tools that pierce BKB with the Overgrowth and the RP shenanigans coming in. Again, the big question. We got 3 lanes. Where do we keep our eyes on?
It has to be bottom lane, I think. Just Rubik's just dragging creeps, Salad just being on drag duty. Sure, Ari is doing the same, but I feel like the heroes on the bottom side are more equipped to go for those first kills.
Okay, that bottom lane. Yeah, it is Primal Beast 4 position. Desire likes to play it a lot. I keep saying it every single time because I think he's amazing on it. But it's not a hero that necessarily every team tends to run as a support. It is a bit of an interesting choice. Does have really good rotation potential though with Onslaught in the earlier levels. But his mana regen is horrible.
Yeah,
he's got 0.8.
It is an Arcane Boots hero for sure. But he's actually going for Face Boots Drum so far. Very interesting.
Despite clarities.
Yes. I don't think they really sustain the hero that fast, but yeah, we'll see if he's going to keep that decision. I guess Kasane could go Arcane Boots, and then he's going to help Ari with that, and he helps with the move speed of the drums.
Top lane, also a lot of damage coming through between the two sides. Undying plus Lina. You are very reliant on keeping the lane towards your side, because if you have the lane pushed out, you always have to be careful of the lift up into skewer combination that puts you in a very rough position.
I mean, I think once they buff the telekinesis level 1 to 1.2 seconds, that's actually better. I think I'm still not that versed into this lane in this patch, because Magnus is not that common of a pick these days, but you're right. 1.2 is definitely enough time for the skewer, which he has learned right now. But ended up going for the white one, and didn't go for Tombstone, so he could be in trouble here.
It does have a big heal on himself with the Soul Rip. Which is the other trade-off that you could be making, and a nice double decay. He still has about 500 HP, but yeah, you are right. They are pinging him out, thinking, maybe one more step forward and we'll catch you.
Yeah. In terms of lanes, the Shadow Fiend actually struggling quite a bit here. 13 and 2. Has a couple of mangoes, but maybe not using a lot of mana to harass and not necessarily to get creep CS mid lane. Kinda even,
Terrible lane to harass though. Right, DP can just heal up with the Spirit Siphon, and Primal has got 800 HP plus infused raindrops.
Very true. Oh, they get the first blood on Timado.
That was a solo kill. Okay. That's a bit surprising there. And Whitemon even tips Salad for the fact that he left his offlaner completely alone.
Yeah, Skewer was on cooldown, so I think maybe he tried to go for a Skewer play, missed it, and Timado, couldn't run away once Timado got the LSA on him. Yeah, I mean, that's the best start you could have asked for. Lina in a lane that's supposed to be a little scary for her, healing the offlaner. Timado's gonna be very happy about it.
I don't think there's ever really a lane that's scary for the Lina. I mean, unless you go for two super dive heroes.
Oh, they lose MKS bottom as well.
Like, for instance, DP Primal. Or Tusk plus anything else that's like a melee monster. And it can get quite scary, but yeah, Lina without boots right now is 330 movement speed thanks to Fiery Assault. Like that's just the reality of it. Hero is too fast, too strong, too annoying.
Who needs boots when you can get a Falcon Blade? That's what you should be asking yourself.
Yeah, value right there. 1000 HP already on the Lina. Side lane's going pretty a-okay. Mid is actually looking really good for Knight this time around, so a bit of a recovery from last game where he did get first blooded. He is not struggling whatsoever against Bryle's Zeus. LWW bottom. Primal charging for more. So LWW wants to go back in onto Ari, and his spells are on a very long cooldown. Whereas Shint almost has his available again for the extra slow. MKS should be able to get that kill with the slow coming in. MKS, can he finish him off?
Oh,
oh no, it should go to the treant there. MKS gets dragged all the way from the creeps. That's slightly unfortunate for BSF.
Yeah, that's not worth it. He missed like 3 or 4 CS and didn't get the kill. I mean, it's good that they get the kill, but on this Shadow Fiend that's already struggling, not the greatest rotation for him. Salad.
Denying Brel the bottle refill, going for the TP out. There is a lightning bolt as well. Doesn't even use it. Salad just gets zapped down. And Brel will even be able to refill the bottle at the very least. Bottom lane, another kill comes in. Yeah, this DP plus Primal Beast lane is pretty scary. MKS actually needs to be careful. Zeus ulti comes out. MKS is dropping low, and they can just dive because Primal can tank anything the tower throws at you. Knight looking for Ahri, but the TP is not going to mount to anything either. This is disastrous for EO.
Yep. Kind of a late rotation. He did have TP, but I think he hesitated a little bit. And now with... oh no. With these TPs, it's tough. I think the Shadowfiend has to go mid, but they're expecting this. They have the heroes nearby. If MKS dies again, this is so bad for him.
Oh, yeah. Ahri wants to go in, charge forward MKS. He's going to get butchered and beaten. Nice lift up though from Salad. Can he keep him alive? Actually, Whitemon is dropping very low. Same as Bryle. MKS really wants those kills. The juicy kills, but they're too far away. And I guess it's time to jungle for the SF.
I mean, great read from TSM. They know that with the Kanka bottom, the SF can't really TP there as well. So they expect him. Sure, he doesn't die, but he's still like jungling. It's so inefficient for him. He's going to have to walk base. He's still going to be on cooldown. I feel like that's still like a decent trade for TSM in general, just because that Lina is massive right now. The only hero that can maybe bounce back is the Knight Kanka. He has to deliver quite a bit in the next minutes.
My back hurts.
And Xiaoyu in the top lane really struggling on the Magnus. Of course, Rubik has left the lane to get some stacks going and support the side lane, the mid and side lanes as much as possible, and that puts Xiaoyu in an uncomfortable spot. Then again, he's an offlaner. You should be able to handle yourself. He can also decently farm because he went for 2 points in Empower, so slightly sooner than you see some other Magnuses go for it. That will give him a chance to recover in the jungle when needed.
Exo used bottom, LWW doing his best, but only 1 point in the living armor. I think this is eventually going to fall unless we see a massive rotation from Miham, which they don't seem to be interested in doing. They're farming stacks on Knight, which gets scouted by Whitemon.
And they're walking in to try and steal it. Tombstone gets dropped on the high ground as well. They cannot really defend. No, the Ancient Black Dragon actually gets the whip kill. Nicely done by Knight. And if they can get that counter on the Tombstone as well, that would be extra gold coming in for Salad. Oh yeah, uphill miss twice. Nice. He's actually getting badgered by all those zombies, but will eventually get the extra easy money there.
LWW doing a good job here, actually wasting 2 heroes' time, but he's gonna get dove eventually. There you go. And tower falls.
And Brel gets a kill, going for the Gaia first item. So that opens up the possibilities of course, the... Is he gonna go E-Blade or Kaya Sanj this game?
I think Kaya Sanj is pretty good, not gonna lie. E-Blade, you know, there's not... He can go both ways, but I think Kaya Sanj is underrated on Zeus, especially if you get the health talent.
Primal is not going to be able to get it out, probably. Yeah, no. They have more than enough lockdown. They find another kill. Net worth has been pretty close between the two sides for the most part, but that's because the support, LWW as net worth versus Whitemon is quite a significant difference.
Knight trying to fight for the rune here, but misses the torrent, unfortunately.
Without Ghost Ship, not much to use for an engagement anyway.
Yeah, for sure. This Magnus here going for, you know, pretty much the standard offlaner build, no blink, nothing of that sort, which is probably why he just skipped reverse polarity and is maxing in power. I'm just a little scared that the push on Nihome is tough. Shadowfiend is still so underfarmed, so he can't show up to take those towers. And if you're going for this like tanky build on Magnus, you're not going to be able to take fights, which is the only way you can push towers here. You can just start hitting towers Kanka or as Magnus this game. And that's why I'm a little bit scared for Nihome. Sure, the gold advantage is kind of even, but I feel like if no towers fall, this lane is just going to become massive and Ehome's win condition is non-existent.
Oh, LWW tanking a smoke gank there. They know where he is, but they see MKS, and that's the bigger target. This Ari Primal Beast just got level 6 as well. And a huge kill onto MKS. Kasane gets dragged back by Salad.
Stolen Pulverize.
But the stolen Pulverize damage coming in. Kasane, can he heal up in time? The damage is going to be enough. He's dropping so very low. But there is no kill coming through. And somehow the DP survives through all of that. He's got the mech as well. He's got the infused raindrops. Every little bit helps. There's going to be a charge from Ari going in onto Knight. The most farmed hero on the side of Eom gets taken down. Salad steals Thunder God's Wrath. That's a decent steal. Can they use it anywhere? Tomato actually towards mid. In the meantime, gets a free kill on MKS. Just hits him with an LSA. Walks up. LSA connects and then bursts him down. It's crumbling quickly for EO.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate there because the Pulverize steal was amazing, but the mech actually got completed as Kasane was gonna die to the last tower hit. That was like super clutch, very lucky for TSM, and then they dropped their ward, the God Warder right now behind the tier 2 tower bottom. They were able to engage in the Kunkka before he can pop the bolt. And that's the scary part. If the Kunkka gets engaged, he cannot use the damage mitigation just because he dies anyways. So they need that Magnus to start frontlining a bit. But he's super underfarmed. He's level 7 against the level 9 of Kasane, which is actually rotating to him right now.
Gonna smoke up on Knight and LWW. Immediately gets broken. They spot out Whitemon, not the best target, especially with the Tombstone dropped on the high ground. Smoke Gang failed. Now they need to back off themselves. So yeah, Eom is just being pushed into a corner by TSM that even the Undying is too scary to handle. Well, currently it is looking pretty rough. If you think they can recover, don't forget to check out our sponsor, BetBoom, to see if you can get yourselves some profit there. Salad using his ulti, giving enough vision across the map, but Bryle, he's got himself the Tumbler Story, he's got himself the Heavenly Jump. That Zeus is mobile.
He's going for the Kaya Sunch, so farmed that he can actually get it before the Shard even. But yeah, they have to start making plays here as eHome. The BKB on Knight is about to be ready, but I actually think they could have gone for rotations even before that. It's not like he's underfarmed this game. He's actually the only hero with a semblance of net worth. I'm kind of disappointed in the way they played. I think he's been farming too much and taking resources away from the Shadow King. MKS, like, he's finishing a Mask of Madness at 14 minutes. If this doesn't scream desperation, I don't know what does.
They also need Xiao Yu on the Blink Dagger. He knows that they need him to get it. His second item looks to be that Link, which is going to be a big addition if he can secure it. There's a Pulverized catch onto LWW. They're trying to disengage.
4-man overgrowth.
Keeps them at bay, and they should be able to get out. RP on the backline, but they already did Xiao Yu. They already ran away. Oh, they've got great ultis that can work in synchronicity, but if they're all just not on the same page, it's going to be wasted all over the place.
Oof, yeah, that just destroys their next 2 minutes. They kind of relied on this RP, I think, to make plays. The Kunkka still trying to farm BKB. Yeah, it's going to be 2 more minutes farming, which really doesn't play to
onto Primal, he walks up the high ground. MKS gets a solo kill. That might be a little bit of a recovery coming in, but in comes Tomato, the scary Lina, walks up the high ground, sees himself nature's grasp at his feet, and immediately decides, oh, nope. This is the way how we can lose the game. It happened last time around. We can't have it happen again.
Okay, Bryle doing really well, using a lot of those ults just to get vision, which is why, actually enables that Primal Beast so much from Ari.
Like 15 minutes. MKS's Mask of Madness.
Boy, look at that vision. They actually see Knight. Timado gets the LSA. BKB not ready yet. So scary.
Very close, but a bit too far away while Xiao Yu gets caught out top lane. They're just all over the map right now. They've got that global vision from the Zeus when needed. I assume Tomato will get bought soon enough just to be able to shove eHome back in the corner, and there's just so much farm on the map that they can still take with everyone being shoved in the same direction.
They know there's a ward now, but it already did its job. It got 3 kills there from that super early engagement to now this Ruby kill. And yeah, TSM, they're gonna get this double damage for Timado. They could either Roche or just try to go for an aggressive move on the triangle there, make sure they control everything pretty much and choke eHome out of this game. They have the BKB on Kanka, but it just doesn't seem enough. Okay, Radiance can hit.
Smoke. Roche gets scanned. They know that they're in the pit. Zeus ulti gives away the vision of where the remaining eHome heroes are. They're heading out towards top. Can they get anything done? They're actually going towards the pit where Timado is dropping very low. Gets hit by the torrent. This could be a big catch if they take him down. Skewer RP onto 2. And do they have the damage? Roshan is dropping low. Knight to steal the Aegis at the very least. They now need to disengage.
What's happening?
They will manage to stay alive. Salad actually almost even gets a courier snipe in the process, but will be caught by Timado, who TPs towards the tier 2 tower from the other side. And it's a baffling that Timado didn't die there. It's actually remarkable. The fact that, of course, they didn't have the SF is a big problem in that situation, but they steal the Aegis, they steal Roche at the very least.
Yeah, the only reason they were not there defending Timado is that they did go for that SF kill, but at the end of the day, the RP kind of pushed them a little away from Knight, and instead of trying to do damage, she just kind of secured the Aegis, which is fine, I guess. They're so under farmed, so under leveled that he just decides to deny it from TSM. It's not bad. I think he delays the game.
I think the problem there is because of the skewer RP and kind of displacing both the Undying and Lina. Rubik accidentally stole Decay instead of any of Lina's spells. Because if you steal like LSA right there and you get the LSA strike on top of that, you probably kill them both.
True. Didn't notice that. Still, they're doing an okay job here on eHome. Game 1, I was a little bit skeptical, and they did manage to come back pretty hard. Let's see if they can keep it up. Kasane gets engaged, but he is so tanky with that build.
Oh, Gleipnir coming in though. They still have that Aegis on Knight, so his first life doesn't need to pop the BKB really. Pulverize holds down the Treant. MKS with the Rec Room comes out just a second late for the Treant
damage
to join
though?
in. And Knight is going to get taken down. Can he get out? He does still have that BKB. Pops it. Immediate TP out of there. They have no way of interrupting it. Unless Lina gets like a basher or some crazy stuff. But yeah. In that situation, that fight, you see the Rec Room coming out. But if he does that, he pump faked it a couple of times. But if he does that a second sooner, they get off of the Treant and Treant can hit the Overgrowth. So it's just... Yeah. The coordination is just a little bit off on the side of eHome for all these engagements.
These deep wards from TSM are being such a pain for eHome. And the map control, once there's a Zeus this farm in the game, it's really hard to maintain because he's taking all of your wards down. And they always go for these deep ones. Your sentries are going to be, you're poor, right? So just getting sentries is hard for the eHome supports. Rubik wants to finish the Aetherlands, which he even has gold for. But his career is on a mission right now, just waiting for the right time.
Yeah, it's a big problematic scenario, but they do have Xiaoyu now with the Blink. So, if they're trying to go high ground, Blink RP is a thing with, of course, Overgrowth, Ghost Ship coming in. They still have their entire team fight combination. If they ever get it off on time, they can win a team fight. Again, if. Because they haven't really been able to stack their ultis up correctly in any of these engagements so far.
It's very awkward without the blink, but as you said, it is finished now. He's so close to level 12 though. It kind of pains me to see him going for this, but they're very far behind. He needs to go for an aggressive move. Zeus would be good, but he's aware, I think.
Yeah, they know they smoked. Sentry and Observer were spotted out, so they know where they're coming. Kasane is going to frontline this. They need to disengage. Xiaoyu.
At Tombstone, though. That's a pretty bad Tombstone.
Yeah, that's a plus. MKS pump faking his ulti. But I don't think that they're going to walk up the high ground willy-nilly against the eHome's team fight.
Radiant's bottom
This
tower
is actually kind of good. eHome, they can reset and try to go again. Do they have another smoke? They... not here. But Tombstone being on cooldown is pretty huge.
bottom tower has fallen.
So pulverized for a couple of seconds on Rubik. He also has that Aether lens now, so he can stay further away from those team fights to make sure that he gets a decent spell steal. It's not as easy of a spell steal game as last time. Last game he had like really good spell steals. Black Hole obviously the most prominent one. This time around, I mean there's a couple, but you don't want to charge into the enemies. LSA is a great one.
Oh,
But
shall we?
most of them are really not superb. There's going to be a catch coming in. LWW, that would be a dive back onto the tree, and indeed, that's what's happening. Tomato's got bots, and he ain't afraid to use them.
Oh, wow. Oh, this could be a good fight. OT?
Requiem coming in. Kasane walks up. Let's see the best way EOM has been managing to get themselves kills so far. Ari charging forward, no BKB just yet. MKS is taking a lot of damage here from the Zeus and the Primal. Can they interrupt him whatsoever? No, they cannot, but Ari gets taken down by the tower at the very least in response. Knight will get up to the high ground and is... yeah, the Rubik's even going to get himself out of there, so it's not too bad. They get the 2-for-3 trade-off with the DP getting blown to smithereens.
Yeah, it just goes to show how strong Shadow Fiend can be. The problem is that he's still very underfarmed behind the DP at this stage of the game. But yeah, that level 2 OT, even with the pipe being popped by Death Prophet, was just not nearly enough with the damage thrown at him. But you could see how tanky he felt, you know, under tier 2 tower with the buff of the Kunkka. If he had BKB there, that's a completely different fight, and he was very close. But all of those small mistakes from eHome adding up to this scenario where he didn't have it.
Yeah, you need one big fat team fight if you want to try and turn the tide at this point. It's still doable, but it mainly comes down to high ground defensive play, I would assume. Don't think TSM wants to risk making those mistakes. Tomato has not died a single time this game. He's got himself the BKB now done as well, so the Lina feels a lot more survivable. They're coming in from the top side. Charge forward. Xiao Yu has been finished off. Doesn't have a buyback. MKS is next. The ghost ship. Can they keep anyone alive? LWW wants to. He doesn't even have the time to pop overgrowth. That's how fast the damage is coming in from TSM. And Kasane looking to possibly pop the EXO for bottom. They know they're going to just GG out. eHome tap out. And with that, TSM is still alive currently in the major, but I don't think eHome will be able to scrape their way towards the next stage.
Yeah, that was a very necessary win for TSM, as you pointed out. Kind of a tough match because, you know, considering how hard of a lane Knight had in game 1, I was so impressed with the way he played the rest of the game, and I kind of expected having an even matchup this time. It would allow him to just play a little bit better. But at the same time, I think he went both ways. Brian was so ahead in game 1 that he kind of overextended a bit. And this time, like, Zeus doesn't allow for those types of plays. And they just, it was just kind of a slow cruise for TSM. No mistakes from Timado whatsoever. They just destroyed that lane. I was not a big fan of the way Xiao Yu played. That blink, they were out of smokes pretty much once he got the blink, so they never really put that to use. This fight was very close. You know, maybe if they killed Alina and get the Aegis, it was better, but they were already very far behind. You know, only 4k gold, but the Shadow Fiend, really the players that had the gold was the problem. Shadow Fiend was way too far behind.
Yeah, all of their fights this game were just way too scrappy from eHome. TSM a lot more confident and also more relaxed in their approach, because I don't think eHome got a single decent engagement off in this game. The only kills that they really managed was MKS standing on the high ground waiting for someone to walk in and then pop a Requiem of Souls on them, and then they died. For the rest, I have not seen any good combinations from eHome, and they are currently only standing there with 2 wins so far in the Lima Major, whereas TSM, they just jump up quite a decent amount. They're now going to be at 5 wins, which puts them ahead of Evil Geniuses, tied with Excretion and Tundra, but they have also played more games than them. I have not refreshed with the matches that have just been played, so we'll have to wait and see what happens there, but it does mean that there are still chances for TSM to survive. Granted, their next matches are going to be against Gaming Gladiators and Evil Geniuses. Actually, Evil Geniuses is a big one because Evil Geniuses is also not doing too great right now.
Yeah, if EG wins, they tie, but actually not tie because EG will still have less games than TSM. But yeah, if TSM wins, they kind of solidify, and I think they are almost in, maybe a tiebreaker could allow them to not make it to the next stage. But I think winning again really gives TSM a lot of breathing to do in the next steps. But yeah, very nice from TSM. Game 1 was crappy, but game 2 was perfect. I think just getting the Lina was a big present from eHome, and I don't think they really did any favors with the heroes they got themselves.
It did not go well there. I think I don't think it was necessarily the draft, but their lanes have just been losing pretty much. The bottom lane, they picked the SF into the DP plus Primal. We, of course, were discussing how they're going to lane it, but if you immediately think, oh, they have a DP plus Primal, if we're going to lane it into that, SF kind of just stands there, and Treant can high-five the enemy while the SF gets overrun, which happened a couple of times this game. Quickly checked, eHome, they still have a chance to survive because they still have 3 matches to play. Granted, it's against LGD, it's against Team Spirit, and it's against Talon, which are still very, very tough matches because all 3 are currently sitting in that, upper bracket playoff position. So it's very likely that eHome's going to have a bit of a challenge going ahead. But that is, of course, for another day. We still have a couple of, one more best of 2 to be casted on this channel, ladies and gentlemen. And that is going to be the other NA team. That is Shopify coming in to take on Knights. We'll be getting everything sorted and situated so that you can watch that beautiful showdown. We'll be going towards a short little break to get everything ready for you lovely viewers. And in case we don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good night. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Last series of the day already in front of us, Bowie.
This time, another NA versus China duo. China bounced back pretty hard today, but not in the games that we are casting, unfortunately. eHome versus TSM, 2-0 for TSM. And this match, I would say, is even more skewed, right? It's kind of hard not to favor Shopify. So considering that they are the favorites, what can happen, to maybe see a different result? Like, can they take one game out of Shopify?
It's going to be tough. Shopify is just... I mean, they're the best team in NA. People might debate that, but they are, without a shadow of a doubt. And currently, Knights have lost 4 matches, 4 best of 2s in a row. They've lost 2-0 against Entity, 2-0 against Liquid, 2-0 against GEEK, SLATE, and 2-0 against Beast Coast. They have not managed to win a single game. That does not put them in a very comfortable spot. And they're going to be up against Shopify, who have... They're currently 7-3. They've lost 3, won 7. They're at the top. Granted, they have one more game than Team Liquid, and Liquid is 7-1, but it does show you the big disparity in the rankings currently in the Lima Major. So it's not gonna lie, it's gonna be a tough one for the Knights, and they have been struggling. I think yesterday we had like a 14-minute GG out, so it's not gonna be easy for them.
Yeah, that was definitely... Yeah, one of the weirdest drafts I've seen in this tournament. They just got destroyed. They had like the Carry Legion, I think, or I'm not sure it was the Carry Legion game, but it was just like very hard to come back from, considering the heroes that they had. I don't think it was like a crazy GG, Sometimes it's better to just conserve your mental fortitude for the next game instead of just trying hard in a game that is like 99.9% certainly over. But they can reset this time. They're going to be playing against the top of the group, and as you said, really, really tough match. Honestly, I think it's going to be really hard. The draft is probably the most important part that they have to win, but I think, are they the team that you said has no coach? Like the only team in the entire tournament?
Knights are the only team that are playing without a coach at the major. So that is definitely a big problem on their part. When it comes to drafting, that could also be a significant problem because they are up against one of the most experienced coaches out there. It's going to be Bulba, of course, from the Shopify side, that will be aiding his teammates. Obviously, Bulba has also had some interesting situations where I remember he picked like 5 times Storm Spirit for Abed, which are also possibilities there. But for the most part, I think it's going to be just a really rough struggle. However, Knights do have some pretty interesting players in the roster that I think are definitely capable. I don't know necessarily what's going wrong with their lineup every single time, but their players are pretty good. Ego, as a safe laner in the old eHome days, was one of the strongest eHome variations that we've seen. Flyby as an off laner, and RNG was a very strong player. Felix Xiaoba has been on multiple teams, including RNG. So they have very capable players, but nothing is connecting right now for the Chinese lineup. And Shopify, they're just doing their thing and trying to make it to that 3rd spot at the major.
Yeah, I mean, even Alacrity, I think for a long time he was top 1, top 2 in the leaderboards in SEA, just doing really well when he played for other SEA teams. Like, everyone in that team is very skilled. I think the lack of a coach in a tournament of this caliber is definitely a problem. As you said, there are teams with 2 coaches. There are teams with 2 coaches and 1 assistant. There's so much that goes into just researching and drafts. Like, one bad pick in a draft could mean that you lose 1 game, then you get tilted for the second one. Just like reducing all of those uncertainties and making sure that you can actually play to the best of your ability is so important now that Dota is at the highest level it probably ever been, that it's tough for them. But speaking of coaches, maybe if Bulba just first pick Storm twice in a row here, we could see a way for Knights to win the first game against NA this tournament.
Yeah, there we have them already in the drafting stage. Let's see, Enigma banned out first. Who's going to give the other team Lina is the big question. The win rate on Lina is insane, and honestly, it keeps on winning games all over the place. And a lot of teams are still letting the hero just go through. No Brood, no like Phoenix ban. I know that Fly likes playing as Phoenix, but is that really worth the first phase ban?
Well, we will find out very soon. Lina does get banned this time. Usually Nature's Prophet was the, kind of instant pick after Lina gets banned. But the win rate of that hero actually dwindling quite a bit. I think it's at 44%. Sure, it gets flexed to a lot of positions, specifically 3 most of the time. So it might suffer a bit there. And that's why we see Treant actually being picked instead of NP. That was, I think, in the first day, if Lina was banned, it was first pick NP pretty much every single game.
Yeah, let's see. Are they going for it? It's going to be an Undying. Works again with NP. And it's actually the Lesh. Yep, that's another Abed hero. There are a couple of players that love to spam it. Abed has his most played hero in recent matches as well. Lesh is significantly at the top in that regard, and it is just incredibly powerful in the mid lane. It doesn't have too many problems against most other heroes. Knights go for the DP, which I assume is going to be the hero that they choose to try and deal with it, maybe? Or do you expect that this is going to be an offlane DP?
I think offlane DP is probably better. I don't think DP is not a bad matchup versus Leshrac, but I also don't think it is going to be an amazing matchup. Usually you want to be against melee heroes or slower heroes. Leshrac not only is one of the fastest heroes in the game, has a slow on top of it. I think you don't do that much against the hero. It's what I'm trying to get at. So they can probably get a better matchup later down the line, secure the offlane with this DP pick. And, having Treant plus a hero that can force towers is always it's kind of a common strategy in this meta. The problem is that Leshrac is already picked by Shopify, and not only one of the best pushers in the game, also one of the best mids, and this hero solo carries games. And very scary to just give that to Abed, even if you can counter later on.
Yeah, the problem with the hero is that to deal with it is you have to put in a lot of effort. Once he gets Bloodstone, you need either a hero that has healing reduction, or you have to build into it with a Skadi, Shiva's Guard, Spirit Vessel. Normally when a support gets Spirit Vessel, by that time Lash already has Bloodstone plus BKB, so that doesn't even help at that stage. And Lash just pops his ulti with the Bloodstone, heals back to full, runs you down. It's a very sad day at that point. So it's always hard to try and counteract it.
Yeah, this hero just gets away with so much. But, having Overgrowth, I think he's a hard counter, even with BKB. If they can maybe chain stun that with something else, we could see a way for the Leshrac to be taken down. Having a good matchup in the mid lane is also important, but
it's actually surprising that they banned out the bat themselves. I was thinking they might pick up the bat because it's actually a decent laner against the Lesh, but Knights don't want to deal with it. I guess offlane bat in this case.
I think so. Yeah, they do have the first pick of the next phase, and maybe they screamed against Shopify. Maybe they knew that was a possibility, but the crit Spirit Breaker is actually picked up.
It's his most picked hero after the Rubik. Speaking of which, Rubik has not been banned or picked just yet, so still a possibility here, but that is definitely going to be a scary prospect going to run at you. Split pushing is really hard in this game then for the Knights, because you peek out of the trees for a second and then the Bara will be hunting you down all over the place.
Yeah, it's quite the annoying hero. Really makes you carries change item builds. It's super scary. They get the Ember, decent matchup versus Leshrac, and also here deals okay with the Spirit Breaker. I actually really like both picks. You know, the Treant Protector Hoodwink combination is one of my favorite hero combinations this patch. And just having Ember alongside, against the Spirit Breaker is good. I'm actually quite happy with Knights. I think they probably did the best they could. I don't think there's like something that would be objectively better than what they have.
I think as well, it's pretty solid. Ember can outplay Lesh, vice versa, obviously, as well. You can even go on the aggressive with, depending on your item build, Hoodwink could rotate towards mid pretty easily. If you go, for instance, on the Ember Spirit for the Searing Chains early on, you have kill threat on towards the Lesh if need be. This Morphling, though, is going to be a bit of a problem for the Knights because they have nothing currently to deal with the Morphling. And considering they also have a Lesh, they have a lot of sustain on their two main heroes. They are hard to kill. Ember is a Shiva's Guard builder, so they have that one, and they're probably looking at a safe laner that builds into Skadi, like a TB, for instance, that they might be considering.
Yeah, I was actually going to suggest Pudge because, his Axe having the regen reduction is pretty decent versus both Lash and Ember. The problem is, I don't think Ego plays a lot of it, and they also have overall last pick on Shopify, and they can still pick their offlaner if Leshrac, somehow ends up in the offlane. Not necessarily, the most stable hero. I also feel like they lack damage if they go Pudge, like reliable damage in that sense. We'll see what they choose. I really like the Darkseer band, though. I think it pairs up with the Spirit Breaker and the Morphling and the Lash really well.
Yeah, it's a scary hero, and of course, if you are considering any, TB would get destroyed if you would go for that one. Obviously, there's still plenty of options here, but it's also kind of scary to go TB against a Morphling because he just gets Ags, turns into you, but then better and stronger and steals all your stats and attack speed at the same time. So it's always a weird matchup that you would be going for. And you can get run down in the laning stage. But yeah, Knights, are you going to get a Skadi builder, or are you maybe going to get that Marcy? Come on. I know that Ego plays the Marcy safe lane as a possibility. It would make me happy.
What if, hear me out. What if
OD
they
safe,
go
I know.
anti-mage?
Oh, no. It's actually really good. I know. This is terrible.
It's
really
a good anti-mage game.
It is a very good. It's good against the Morph. It's good against the Lash. It's not superb against the Spirit Breaker because he's just gonna hunt you down every single time. But for the rest, it actually does fit nicely.
Yeah, like you disengage the Tombstone, you get disengage the Lash. Just taking mana out of the Morphling. Now that it actually costs mana to swap your stats, it's overall good, but it can get destroyed in lane. It's also a double melee lane, although you already know Spirit Breaker is 4, so I don't think it's necessarily bad. And like when you're the weaker team playing against the stronger team, picking anti-mage always feels really bad because they know how to counter it. It's just one of those heroes that I think you want to feel safe doing it. You want to feel superior to your opponent, and I'm pretty sure Knights right now, their morale, their egos are, even though they have ego in the team, I don't think the egos are in the best spot at the moment.
They need something magical here on Knights to give them that edge. Shopify does have last pick, so they can always adjust accordingly. They ban out the SF, any other range heroes that are still alive. Weaver would get shredded by the Lash. Slark would get shredded by the Lash, so those heroes probably do not fit the bill here. I mean, I would love to see an OD safe lane, but it's never going to happen.
It's not a bad OD safe lane game, not gonna lie. Like, you cancel charge very well. You actually kite the Leshrac.
Blow up Morphling in 2 hits.
But yeah.
It's going to be Weaver. It's actually a decent Weaver game, except that the Lash kind of shreds you if you get anywhere close. That's the biggest downside, but if you get a good BKB Skadi timing, it can be. We saw it earlier today, right, with the eHome game 1. Weaver could be very deadly in the later portions of the game.
Yeah, the hero now scales much better than he used to. The The Geminate attack talent is insane, but you know, it only comes at level 25. But I like it. You know, I think it's a overall safe pick. It gives them like good lanes, like they can actually play the first 10 minutes of the game, and I wouldn't be surprised if they're even ahead, or you know, if the game's even. I don't think there's going to be much outplay potential that Shopify can really go for.
Bloodseeker offlane, let's go.
Yeah, that's actually pretty good. You know, against hoodwink all of those heroes that want to stay in the trees. In the middle of the fight, you're gonna have vision of them. Even
Rupture Weaver, Rupture DP.
Yeah, I actually am not against it. And Saberlight pretty much plays everything, right?
Yeah, he's got such a ridiculous diverse hero pool. We saw him, of course, last year, even playing safe lane with like the weirdest heroes out there. What about Night Stalker offlane?
Very good. It is double melee though, so you know it's a good pick, but kind of a shitty lane. Maybe they'll just want to pick something.
Hey!
All right.
Night Stalker offlane. The one thing that they were lacking was vision, and that adds it into the mix.
That is the lane that they can lose though. So you know, if Knights somehow can, I mean, it's not somehow. I think that is the lane they're supposed to win. You know, this could be the advantage or the kind of star that Ego needs to go ham this game.
We'll have to wait and see how if they are going to be able to manage to make that happen. Saberlight, of course. I was just thinking, you know, Saberlight, he played safe lane in a previous major, and he played a lot of Night Stalker. Is that a good hero here? Yes, that's a good hero here. Okay. And he does go for it. I do love the Night Stalker. It's such a annoying hero, especially against a hero like Weaver and Ember, who are reliant on being able to Fire Remnant away or Shikuchi. And Weaver, not all Weavers want to go boots. I assume safe laners tend to still go for boots, almost always. But it's going to be pretty scary this game, I think, for the Knights. But I definitely see an avenue where they can still win this if their lanes go well. And that's a big if, because that I don't think the Morphling's going to struggle.
Yeah, I don't think either. Morphling, you know, has that way out of the Spirit Siphon, which is usually the biggest issue. But you know, we see these better teams sometimes just getting Silence level 5, Silence level 7, and there's a couple of possibilities for ganks. You know, Ember rotates, you have that Silence, you use it from Fog on the Morphling, and you kind of dive him. There's no real save there on the side of Shopify. Sure, there's like the Undying heal, but it's not going to be that effective, especially if you're just diving a tower. We'll see how it pans out, though. I would love to see Knights kind of bouncing back. It's always, you know, tough to just cast a game where the teams are struggling this hard. I think they had a couple of pretty good moments, and maybe, you know, with their backs against the wall, they might be able to surprise Shopify, because they're definitely the underdogs, and this is usually an advantage in itself.
Yeah, it's it could be, you know, that Shopify underestimate them, for instance. They did get taken down by GEEK SLATE previously today in a pretty big comeback situation as well. I think that was Force was playing like an absolute Chad on Doom that game. Force is so good. But Hubris might be a big problem here for Shopify. Hopefully they'll be able to manage to make it work for them, but Knights definitely have a lineup that can contest. If this game, you get yourselves a Shiva's Guard plus a Skadi on the Knights side, that healing reduction on both the Lesh and the Morpher is going to be pretty substantial.
Very good reward there by Abed, using the fact that Ember was blocking creeps to take the ward away. But I agree, there's a lot of value here in regen reduction. So getting Shivas, either the DP or the Ember, definitely good choices. And yeah, I mean, let's see. Usually it feels like the Treant Protector is being handled quite well from the teams. You see, you know, double Quelling Blades, even on supports. This time Creed actually not going for the Quelling Blade, instead decides to get boots, just so he doesn't get punched too hard from the Treant, but he's going to use those boots to try and get couriers and maybe just drag the wave.
Cutting all the trees to make sure XCJ can't really piss him off that much. And Ego making sure no quick waves pull shenanigans come in from Crit. Crit is annoying him very much in terms of Ego's last hit potential. They're just playing weird laning situations. Mid matchup of the Lesh versus Ember scenario. That one, who does it normally tend to favor?
I think Ember takes the first 4 or 5 levels. It's very easy to dodge the stun. Your animation is just much better than a ranged hero. So you should out deny and you should overall just do well in this lane, I think. But if somehow the Lash starts getting an advantage, he can kill you if he gets level 6 before you do it. And there's a Spirit Breaker, right? So expect Crit to maybe try and change the tides of this lane a little bit.
I do like Alacti already going for Searing Chains this early on, not going for Flame Guard because it's going to get bursted off every single time anyway. And this gives you good kill threat, especially if you TP to the side lanes or if you have like Hoodwink rotating towards mid, you can get a pretty decent catch onto Abed on that Lesh.
Yeah, it's also a way to stop the charge pretty reliably. So yeah, I think it's definitely a lane that you probably just keep Flame Guard totally. And go for, you know, max chains or at least 2 points. I think there's a lot of value there.
Top lane is very favorable for Saberlight at the moment. Both off lane are struggling a decent amount. There's going to be a bit of a chase for damage, but nothing much more behind it. They don't have the best kill lane for Shopify topside at all. Unless a big mistake comes out, like you Shikuchi into hit a kill a creep and then you're just stuck.
Yeah, the Treant trades well versus the double melee. That's why he even left with Arbovinum. But they're also very tanky. he can't really kill them. They're also high armor. That's usually how Treant wins lanes, with his high base damage. But yeah, overall the lanes are fine. But you can see that, you know, Abed and Arteezy are starting to really creep up in last hits.
Well, if top lane doesn't have the big kill threats, mid is definitely going to be a position that we need to check. Then bottom lane, if a mistake is made, it's still a Morphling. A mistake can always be made very easily by shifting into the wrong direction and getting caught out. That is a bit of a threat, but I don't think there's much of really any kill threats coming out during the laning stage here.
Yeah, I think the kill threat starts once you get more levels on Felix. You know, if he has max level Bushwalk with his
Saberlight
ulti.
top lane.
Very
Took
well.
a bit of damage there with the swarm.
The fine, very tanky boy. And just surviving the lanes, you know, definitely favors Shopify, I think. Just getting this Night Stalker was quite greedy, going for the double melee. If you don't get any kills and you just farm the Night Stalker, it is going to be amazing, because the pick in itself is awesome for this game. It cripples the Weaver, it destroys the Ember. Even the Treant and the Hoodwink also get very scared for it.
Are there specific timings both these teams are looking for in this game, or do you think both are just content with any point in the game?
I think the big timing for Shopify is going to be Bloodstone on Lash with the 15-minute nighttime. That's probably going to be very scary for Knights. On the Knight side, I think it's probably just level 7 on Hoodwink with Ember being ready to fight. They do kind of start going aggressive. Oh my lord, that's not supposed to happen.
Abed, Alacti, you went left, right, trying to dodge the Lesh stun, but eventually did get caught. There was even a charge attempted by the Spirit Breaker in the meantime towards mid. But it is going to be first blood in the hands of Abed towards that mid matchup.
That's just sheer outplay. Like, that's just not supposed to happen usually. Sure, I think the vision of charge allows him to land a stun, just because even though it was nighttime, he gets vision. But even still, you know, Alacrity just being outplayed there. Should be aware of
Bottom
the charge.
lane as well. Undying with Soul Rip heals the Morphling up every single time. Keep him going towards mid. The charge coming through. Alacrity is in a bit of trouble. Does have a sleight of fist to dodge any damage coming in for a second. Double DP from the Knights supports, and Crit will be caught out. They keep Alacrity alive as well. And that is a huge rotation necessary from the Knights to make sure that they do not lose. And actually, speaking of which, he's actually going in onto Abed, and Abed's in trouble. The damage should be enough. Double kill comes out for XCTN Gaming. Yep, he does have level 2 Searing Chain, so there is so much more kill threat coming out from the Ember instead of when he has a Flame Guard.
Very greedy of Shopify. I think trying to get the kill once he comes back level 5 is fine. You just lose your support and Abed just gets out. But forcing the rune like that, knowing there's 3 heroes that could get on top of you, was super greedy from Abed, and he pays the price. You know, those are the types of plays where a team can definitely benefit from. I think, you know, Shopify still clear favorites for this match. It might not really matter, but if you're playing against, you know, a Tundra, a Liquid, these small plays could just put Ember back in the game, and it's still a really good Ember game until the Night Stalker has Blink Dagger, for instance.
Yeah, Night Stalker is getting pushed out of the lane currently, but the 2 main cores from Shopify are doing a pretty good job. Abed, even though he did die, he did get that first blood. His farm is pretty nice. There are no stacks currently. That's one slight downside for him, but Crit's going to be charging towards Alacrity in mid, just to be able to, I don't know actually why. He just wanted to move slightly faster, I guess.
Just Spirit Breaker things, you know? You wouldn't understand. They work in a different way. They're all crazy.
Cow go move!
Exactly.
Dire's top tower is under
Okay,
attack.
so let's check bottom here. DP level 5. Kinda. Yeah, I mean, so many denies on RTZ. But just pressuring Fly. Gets charged though.
Flyby chasing after Fly. The charge coming in from behind. Will Fly be taken down? Yes, he does die. Flyby still has a 20 magic wand and a Spirit Siphon. Can he heal up enough? Nope, it's very unlikely because Abed gets the rotation and gets the stun. And with that, Arteezy gets a freebie. And that's a nice one. But Alacrity, in the meantime, gets himself an Arcane Rune, and they might actually look for an aggressive fight themselves, which could be Crit, who's walking right towards XCJ, the murderer, on the Knight side. A root comes in. The Spirit Breaker will not be able to disengage. Yeah, this is really the ganking squad of the Knights.
Gotta go for this.
To get more done. Bushwhack stun comes in. Fly, drop him pretty low. Alacrity still has a Fire Remnant out of there. And they find themselves another kill. Abed's walking forward, but can he get much more done here and just harass a little bit?
Yep, some decent moves there. Knights. The problem here though is that both supports got those kills. It's so like this Ember gets first blooded. He's kind of crippled. He would love to get either one of those kills, and it's really sad that Treant gets one and the Hoodwink gets one. I think Alacrity is, you know, you're happy that you get the kill, but in your head you're a little bit sad that you didn't really get any of those.
Yeah, that's the slight annoyance, but they are doing a pretty good job at least finding themselves kills and not falling behind in terms of net worth. Alacrity a little bit, that's the only downside of not leveling Flame Guard, is the hero doesn't farm that well without Flame Guard. It is pretty much your best farming tool until you get Maelstrom. He does look to be building up Maelstrom. Bottom lane Arteezy just being right-clicked by the 2 supports. He's not going to have any threat from a kill unless he makes a mistake.
Yeah, you need the Bushwhack from Fog and a Sharpshooter. I think once that is up, they can definitely get a kill on him. Unfortunately, no silence on the Death Prophet just yet. But I'm actually like impressed with Knights. They were able to control 2 of the runes here for Alacrity, and that really allowed him to get back. Now Crit does a, you know, might sound small, but just getting that region is really tough for these agility heroes that don't have the best mana pool. But it's also not on Abed, so it's not like Alacrity is... Oh no! Okay! He's got to be so careful. Abed just hiding the trees there for a stun with the RTZ.
Yeah. Bottom lane, they quickly got the kill onto Fly. Exorcism was used as well. Tombstone dropped. The tier 1 tower will be the main focus. to get themselves everything taken down and open up the map significantly. Obviously, both teams have pretty good pushing power between them. Ego's going to get charged up top. Needs to be careful here. Shikuchi's underneath the tower. Also has the time-lapse available. Crit's going really deep, which is a very interesting move because Ego is level 8 on this Weaver. And it's just going to get a free kill. Okay, Crit kind of went nuts there. Spirit Breaker, trying Spirit Breaker things. But
You
Ego,
wouldn't understand.
True, I wouldn't understand.
Oh, they do find the tree here. XCJ gets taken down, was trying to go for a ward and gets quickly dewarded by Fly. I think he's pinging. Oh.
He needs the courier to fly over.
Oh yeah, you're right.
He knows, but he doesn't want to place the observer ward there, otherwise that's going to get counter-warded as well.
Sorry, I was in my spirit brain, so wasn't really thinking clearly. Mid lane though, charge onto the Alacrity Ember. But Crit this time chills.
And I gotta go for the continuous suicidal dives all over the place. It is a 1k net worth lead for the night, so the laning stage, all things considered, went pretty decent. Bloodstone on Abed's almost done. That's gonna be a big plus. Ego's going for the Maelstrom, and he's not even that far off. I'm wondering what timing he's gonna decide to get himself a Scotty this game. Honestly, the sooner the better.
It's really good. So far though, looks like he wants...
Ego. Gucci. Crit's not gonna chase, really?
Felix is here though. Gets the bushwhack. He lands one. Oh baby.
Oh, that was a great bushwhack, but they're still strength heroes and pretty survivable. Saberlight's actually going for Aghanim Scepter this game. That is a surprising first item on the Night Stalker.
I am confused. Okay, well, as we talk about it, there is a smoke from Knights. They have the Exorcism up in 3 seconds for flyby, so they're gonna try and force this tower. Oh, they lit it!
Bushwhack comes in and the snipe! Oh, Felix Chauba! Oh, the beast! He hits the blind bushwhack into the sharpshooter play, takes down Artur. And that is, that's a Morphling that thought that he was in safe territory. Tier 1 tower towards mid gets secured as well.
Yeah, Artis even had a ward there, so very uncharacteristic of him to die, because there was a Radiant Observer ward very close. But, you know, the fog aspect of Hoodwink, always very scary. You forget that the hero's there and you can quickly die. You do find the Ember here.
Gets caught by the stun. Felix Schaubat, they need to disengage, but he still have the Fire Remnant down. XCJ will probably be left behind, tries to overgrowth, but with the silence coming out from that crippling fear, will just have to sacrifice his life. And they'll back off while Shopify looks to take the tier 1 tower towards mid with a pretty hefty rotation. 5 heroes to take that tier 1.
Yeah, it's necessary. You're against the Treant. You want to make sure that you get this tower. They even rotate Ego here, but he's a little bit late, so even if he gets, the tower's already dead, and I don't think they're gonna be able to catch anyone. Maybe Crit.
That's a nice 4-man silence at the very least, and actually they're still trying to do a bit more, and they are getting the sharpshooter in. They're dropping pretty heavily, but it is, you know, their HP pools are kind of skiffed in that regard, because Abed can just heal up to full in seconds with the Bloodstone, and obviously, a Morphling is always hard to kill.
Yeah, like everyone is so tanky on the side of Shopify. This is really the biggest problem. Hoodwink, not really a hero that wants to build Vessel. They're gonna smoke regardless, though. Instantly broke by Crit. Dude, Crit's been doing so much work this game. There we go, he dies, but it is a lot of value that he dies instead of the last short stack. Yeah, at least they get the stack.
Well, they now have Maelstrom done on the Ember and Maelstrom done on the Weaver. So, double blight near this game could also be pretty nice. They're going to catch out Fly, Felix Schauba. Another catch coming in. That Hoodwink is doing a lot of work this point in the game. He's been part of 9 out of their 10 kills. Back to top side. Artur. There's an entire army of knights heading his direction. So he needs to be quite careful here. He can't TP because Searing Chains to be able to catch him. The bushwhack stun, and there's the control. No way out. Felix Chauba, my man, is doing everything. Hoodwink GAIMIN, Spider Sense is tingling, and another Exo for another tier 1.
Dude, that Hoodwink pick was so good from Knights. I'm very happy that it worked out for them. They are getting a lot of kills out of that hero, as you said. And all the towers, like, they're getting map control. The gold advantage is very, like, sizable. And to talk about, the Night Stalker going Ags just makes this so weird. Like, what is the timing that Shopify is going for here?
They're falling behind. 5k net worth advantage now for the Knights. Ego's not been part of any of these fights as well. He's just been farming away. Getting himself his Dragon Lance now delivered. And Crit's gonna get caught out. Sharpshooter in. Another kill coming in. Alacrity gets that one secured, trying to back off. He's actually going for an after the Milsom, going for the Lincoln Sphere on Alacrity. So not an early BKB this time.
Yeah, it's the Weaver going for the BKB, which is quite interesting. I guess, okay. I like playing the way Alacrity is playing, you know, always being the first point of contact, having Lincolns is good for him. But I wonder if Ego going BKB is not going to make them lack damage. I feel like a lot of these fights are kind of happening with Felix getting a pickoff. But once Shopify are together as 5, I'm not sure he's going to be able to get as good of bushwhacks as he's getting, you know, when they're all separated.
Yeah, they're not really a lineup that normally would clump together as well. Morphling and Lash and Night Stalker, even Spirit Breaker are in pretty much 4 separate parts of a team fight trying to find their own engagements.
Oh, nice ward there from Fly, but it is late. XCJ was there first, and this is kind of crazy.
Bushwhack connected. Night Stalker ulti gives vision. Ego needs to be careful because he doesn't have a way out of the silence. He's going to get taken down. Abid might be falling in response. Alacrity gets rooted up, and Alacrity can he walk away? That's the question. Jumps to the side, gets the root onto enemies with another Sleight of Fist, will not be able to get much more done, and now it's the 2 supports on the run, chased by the Night Stalker through the trees, but he doesn't have the invis detection. Actually, XCJ walks into it as we speak. But during all of that, Flyby was not there, so they didn't have the big exorcism plus mech running through the team fight to bring in the extra damage that they desperately needed.
The craziest part of that fight is, okay, Saberlight, oh, he has Shard as well. Really hard to be taken down, goddamn.
It's still continuing though, and Flyby has Arcane. He can pop the exorcism. He's got Pipe finished and delivered. They're just going to try and disengage. Fly should be the last one down, and the TPs come out to disengage for Shopify. But yeah, that team fight went pretty favorable for Shopify.
Yeah.
Night Stalker, Weaver needs BKB.
Just goes to show how good of a Night Stalker game this is. He only has Blade of Alacrity, Ogre Axe, and he still gets the Weaver kill just because it's an amazing Night Stalker game. He doesn't have BKB, he doesn't have Blink, and they still get it. Now they're gonna force Roche, which I think is a really good play. But as you said, Ego, he actually foregone the BKB because he just built a Dragon Lance. He pretty much had the gold for the BKB before that purchase, and now I think he has to commit to the Hurricane Pike. What is he even bringing now? Okay, no, he's going back to the BKB. Okay.
He realized in that fight, the Night Stalker's on top of him. He's silenced, he can't do anything. You can't time lapse, can't Shikuchi, and then you're just a sitting duck and an easy pickup. Speaking of Saberlight, he's getting close towards his Aghanim Scepter, which is a good team fight tool. Will also need to get himself a BKB though, at a reasonable pace.
You know who also might need a BKB, considering the build he went for, is Alacrity. You know, if the Weaver has BKB, I'm pretty sure Alacrity is going to be the target the Saberlight Night Stalker is going to go for. And you know, this hero runs fast, but once this Lincoln is up, I think he's going to be fighting a lot. And if he dies once or twice, the BKB timing is going to be super delayed.
Well, they're looking for a possible fight. Ego gets the bugs onto Fly, a hero that has innately very low armor and very quickly dies. Ego, though, he does have the Aegis, so he can lose his first life, and Felix Schaubel with the Force F can at least get his teammate out of there. So they get one kill, but the big problem here is Night Stalker uses Dark Ascension.
Very weird usage there. Maybe expecting Shopify to commit, but they didn't. So with the Exo ready now, Flyby could force this tower. They have a catapult wave. Ember could maybe connect to them. Oops. Let's see what they'll do.
Flyby's getting Guardian Greaves delivered, so they're gonna have a bunch of auras coming in. And it's gonna be daytime for another 4 minutes, so Saberlight they can't really fight without Dark Ascension on the side of Shopify.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
This is, I think it's gonna be a free tower.
Tier 2 bottom.
They might not even need to use Exo for this.
And next wave comes in. They don't want to fortify the catapult. It's not too surprising, to be fair. And they should get themselves a free tower. They got decent control. Abed, though, is done with his bots. Sanj, Bloodstone. BKB is still not being built up on the Lesh.
Yeah.
It's a good Aghanim Scepter game, though, for Arteezy. Once he gets that one secured, he will be able to turn into the Weaver, steal his stats, plus the 70 attack speed. But also, more importantly, you can just constantly... You want to turn into him anyway, because of the Shikuchi spam.
I mean, it's a lot of really good morphling targets, right? Becoming the Ember is really good, becoming the DP is amazing. So, whoever he chooses, I think is going to be great. What is kind of interesting, though, that we didn't talk about is, like, I don't really care how this game's going to end. Like, Knights are playing really well. Like, they actually got destroyed mid. Abed just destroyed the Ember in the lane, but it came back out of, like, team play. So, overall, I'm already quite impressed with the way they're playing.
Yeah, but it is still Shopify. There's always the turnaround play that they can add in. The Morphling is a very strong hero this game. The Lesh as well. They don't want to fight just yet, but the question is, when will they want to fight? Well, Knights want to fight right now. They're heading through, going forward. There's a BKB done on the Weaver. He's not joining the rest of his team, though, who are smoked up. They should not be able to encounter anyone. Speaking of which, XCJ top lane is being charged, so they have full vision of the Treant. And that's the big downside of playing against a Spirit Breaker. Will be caught out and should be a free kill coming in for Shopify.
Yeah, they've been a little bit passive. The BKB was ready on Eagle for a while. I'm not sure what they're waiting for. As you pointed out, they have the pipe and the Greaves on DP. The Lincoln was also purchased a while ago. I think that, you know, they have a pretty good control in the game right now, but Knights, they shouldn't really... I think it's just a waste not to use these agents. They still have tier 2s to 4s. They have a really good team to do so. But feels like they're either scared or aiming for a timing. I'm not following.
Yeah, they're also being dodged by Shopify for the most part. Flyby towards mid, spots out crit. The problem is there's no one else to help Flyby in that kill, considering Knights are currently playing in a very spread position themselves. Just get farm. Alarky's trying to get himself bots. Weaver is going for the Gleipnir. Then afterwards, Scotty. That Scotty is going to be a pretty big timing. But the double Gleipnir as well later down the line for Knights can be very important to have against the Spirit Breaker plus Night Stalker just constantly charging at you.
And Ember now able to farm a fair amount of gold here. They, you know, like, what's kind of scary for me is they're waiting for the nighttime. Like, that was a time where they could fight, and it was still pretty far away from nighttime. But now, I feel like once 25 minutes come in, even if Shopify is behind, they're going to try and go for a play. And, you know, they might just find 1 or 2 heroes and snowball from that.
Oh, top lane, Felix Xiaoba is being charged. Hasn't died so far this game. Okay, Crit cancels the charge. He's been a bit wild with a couple of them. And considering Flyby and XCJ are kind of guarding Felix Xiaoba anyway, it's probably for the better, but Shopify has been hugging pretty much the same area on the map this entire time.
There you go. The smoke at 25 minutes. I think it was a mistake from Knights to just keep farming once they had all of their items. You know, especially because they are a team that wants to group up. I don't feel like when you have this Night Stalker going carry build with eggs, this Morphling being gigantic with the eggs as well, I don't think they're going to outscale those heroes. So there was a lot of incentive for them to fight there. Let's see if they can. Yeah, they do.
Oh, Alacrity needs to be careful. Can they get on top of him? No, they cannot. There's also no root being thrown out just in the nick of time. XCJ is being spotted out, and with another strike will be pushed back. They have the silence from Saberlight coming out. Nice bushwhack from Felix Shaw, but keeps XCJ alive. They dropped the tombstone for that as well. And just barely the Treant gets out of there, and they didn't even use anything on the side of Knights.
Alright, so this is great for Knights. They can probably go for a play now. Tombstone being on cooldown is huge for them. The question is, can they actually land the smoke? Overall, as you said, Shopify being really good at dodging. But, you know, maybe you can just force tier 2, because the tower cannot walk. The heroes can dodge you, but the towers are going to stay there. At least, you know, as far as I know, they cannot move. That would be very scary.
Fly. He's trying to spot if anyone is in the area, and he does, so he just disengages quickly. But Crit's going to be found by Ego. Doesn't have the Gleipnir. Actually is going for the Lincolns instead on that Weaver. Charge forward by Saberlight. The charge in comes Snoop, but the overgrowth control. Saberlight's dropping low. There's still the BKB on the Weaver, and Saberlight can get away. No, the bushwhack control holds him down. Missed the sharpshooter, but it's still going to be a double kill coming in for Knights. And a big one, because again, Night Stalker ulti gonna be on cooldown for quite some time. Roche is up in, give or take, well, it is gonna be up in a minute. That's the second Roche, and they will not have Night Stalker's ulti for the Roche fight if they jump into the pit immediately.
Big fight. I was kind of skeptical that Knights was going to be able to get anyone but Crit, so usually that would be pretty good for Shopify. But Saberlight committing for that fight without having BKB, not really working out for him. Another wasted OT, and I mean, he eventually is going to become a big boy with BKB, but his build was so greedy this game. I'm kind of surprised that they went for, like, you have this Shrek ready to fight with the Bloodstone, but every other core just kind of going different directions. I think it kind of made the timings on Shopify a little bit weaker just because some of the heroes were not ready to fight. Still, they will smoke even without the Dark Ascension. Roche spawns on the Weaver. That's a big one.
Chauba is going to get caught, it seems. And right in front of the Roche pit, are they going to head into the pit? They have a pretty good Roche lineup with that Morphling. Actually, they're looking for more. XCJ on the high ground is going to get spotted out. Fly did pop his ulti in the process. However, there's more to be fighting. Alacrity needs to disengage, gets rooted up by Arteezy. The charge comes in, and a great catch from Crit. Off to the side, XCJ is still alive somehow, but will be found out in the end. Fly by pops the Exorcism. They're going to go for the fight. Saberlight, can he get out? He's trying to heal up with the shard. Root is not going to be able to connect from Alacrity. Jumps in for more. Missed his timing there, but Crit will be sniped by the sharpshooter. It was triple buybacks from Knights, knowing that they need to date this Roshan. Saberlight through the tree. This time it will be connected by Alacrity, and I assume they're immediately into the Roche pit with that triple buyback from the Knight side. They need this Roshan to be able to win out this engagement.
Yeah, it's tough. A little, they were, you know, you can feel the nerves on Knights a little bit, because if they went for faster buybacks, you know, 5 seconds before that, I am sure they would be able to get more Shopify heroes. They just waited a little bit too much, and, you know, sure you get the Aegis, sure you get the Night Stalker kill, but the juicy ones, Arteezy and Abed, were able to run away. You know, they lose some very important buybacks. The Ember specifically is a big one, but they at least find Fly, and maybe they can force this tier 2 now.
They got the free shard, which is always a nice one. Bottom lane, they need to be a bit careful because XCJ is on the hunt. Crit this Spirit Breaker going for the Shadow Blade, actually, so he's also going to be sneaky, or at least attempt to be sneaky. He's actually being hunted by XCJ, and can he get the interrupt? Yes, he can, because the shard is pretty good. Bushwhack control onto Crit. Sharpshooter comes in as well, and they're going to find another support kill here for the Knights. 10k up, looking pretty good. Ego is also really hard to kill, because he's got the BKB and the Lincoln Sphere. And he's
But he
going for
doesn't have
Saberlight.
lockdown. It feels like all of those heroes, it's so tough. Oh!
Oh, Alacrity jumps in long range with that haste rune, just in the nick of time before the TP comes off, and Saberlight gets finished off. So
Right.
they're really making it work with their mobility on the night side.
Never mind, the lockdown was there. And eventually, with that Gleipnir, they're going to be able to find these heroes a little bit better. You know, kind of crazy that it took them so long to kill Saberlight in that off fight before Roche without him having BKB. Now he has the blink and is working towards the BKB. But, you know, Shopify, they're losing a lot of ground. And whilst I think their heroes scale a bit better, they are getting quite underfarmed. Actually, the support.
And Saberlight as well, he's falling further and further behind in terms of net worth. The Aghanim Scepter that normally would give you a decent farming tool is not really paying off for him this game. And he's honestly had a pretty rough game in general. A couple of whiffs on the Dark Ascension. The silence is nice, but since they've got BKBs, they don't really fear the Night Stalker at all in these fights.
Very, very true. Now Weaver has some pretty good neutrals here. Paladin Sword is amazing, but also has the... Oh, he actually didn't bring. Alright, I thought he was going to pick up the Enchanted Quiver, but holds on to the Paladin Sword for now.
Actually, strange to see that Shopify has not really gone for like any big engagements. There is still no BKB coming on Abed so far. Arteezy is going to go for the Scotty. That one is still a nice tool.
Ember.
Coming through. They get the jump in. Alacrity pops his BKB, but the Nether Strike will be able to hit him because the Lincoln Sphere got popped, and that's a huge kill onto Alacrity. 100 seconds because he bought back previously. They will not have him around, and they have a lineup that can push quickly on Shopify.
And that's the price of that buyback they went for. Also very weird because he had the BKB the whole time, and the Spirit Breaker OT came very late, so I'm not sure why he was not able to ram away, but regardless, it's going to be a 3 tier 1 tower for Shopify and a trade for a tier 2. Not bad, you know. I think with the momentum they have on Knights, if the Ember is alive, they could have maybe forced high ground. Instead, they'll be fine with this tier 2, but pretty big that they managed to kill Alacrity.
Yeah, especially considering he just finished up that BKB, so that was his 9-second BKB usage. Next items, Kaya Sanj, and he wants the Ags. No Shiva's Guard this game yet for the Ember, maybe. Oh yeah, DP Flyby is going for it, so that's the trade-off that they make. You can just go for the, you know, catch on the back line, survive a little bit more, and then Flyby does the healing reduction.
Long move from Knights here.
Oh, they spot him out. There's going to be the catch. Can he swap into Agi in time? They're actually going to go in onto Felix Schauber. The snipe comes through. Overgrowth from XCJ. A big catch. And Arteezy is in trouble. The damage from the Exorcism and the Weaver, it's a bit too much. Saberlight's going to get caught out as well. Double kill. And they did not expect this move to come through. And Abed, he doesn't have a BKB. They're all around him, and they will eventually catch him as well. And is there a way out of this situation? The charge in, Crit's trying to keep Abed alive, but he's so slow. Crit's sacrificing his life to try and keep Abed going, but he has no way out of there. They have full control over the Leshrac. Aegis did get reclaimed, but it's going to be 4 kills, and the only one that survives is going to be Fly. And Alacrity is pushing in the mid wave as we speak. Bottom wave will be cut as well, but they should be able to, at the very least, get themselves 1 set of racks, maybe even 2.
I am so confused this game. You know, Shopify, it felt like they were aiming for this 50-minute power spike. You know, as you said, no BKB is finished on any of their heroes. They never attempted to do anything. They just ran around, even though I think they actually had a sizable advantage with the Bloodstone early on. But the Leshrac was never able to use the fact he destroyed the lane, and they just slowly kind of decreased the network. There were a couple of moments where it felt like Shopify could have taken good fights, and now his Undying is dead. No No response. The Abed, let's track that for 30. This is so scary.
Oh, nice catch with the silence onto multiple enemies. The charge comes in from Crit, but the healing from Flyby is enough. Felix Shabba will be taken down, but can they get anything more? They'll actually pass the beacon. He's actually going to go in back aggressively. He'll actually gets another kill. Double kill secured. Looking for more. They're all dropping so low, but they have to be careful because the Abed's about to respawn as well, and Knights are going to disengage. They got their advantage that they were looking for, and they do not want to throw it away.
Yeah, for sure. That would be huge. I think most people watching wouldn't be expecting Knights to take a game. And I mean, we kind of talked about it, you know, once they got the first blood on Alacrity, I think his game was pretty much ruined. But a couple of, you know, weird charges from Crit alongside Abed being greedy on the rune, like that totally gave him a way out of that slump. And then he got 2 runes in a row, got 2 ganks. That gave Hoodwink levels. They started killing Arteezy a couple of times, and the game slowly lost control. I think Knights didn't play flawlessly, but despite that, the advantage they got early allowed them to, them stay in the game. And with a 16k goal lead, it is going to be a tough climb from Shopify if they're gonna come back.
Ego just got his full Daedalus delivered as well, so there's going to be tremendous amounts of damage coming out from this Weaver, especially if he later down the line gets himself a shard with the Shikuchi, that you can get that splash going in onto the enemies. Could be deadly. Saberlight actually needs to be a bit careful. He doesn't have his BKB yet, and look at that damage from Ego coming in. Saberlight being chased. Alacrity with the BKB charge up the high ground. They're going to continue for a second set of Rex. No one from Shopify gets back in their base. Yeah. The TP from Arteezy got interrupted, or he cancelled it, something. They're in trouble. They're going for the finish, and they're going through for the end. Tier 4s are going down. Buyback came out from Saberlight. Crit charges in. Crit's going to get taken down as well. There's no BKB on Alacrity, but can they hold on? Because this is a deadly push. Flyby with the Exo going for more. There's no fortification left. Abed's trying to fight, but he doesn't have a BKB. Great AoE silence from Saberlight, but the control is going to be there. Flyby is healing up significantly, but Saberlight does not have a buyback. Abed is back, but he can't walk into the team fight. Neither can Arteezy on this Morphling. No BKBs are at the ready for them. He needs 150 gold on Arteezy to get the buyback going. The right clicks are coming through. Ego, the damage is there. Abed charges forward without any sustain coming in. His Bloodstone's not up at the moment, and Arteezy is surrounded by enemies. He's all alone. Crit will be respawning in a second, but Arteezy, can he get it going? That's the big question. He continues for more. Alacrity's dropping lower. Alacrity will be taken down at the very least, but Ego does too much, and that is going to be the GG. The first win Knights take is from Shopify Rebellion. What a turnaround play. This is a game I did not see coming.
I told you, you give them an inch, and I'm sure any DPC team will be able to climb back. It was kind of a weird game. I feel like Shopify's item decisions were all over the place. Their plan, I don't think they had a plan, Saberlight's build confused me so much. I think Abed was actually doing well despite the mid lane mistake we talked about, but he had no one to play with. Like, Crit was very underfarmed from some weird charges that he also kind of went. And the Undying is not a hero you can play with. So who is going to fight with that very farmless Shrek? The Morphling that is farming, eggs? Or the Night Stalker that's rushing eggs with phase boots? It was really odd. Despite that, Knights, they made a couple of mistakes, but still managed to take it. Very bold move. I think a lot of teams would have just gotten the barracks and left, but they were very hungry for a win, and they got it.
I think that was such a good call as well. Because Arteezy, he TP'd towards the tier 3 tower in the bottom lane, if I'm not mistaken, and because he TP'd so aggressively and they were diving onto Saberlight, he cancelled his TP, and he was all the way at the top of the dire jungle, so he had to waveform his way back towards his base, and at that point the tier 4 towers were already pretty much gone.
Yeah.
It was a very risky move, and it's honestly very surprising to me that a team that is coachless went for that incredibly aggressive play, especially with the way that they're standing right now. This is their first win this is their 5th best of 2 that they've played. and they're up against the top team currently in the groups. So it's honestly pretty ballsy. I gotta commend them for their efforts here.
Oh, for sure. I know they were hungry. It showed. They really wanted to win this game, and they... Like, we kind of talked about it, you know, the Night Stalker in theory is a really good hero against everything that they had, and there were moments where we saw, you know, the Weaver dying without BKB, the Ember being picked off, but like, I think Saberlight could have had a 12-minute Blink Dagger or like a 15-minute BKB. Instead, he went for the eggs into the shard, back to the Blink, but then he actually would jump and die because everyone was very farmed at that stage on Knights as well. So I think there was for sure a part where EG felt very comfortable, maybe too cocky going into this match. And yeah, Knights, I think they delivered. The Hoodwink, man, played so well. I just have to give Felix the MVP this time. I think he really did a lot of work this game with that pick, and I don't think they should give it to him again.
Felix Chava was actually playing immensely well on that Hoodwink. The entire early to mid game, and even in the late game, it was so deadly. That snipe that he had to onto RTZ towards the mid tier 1 tower as well, that he did from pretty much completely blind. Great stuff coming out, but you know, you did see that Knights were most of the time a little bit scared in their approach. Right here, that fight, Arteezy can't get back towards the base. He has to run all the way through, and they already got rid of one tier 4, and the second tier 4 was about to drop, and Arteezy is still not in his base. Look, he's walking through the top, and finally, tier 4s are gone. He joins the fight, but his supports are already dead without a buyback. Abed already was being blown up. They had that call to just go throne when they knew he didn't have a TP, that was absolutely golden.
For sure. Yeah, and I think this is going to be a lot of confidence and momentum. So Shopify, they will have to bring the big guns. I don't think they should underestimate Knights. Sure, they didn't win any single match yet, but after this, I think they have, you know, they should be worried about this.
Yeah, they're definitely a dangerous team. I don't think that any team at the major is not scary. That's why they're at the major. But we'll be going towards a short little break, getting everything ready. Ladies and gents, don't forget game number 2 after the break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We have ourselves the draft. They started pretty quick, quicker than the timer, as you can see, but we have ourselves the first couple of picks being secured. This time it's going to be Shopify picking up the Death Prophet, probably going to be a Saberlight hero. Treant again for the Knights. The bans are the exact same as last game as well.
Yeah, I really feel like the Death Prophet was a big reason Knights was able to kind of secure the game early on, and this Nature's Prophet is probably here to do a similar thing. Even if it's played as a carry, it is one of the only carries that can rotate that early to secure offlane tower, secure mid tower. It is a hero that, you know, was really popular in the beginning, you know, the second day of the tournament. I think the win rate has been dwindling a bit, but it's still a very strong hero. And also lanes well versus DP in case it's offlane. So I don't mind it any bit the Knights went for it.
Yeah, Knights also play it as a flex. Ego and Flyby both play the Nature's Prophet, so you can always try and change lanes with it wherever needed, but it wouldn't surprise me either if they're going to just run it as safe lane. But against the Undying, it's also not too bad in the lane, because it's a hero that quickly gets rid of the Tombstone, in case that would be a threat coming in. The other heroes being banned up obviously is going to be the Bat Rider. That is a very strong hero that Abed loves to play. I think it's his second most played hero. The Primal Beast, same story. Both heroes incredibly strong against the Nature's Prophet, and they're quickly going to get rid of it to defend it as much as possible.
Yeah, a lot of the game 1 heroes being taken out here. Out of those 7 bans, 4 heroes were played that game, as you pointed out. But yeah, I mean, I think Knights, this Stream Protector did a lot for them. I think the lane wasn't even that strong early. It felt like Crit and Saberlight were getting away with too much, and maybe that ended up being a problem for Shopify, because Saberlight went for a very greedy build, and it didn't really pay off for them at the end. We do see Spectre being taken down here. Okay, so, you know, probably indicating carry Nature's Prophet, although, you know, Spectre not very popular right now. Even though it's good versus Lina, even though it's good versus NP, you just don't see it very much.
I think I've seen more Troll than Spectre in the major at the moment, and that's saying something. But yeah, I guess it's also, if this is a 4-position, offlane Nature's Prophet, it's a hero that can just get through the Sprout and through the little treants that he has, so you can't get the blocks in. And it's mostly annoying if he gets the Aghanim Scepter. You can't have like the Treant Protector trying to split push a decent amount, because he'll just constantly jump onto the Treant and solo him. Kind of like the Spirit Breaker did.
That's definitely true. They take away the Felix Brubik and they pick Shaker. Now that is a hero we saw Talon destroy with. It was super scary seeing Q with the hero. Probably going to be Crits hero this time. Very roamy, very... I guess it makes sense, you know, Death Prophet, a hero that usually can hold her own. So you want that Shaker roaming around. But that does give Knights a lot of time to prepare with a mid hero that doesn't really care about, you know, the Fisher block and stuff like that.
I think it's a very premature Shaker, which I think sometimes can be a mistake. Yeah, there you go, Pangolier.
We get a Pango in our games. This is the first game that we get a Pango. This is our 6th game, I think. Yeah, 6th. No, actually a bunch more. This is our
8th, right?
12th?
Oh, you're right. It's been a while.
This is our 12th game, and we haven't had a Pango so far. It does get banned out quite a decent amount. I see it in all the other streams, and it has a really high win rate currently at the major. But finally, we get to see the Pango being secured here for the Knights. And it is a pretty interesting hero as well, because it does have still that little bit of flex, but most of the time you can expect it onto Alacrity.
70% to be exact right now. It is 20 picks, 70% win rate. As you said, very, very high. You do have this Shaker, right? So the aspect of the Fisher block can sometimes be an asset, sometimes be terrible for the Pangolier, and they go Puck. So usually the Pango's gonna be able to deal with the Fisher block, but the Coil is going to be a problem. He might need to itemize. Shard is usually what we see being purchased to deal with it.
Yeah, Pango Puck is definitely a matchup in the mid lane where it honestly is ever so slightly, I think, Puck favored, but definitely a counterplay potential. If Puck messes up one of his jumps, it can be an easy kill for the Pangolier coming through, so Puck does need to be careful. And as you mentioned, of course, the shard from the Pango is really good against Dream Coil. Obviously, if you get silence, it's slightly less so, but if you get hit by that Dream Coil, you can still go into roll up, and then from roll up, you can go into Rolling Thunder and just get out of there.
Now, one thing that has been very popular these days is actually very early BKB on Pango. I've seen like Diffusal BKB more than once in the DPC as well as at at the major. So maybe that's just a game you have to go BKB. I think the Youth Scepter Pango has been falling off quite a bit. So, you know, as long as he has a way to deal with the silence, as you said, he will be fine. There's also the silence on DP, so a lot of value, I think, in just having BKB this game. They take away the Naga Bloodseeker. Very good versus Pangolier. And this time it's Shopify, the last pick. So, what do you think they're going to give Arthur here? I feel like Morphling is not bad, to be honest. I think it could still be a decent Morphling game.
Yeah, I think the Morphling would be an A-OK choice. He also plays the Marcy himself. You know, man can hope, man can dream, please. If that one would be coming through. Other options. I mean, it gets a little bit scary if you go TB, because TB does... he is really good on the TB, obviously. It is RTZ, but Pangolier is also not that bad against TB.
Yeah. Overall, though, besides the Pango, they don't have a lot of wave clear, so I would like to see them address this with this pick. They also have two supports that are so immobile. I think, like, this Tree and Silencer, sure, the Silencer is good versus some of the heroes they have on Shopify, especially to be able to break down the Earthshaker combo. They cannot play as aggressive as they did game 1. So I think they have two things missing. The overall reliable stuns and wave clear in case, you know, the Terrorblade PL sort of route is chosen by Shopify. I almost said Spotify. Chat's messing with me. Oh, but wait, is this offlane Pango then?
I guess so. Offlane
Right.
Pango, unless this is a safe lane Ember, which is also a possibility.
I mean, it
we've
is lockdown and it is wave clear, but it feels greedy. Offlane Pango
It is
seems
Alacrity,
very greedy.
though. He did play it nicely last game.
He did.
And
Okay.
it's mid Ember with the offlane Pangolier, 5 position Silencer, 4 position Treant actually, and the Nature's Prophet in this case for Ego as a safe lane. I actually don't mind the Knights lineup. It looks pretty solid.
I think they have a fine lineup. It does scare me that their supports are a little bit less active this time. I feel like Flyby and Alacrity are gonna have to play together more. Maybe even Ego joining some of